Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. No exaggeration, if Masashi were to take issue with someone, return to Hidden Leaf Village, and tell the Hokage, "I think so-and-so from such and such village is hostile to Hidden Leaf Village," the Hokage wouldn't dismiss it as nonsense. Instead, he'd seriously consider it. And before long, Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu would likely pay that person a special visit. That was how the infamous route had operated back in the day, suspecting hostility toward Hidden Leaf Village and delivering warmth to anyone they thought posed a threat. Now, in the eyes of foreign ninjas, Masashi held a similar reputation. Few dared to speak to him with any semblance of ease. Only the likes of Kages or highly capable individuals such as Kitsuchi and Mai could remain at ease around him. For many of these team leaders, their first meeting with Masashi was during this trip to Hidden Sand Village. Honestly, their initial impressions were positive. Masashi didn't seem bloodthirsty or brutal, as rumors suggested. That is, until they witnessed his fight with Sasori. That event reintroduced them to a simple truth about the shinobi world: descriptions like bloodthirsty and brutal often weren't meant to unfairly malign someone. Sometimes, it was simply because the gap in strength was so vast that people died before realizing it. Reacquainted with this reality, these team leaders had since rekindled their reverence for the White Ghost. Masashi greeted them all with a smile before sitting down in his designated seat. With Kakashi to his left and Pakura to his right, his seat was clearly the main one. When he first sat down, he had intended to casually stretch out both arms. However, he realized that doing so would place his right hand in an inappropriate position. Enchanting the armor of Hidden Sand Village's former hero in front of everyone would not be befitting his current status. After all, he was here representing Hidden Leaf Village. His conduct had to be impeccable. So instead, he leaned back with a tactical posture. "Have any of our people gone up yet?" "We're already in the second round," Kakashi replied. The first round eliminated some participants, leaving us with only Anko and Hana. "Oh? That intense, huh?" "Yes, quite competitive. Deidara and Kinamaru are the most outstanding performers so far. Along with R2, they're clearly the standouts." "No one from Hidden Sand Village?" "They have one decent puppet user, but their best participants disappeared during the first exam. That truly was a tragic story." "Anything else?" Masashi asked, suppressing a chuckle. "Not much. Compared to those four, the others are significantly less remarkable. As a result, the betting pools are all focused on these four. According to Hidden Sand Village's team leader, they expect to issue 5 Chunin ranks this time." Masashi nodded. As the host, it was impossible for Hidden Sand Village to walk away with no promotions at all. Joint Chunin exams among the great nations were designed to promote the best of the major villages, with others simply tagging along. Yet smaller villages eagerly participated because they still gained more than they lost, unless they were particularly unlucky, like Hidden Rain Village this time. Speaking of aim, he glanced at the leader of the Hidden Rain Village team. The Jonin sat quietly in his seat. When he sensed Masashi's gaze, he bowed slightly. His etiquette was impeccable, without the overtly subservient demeanor of some small villages. Hanzo had long fallen into decline, focusing solely on maintaining his grip on power. With such a leader, his subordinates were equally uninspired. The once confident, idealistic Hidden Rain Village ninjas were now a thing of the past, mere memories within their village. Unless... "Something wrong?" Pakura asked. She noticed Masashi staring at the Hidden Rain Village ninjas. "Nothing," he replied, shifting his gaze to her. "You seem a bit down, though." "It's nothing. Just that things didn't go the way I expected after I returned this time," Pakura said, shaking her head. "But it won't affect me." Chapter 145, Mastering Magnetism. "I can somewhat understand how you're feeling," Masashi said. Pakura turned to look at him. "Time is something we all walk through. The joys and sorrows, the bitterness and sweetness, once tasted, become nothing more than memories, like waking up from a dream," Masashi continued. "Those who promise to stay with you forever can drift apart over something trivial. Those who vow never to abandon you will one day fade away like the wind. You have to get used to the inevitability of change." "Sometimes you really do sound like an old man," Pakura frowned. I thought with all your joking around, you were more optimistic. Come on. Everyone has their own rough patches, Masashi said with a shrug. Take it from someone who's been through it, remember what the needs remembering, forget what the needs forgetting, change what you can change, and accept what you can't. That makes sense, Bakura turned her head away. But you're way off. Clearly, you don't understand women. Hearing this, Kakashi glanced at the two of them. For some reason, he felt this was starting to resemble certain plot lines from Kaka Paradise. Masashi didn't respond to her jab. This wasn't a matter of understanding women. Returning to a familiar place, yet finding everything different, he had felt that way before. Forgetting the years, forgetting the pain, wearing different masks to play different roles and live through different experiences, that's how he had coped. Feeling tired or lost was perfectly normal. Even moments of pessimism weren't surprising. Those who have faced death understand the preciousness of being alive. And he believed that in this way, Bakura was just like him. In the arena, another match concluded. The audience reacted indifferently, both participants were from small shinobi villages, and the fight wasn't much to look at. The strategies were crude, it was almost comically bad. However, the next match piqued Masashi's interest. Anko was stepping into the ring. Having trained her for so long, he watched attentively. The result was satisfying, she had taken her lessons to heart, meeting all his expectations. She easily won her match. Her opponent, covered in small snakes summoned from Rishi Cave, screamed as though being slaughtered, drawing laughter from the audience. Time passed, and the matches continued one by one. There were no unexpected breakout stars. Kinemaru and Deidara stood far above the competition. Anko's performance was second only to theirs, but she lacked their ability to control the pace of the fight. As for Hana, her performance was less impressive. From what Masashi observed, her innate talent for combat was limited. Her superiority over others came from her clan's secret techniques, but even that only took her so far. When the matches finally ended, it was nighttime. For one-on-one bouts like this, they usually wouldn't take long. The event had only stretched out because of the sheer number of participants this time. Afterward, the team leaders escorted their shinobi back to rest. But Masashi couldn't return just yet, he still had to attend the evaluation meeting. As the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village delegation, he had to stay. So did Kitsuchi, representing Hidden Stone's village. The final evaluations took place in the Kazekage's office. Here, Masashi met Raza and Yagura again. This time, it was an informal meeting. Everyone was more relaxed. Raza, Yagura, Kitsuchi, and Masashi, the four of them would decide the final results tonight. Masashi wasn't particularly invested in the outcome. Hidden Leaf Village's objectives, thanks to Kakashi's efforts over the past days, had already been achieved. He decided to ensure Hidden Leaf Village secured at least one promotion spot, giving it to Anko. As for Hana, based on her performance today, he would recommend that her clan guide her toward a support-oriented role. Otherwise, they would only be harming her. Not every Inuzuka could follow in Kiba's footsteps and excel in direct combat. Hana's strength lay in her chakra control, which surpassed many in her clan. The Inuzuka clan, however, wasn't known for chakra finesse. Her weakness was her lack of instinctive reactions to rapidly changing battle scenarios, a fatal flaw in combat. In his opinion, Hana should become a medical ninja. It would maximize her strengths while avoiding her weaknesses. The discussions among the four village representatives went as Masashi expected. Ultimately, 5 Chunin promotion slots were decided, one for each of the 4 major villages, and one for a smaller village. That slot went to a shinobi from Taki. For Hidden Leaf Village, the opportunity went to Anko. For Hidden Stone's village and Kiri, it was no surprise that Deidara and Kinemaru took the spots. Hidden Sand Village's slot went to a puppeteer. Puppetry was so common in Hidden Sand Village that people often forgot it was originally known for having the most wind-style users. He wasn't particularly interested in puppetry. What intrigued him was the magnet style unique to Raza. Through the third Kazekage's human puppet, Masashi had gained a clear understanding of the techniques. As he suspected, the so-called iron sand was merely a variation of magnet style. The third Kazekage's unique chakra naturally generated magnetic forces, and the mineral-rich terrain of the Land of Wind gave rise to the iron sand. The essence of magnet style was the same as Gaara's future abilities. As his father and teacher, Raza's techniques mirrored his son's. However, his gold sand had a weight advantage, though not the same quantity. Returning to Hidden Leaf Village, Masashi's first priority was to master this technique. It would fill the last gap in his eyes style. And in the process, he would perfect his chakra's earth nature transformation. Unlike with lightning nature, where he struggled, he found earth came naturally. Deciding not to overthink it, he resolved to focus on it for now. Using techniques like Iron Skin felt far more comfortable than forcing himself into a lightning chakra mode. In time, everything fell into place. The joint Chunin exams, nominally hosted by the 4 major villages but essentially carried by Hidden Leaf Village, drew to a close. When the results were announced, Anko was overjoyed. After Orochimaru's betrayal, she had feared her ninja career was over. That sense of falling from heaven to hell had been devastating for someone her age. "Teacher. Thank you," she cried, eyes brimming with tears, clearly hoping for a warm embrace. Instead, Masashi sternly admonished her. "Thank me for what? Stop with the empty words. At most, in a year, I'll take you to Richie Cave. If you don't meet their standards, the White Snake Sage will terminate your contract with the cave." Of course, this was a bluff. The sage wouldn't even remember such a minor contract unless he brought it up. And breaking the contract was out of the question. Having a few weak contractors wasn't a big deal, it was proof of popularity. Even Richie Cave wasn't above such vanity. Only the fussy Shikatsu Forest would refuse contracts based on strength alone. With the final day behind them, the Hidden Leaf Village delegation packed up and, under his lead, began their journey home. The successful hosting and conclusion of the joint Chunin exams signified a turning point. As the calendar turned to the 54th year of Hidden Leaf Village, a sense of stability began to take root. While Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village were still technically in a ceasefire, the other 4 major ninja villages had officially established friendly relations, and even the smaller villages started to settle down. Order was emerging across the shinobi world, and an era called peace seemed to be truly approaching. As people's hearts gradually calmed, the Uchiha clan announced their plans to hold the second Snow and Ice Festival, at a timely moment. The villagers, who had been eagerly awaiting the event after multiple postponements over the past 2 years, were thrilled with anticipation. They even caught wind of some insider news. This time, Masashi was planning something brand new and spectacular. The ladies on the shopping street dressed to impress every evening, hoping to catch a glimpse of him when he took a break from his artistic endeavors. They were eager to gather insider details to boast about in front of their friends. Of course, this was merely secondary. Primarily, they sympathized with him, feeling he worked too hard. They wanted to show their gratitude on behalf of Hidden Leaf Village's villagers and properly reward him for his efforts. Everyone knew this. Masashi was strong. He had defeated external threats and driven them away, ensuring Hidden Leaf Village's safety. To enjoy this peaceful life, he had worked tirelessly. As Hidden Leaf Village residents, people believed it was only right to appreciate such sacrifices. On a new evening, Masashi entered the chakra training chamber within the Uchiha clan's grounds. Since returning from leading the team at the joint Chunin exams, he had stayed within the clan compound, focusing on 2 tasks, mastering the magnet style and preparing for the Snow and Ice Festival. Although bloodline limits inherently carried the word blood in their name, it didn't necessarily mean they were always tied to bloodlines. For example, the particle style was classified as a bloodline selection, a level above bloodline limit. Yet, this technique was passed down to Anoki through learning, albeit with an incredibly high level of difficulty. The magnet style, which was a bloodline limit, could also be learned. After all, the 3rd Kazekage wasn't Raza's father. Nor were the 2nd and 3rd Kazekage related by blood. Bloodline inheritance among Kazekage wasn't a thing until Gaara, and even then, his case was special. Raza certainly didn't pass his abilities genetically. Masashi, having already mastered the ice style, a true example of inherited bloodline limit, felt confident in his ability to learn the magnet style. However, it proved slightly harder than he initially expected. After months of experimentation, he deduced the main obstacle, a difference in proficiency between the 2 required chakra natures. This disparity impacted the success rate of executing the magnet style. Thus, over recent weeks, he had been focusing on improving his proficiency in earth nature transformation. Tonight, he felt confident that he had reached the required level and decided to try again. The Uchiha chakra training chambers were spacious and organized into separate rooms tailored to different chakra natures. After all, many techniques, particularly those involving the 5 basic elements, relied heavily on the environment. Earth and water style techniques were prime examples. When constructing the chambers, the Uchiha clan adhered to the principle of environment simulation for elements that required it, and safety precautions for those that didn't. For instance, the fire nature training room was equipped with fire-resistant materials, as most buildings in Hidden Leaf Village were made of wood. The lightning nature training room featured comprehensive insulation. There had been numerous incidents where sparring targets remained intact, but bystanders ended up getting shocked, often hilariously, though such mishaps could lead to serious accidents if not managed properly. For wind nature training, safety tunnels and giant fans were installed to simulate airflow and prevent people from being blown away. Earth and water training areas were comparatively simpler, following one main rule: make them big. In the water nature chamber, there were even kayaks and life jackets for those who forgot they couldn't swim while practicing water-style techniques. Masashi stepped into the earth nature chamber. The room was vast, resembling the size of the pit inside a terracotta warrior's museum. From the entrance to 3 meters inside, tatami mats lined the floor for standing space. Beyond it lay an enormous dirt pit. The implication was clear: go ahead and practice. If you can fill this pit, you're impressive. The chamber's design was visually striking, and first-time visitors often marveled at how the Uchiha clan apparently had more land than they knew what to do with. But Masashi wasn't here to fill the pit. He didn't even know many earth jutsu. Sitting on the tatami mats, he pulled out a mirror and used his Sharingan to perform a Genjutsu, Sharingan projection. There was a common misconception that Uchiha only knew how to spam high-powered attacks, but that was an unfair oversimplification. The Sharingan had numerous practical applications. For instance, it could record vivid details of important moments. When a review was necessary, the user could project these details onto a mirror and replay them using Genjutsu. Of course, this required the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. This technique had been invaluable when Masashi learned the ice style. In the mirror, the image shifted to a vast desert landscape. In the endless yellow sand stood the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage, performing the Iron Sand Jutsu. Iron sand bullets roared past Masashi's body in the illusion, vanishing behind him. But his focus was solely on the chakra pathways within the puppet. He reviewed the scene repeatedly, memorizing every movement, chakra flow, and fusion process. Once satisfied, he dispelled the Genjutsu. The chakra training chamber reappeared before his eyes. Standing up, he walked to the edge of the dirt pit and clasped his hands together. Ninja are often recognized for the elaborate hand signs used to perform jutsu. However, as their control over chakra improves, fewer hand signs are needed. At the pinnacle of mastery, a single hand sign suffices, its primary function being chakra extraction. The most common example is the prayer-like hands clasped gesture. It could also be done with one hand, though the effect wasn't as efficient. With his hands clasped, Masashi efficiently molded chakra and divided it into 2 streams, one for earth nature and the other for wind nature transformation. The chakra flowed through his feet and into the dirt pit below. From the pit, a rustling sound emerged. Something was rising from the bottom. Hearing this, Masashi smiled. Magnet style was a success. As if to confirm his thoughts, with a loud whoosh, a stream of yellow sand shot up from the pit like a fountain, reaching the ceiling before cascading back down. Chapter 146, Scripts by Day, Schemes by Night. At long last, the second Uchiha Snow and Ice Festival was officially announced with great fanfare. The staff had already begun setting up at the location of the first festival. This time, it was undoubtedly happening, no delays or cancellations. The Uchiha clan's promise of hosting an annual festival had remained unfulfilled for years, as Hidden Leaf Village was rarely at peace after the Nine Tails incident. Furthermore, the main organizer of the event, Masashi, had been constantly away, busy with various matters. Thus, villagers began to jokingly believe that when the Uchiha clan actually held the festival, it would signify true peace in the village, because it would mean Masashi was no longer running around fighting battles. Now, with a new year upon them, the villagers were filled with hope and held high expectations for this year's Snow and Ice Festival. The setup process was not kept secret, it was open to the public. Some fans even visited the site and discovered that a stage was being constructed for a theatrical performance. Word of this spread quickly, and excitement swept through the village. Everyone was thrilled and satisfied. As expected of Masashi-sama, his creativity knows no bounds. He would never disappoint us. The women of the marketplace began dressing even more beautifully, eagerly awaiting the day when they might catch a glimpse of Masashi. Unfortunately, rumors had it that he was deeply immersed in artistic pursuits and hadn't appeared yet. While the women felt regret, they also admired him even more. After all, nothing was more attractive than a man dedicated to his work. Shopkeepers also lamented the missed opportunity to seek business advice from him, as it was widely known that Masashi had a talent for trade. For example, people had once referred to their establishments as tea houses. But one evening, Masashi, after a drink, gave them a lecture. You're not running a brothel, you're operating a tavern. A place to enjoy drinks and watch performances. Even if the drinks are expensive, that's still completely different. The history and foundation of Hidden Leaf Village had always ruled out the possibility of allowing actual brothels. Everything in the village served the growth of the ninja corps. Civilians were welcome to increase the pool of potential ninja recruits. Free trade was encouraged to harness the Land of Fire's economic resources, ensuring the villagers' material needs were met. And nightlife was permitted to a certain degree to cater to their mental well-being. However, clear boundaries existed. These boundaries had been established as far back as the second Hokage's era. Karaoke and dance performances were allowed. After all, women loved beauty, and men loved women. These were basic human desires. But any organized illicit activity? That would bring immediate repercussions. Back then, the police force had not yet been formed, so it was the Hokage advisor who personally handled such issues. The advisor was infamous among the ninja clans for being ruthless, but to the villagers, he was seen as a great benefactor who eliminated questionable organizations the moment they appeared. During the third Hokage's time, Hidden Leaf Village's commercial sector underwent rapid development. Even so, those boundaries remained firm. And as a key figure in Hidden Leaf Village today, Masashi's words were taken seriously by all merchants. As a result, the commercial district became far more regulated than before. The Hokage's office was pleased with all of this. Even Masashi's once controversial private life was now viewed more favorably by the leadership. As they got to know him better, they realized he was, at his core, a remarkably upright individual. Well, mostly upright. He did have one indulgence, teasing the Uchiha clan leader about personal hobbies. Fugaku, meanwhile, had become one of the most approachable and well-loved advisors in Hidden Leaf Village's history. To the older generation, including Hiruzen, he was reminiscent of Kagami, though he was even more relatable to the villagers. If Fugaku were to set up a table in the middle of the street and call for paper and ink, the entire street would gladly join him. His popularity was off the charts. As the Snow and Ice Festival drew closer, the Uchiha clan became increasingly busy. Masashi, as the chief organizer, spent his days alternating between his training and secluded meetings with clan members to finalize the plans. Meanwhile, rumors continued to spread. One particularly intriguing rumor claimed that he was searching for voice actors. At first, nobody knew what that meant. When they found out it referred to performers for voiceovers, it drew even more interest. People swarmed the police department, hoping to volunteer. In short, Hidden Leaf Village had not experienced such widespread joy in a long time. Even though the festival had yet to begin, it had already surpassed the Hokage's expectations. Minato was in an exceptionally good mood. As someone privy to the details about the voice actors, he couldn't help but praise Masashi for his brilliant idea. It was a truly extraordinary addition to the program. His only regret was that one of the key characters in the play had already left Hidden Leaf Village and severed ties with the village. This left him feeling melancholic. But when he thought of another individual, his spirits lifted. Perhaps this opportunity could help that person heal. After all, there was no greater validation than the recognition of the villagers. Ultimately, wasn't that the root of everything? Gazing at the documents on his desk, Minato, for once, felt like slacking off. He wanted to practice his voice acting so he could fully immerse himself in the role during rehearsals. After all, as Masashi had explained, being a voice actor wasn't just about reading lines, it was about conveying emotions and touching the audience's hearts. Such a noble task aligned perfectly with his duties as Hokage. From today onward, don't call him Hokage, call him Hidden Leaf Village's strongest voice actor. After all, awards would be handed out for this. If he didn't win, wouldn't he be ridiculed at home? A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Minato said. The door opened, and Masashi's head poked in. Seeing Minato's clearly unproductive state, he smiled and stepped inside, holding a thick stack of scripts. "Hokage-sama, could you take a look at these scripts?" "Masashi, can we do this tonight?" Minato asked. While he had just been contemplating taking a break, the sight of the hefty script made him want to finish his work first. "There's no time tonight, I need to work on the stage setup," Masashi replied, handing over the stack of papers. "Don't worry, it'll be quick. You said the same thing yesterday." Minato thought, reluctantly taking the script and beginning to read. This was already the 18th revision. As Minato immersed himself in the script, Masashi sat on the sofa, leisurely finishing an entire pot of tea. "Should this part be adjusted?" Minato finally said, sitting down next to Masashi and pointing out an overly dramatic section. "This part feels awkward, too overdone." "Hokage-sama, the audience hasn't experienced that battle firsthand. Some embellishment and simplification are necessary." "Oh, but yes, that part is a bit much. Let's tweak it again." The two of them dove into a detailed discussion. After painstakingly revising the script, they finally realized it was almost nightfall. Minato silently cursed his bad luck as he glanced at the intimidating stack of documents on the desk, his mood plummeting. Damn it. Kushina said she had a surprise for tonight. This was a total disaster. On the other hand, Masashi was quite satisfied. He felt the script was perfect now. They could start the rehearsal tonight. "Hokage-sama, how about we?" He was about to extend an invitation when he noticed Minato looking dejectedly at the desk. Why don't you use a shadow clone to handle the paperwork? At least show some respect for the shadow clone jutsu. Even Dobirama rarely used his main body to deal with paperwork. Who used their real body every night to process documents until midnight. Before coming here, Masashi had seen Kashina leaving a certain lingerie shop. That shop's bestsellers were part of their winning series. Don't ask him how he knew that, every man had his secrets. Originally, Masashi planned to have Minato use a shadow clone to accompany him for the rehearsal. But now he abandoned the idea, figuring it was more important for the Hokage to get into the habit of delegating paperwork to his clones. Sigh, I just feel more at ease doing it myself. Alright, but I strongly suggest you head home on time today and leave a shadow clone here. With that, Masashi packed up his precious script, said goodbye to Minato, and left. Upon leaving the Hokage building, he returned to the Uchiha compound first, intending to find Hiku. The sibling pair, Hikari and Hiku, had surprisingly applied to officially take on the Uchiha surname, and their request was approved during a clan meeting. Apart from Masashi's influence, the ice style also played a significant role in this decision. Initially, the Uchiha clan didn't think highly of ice style, until Masashi used it during the Nine Tails incident to summon a giant creature. As for the siblings officially joining the Uchiha clan, everyone welcomed them wholeheartedly. Though their decision was a bit unexpected for him, it was their choice, and he respected it. He certainly wouldn't oppose it. It was, after all, the best outcome. Because of this, he now took great care of Haku, considering him a true personal apprentice. The best way to mentor a disciple is through immersion, integrating training into everyday life. How did Masashi master his ice style so thoroughly that he could conjure anything with just a clap of his hands? By showcasing it in the very first Ice and Snow Festival. As for sand release, if Haku had the aptitude, Masashi would teach that too. He'd teach it to any child in the clan who could learn it. But before that, he planned to demonstrate his new jutsu to everyone. After all, mixing substances into sand wasn't rocket science. While his chakra couldn't generate magnetism to naturally absorb metals from the earth, that wasn't a problem. The unique environment of the Land of Wind is what made the iron sand so effective. The third Kazekage wouldn't be able to use iron sand as freely in the Land of Fire. That was the inherent limitation of the iron sand jutsu. But such environment-dependent techniques aren't ideal. The true strength lay in sand release itself. Just as he was approaching Hikari's house, Masashi heard a voice. "Masashi, where are you rushing off to?" Turning around, he saw Fugaku standing at his door, watching him. "I'm off to find Haku, Fugaku-sama." Masashi walked over and took a sniff. No ink scent. He wasn't secretly playing with calligraphy? That's not like you. This clan leader always found ways to slack off and play with his calligraphy. It was almost a habit at this point. After all, during the time with the Great White Snake Sage, Fugaku's mischievous nature had been exposed. What an expression he had back then. Completely broke character, his image was ruined. "What are you sniffing around for?" Fugaku hid his hands behind his back, subtly rubbing his fingers together. "Nothing much." "Did you buy new clothes?" Masashi observed. "The patterns are quite regal." Fugaku didn't believe a single word. "It's just a piece of clothing." He glanced at the neighboring house. "Don't rehearse tonight. Delaying the Ice and Snow Festival for a few days won't matter. Come with me to the training grounds." "Isn't Tetsuka around today?" "What does this have to do with him?" "He's been at the construction site recently." Fugaku's composure cracked slightly at the mention of Tetsuka. "Don't bring him up. I've got something important to discuss with you." "All right." Masashi held up his script. "Should I leave this at your place?" "Go ahead." As Masashi entered the house, he shamelessly showered Fugaku's wife with flattery, making Fugaku snort and look away, pretending not to see. After a while, Masashi ran back out. "Let's go." Fugaku, as curt as ever, took the lead. Masashi quickly followed. "Fugaku-sama, what's up with you today?" "This is how I always am." No. "Usually, you're not this." What do you mean this and Speak clearly." The two gradually disappeared into the distance. The door to Fugaku's house opened again. Itachi came out holding Sasuke's hand. They were heading to Shizue's place to play. Behind them, Mikoto trailed, offering a string of reminders. "I know, Mother," Itachi said helplessly. Was he the type to bother Shizue? "Mother, where are Father and Masashi going?" Sasuke asked curiously. "They have something very important to do," Mikoto said, lovingly patting Sasuke's head. "Don't be naughty, alright? Listen to your brother. I'm the most well-behaved," Sasuke declared proudly. "Yeah, right. You and Naruto are the most troublesome. Karen is the quietest," Mikoto said with a laugh, poking her younger son's nose. "Go on, Have fun. Watching her sons happily leave, her smile faded slightly. She had a general idea of what her husband was planning. If things went as expected, and as everyone believed, Masashi would undoubtedly become the next clan leader. If that were the case, his personal matters couldn't be delayed any longer. Moreover, an Uchiha clan leader could not marry someone from outside the clan. Though this rule might seem unnecessary, it served its purpose. She glanced at the house next door, thought for a moment, and walked over. Chapter 147, Titans of Flame and Sand. The Uchiha clan's training grounds, while referred to as a grounds, were actually a large complex of multifunctional buildings. Because the clan's ninjutsu excelled in direct combat, it was designed to be extensive from the very founding of the village. During the era of Tobirama, the Uchiha clan's territory was relocated for the first time. Although moved to the relatively remote southern suburbs, the clan was granted a larger expanse of land in return. Thus, the newly constructed training grounds were almost absurdly large. They were designed to accommodate all the Uchiha clan's shinobi for simultaneous training. There was even a full-scale simulation battlefield capable of supporting a full police force unit's military exercises. While Tobirama imposed a ceiling on the Uchiha clan's political power by confining them within the framework of the police force, he also granted them substantial economic privileges. For example, the Uchiha clan was allowed to sell their signature explosive tags and refined ninja tools to Hidden Leaf Village's allies through official channels. This quickly enabled them to accumulate the resources needed to develop their new territory. The new Uchiha district and the existence of the police force spurred rapid development in the southern part of the village. Today, the southern district was nearly as prosperous as the northern district. The once desolate land was now integrated with the northern district. However, the prosperity was mostly limited to the area between the northern district and the police force headquarters. Beyond it lay the Uchiha territory and the prison grounds, consisting largely of military areas and workshops, kept separate from residential zones. As a regular visitor to the training grounds, Masashi had never fully utilized them over the years. For instance, he had never set foot on the simulation battlefield, having joined the police force only after the Third Great Ninja War. After entering the training grounds, Fugaku led him straight to the simulation battlefield. Looking around, Masashi found it unexpectedly scenic, with clear hills and streams. However, traces of damage caused by explosive tags could still be seen in the terrain, and most of the remaining scars were from fire jutsu. It hasn't been properly cleaned up lately, Fugaku muttered, his professional instincts kicking in. It's gotten a bit neglected. That's probably because there was a training session not long ago, Masashi said. It can't be helped. After all, integrating the Aburame clan takes time. Since the Aburame clan joined the police force, all of Hidden Leaf Village's peripheral clans were now colleagues. The police force was now essentially omnipresent in Hidden Leaf Village. With Byakugan and Sharingan for vision, in Yuzuka's sense of smell, and Aburame's bugs in vegetation, infiltration into Hidden Leaf Village was virtually impossible. Even with Masashi's current abilities, if he were an enemy of Hidden Leaf Village, he wouldn't be able to sneak in unnoticed under this setup. Spies from other villages would have no choice but to disguise themselves as merchants or similar roles. There were no other viable options. Let's just go with that, Fugaku said ambiguously and walked deeper into the simulation battlefield. Ascending a relatively clean hillside, he turned back to look at Masashi. Masashi, puzzled, stared back. He found Fugaku's behavior somewhat unusual today. How strong do you think you are now? Fugaku asked. Masashi pondered for a moment. It was good to remain humble. This was always the safer approach. But he didn't want to undervalue himself either. I'd say I'm solid, he replied. But there are plenty of strong shinobi out there. I'd call it being more than capable of self-defense. You're a genius, Masashi, Fugaku said, uncharacteristically effusive with praise. The jutsu you've recorded in the archives now have their own dedicated section. Everyone's begun learning the yang release techniques you've introduced. You're also the first in the clan's history to use Suzuno with a 3-Tomoe Sharingan. Fugaku-sama, you flatter me, Masashi replied, slightly embarrassed. He wasn't great at handling compliments, it was a long-standing quirk. Too much praise, and he tended to get carried away. But even so, Fugaku continued, you're not the only one in the Uchiha clan's history to achieve such feats. Now, come and defeat me. Masashi froze. Isn't this moving a bit too fast? Though he didn't say it aloud, he felt he was already the strongest in the clan. Surely Fugaku wasn't planning to take a beating and then conveniently step down? It wasn't out of the question for him. If Orochimaru was a villain driven by curiosity, Fugaku was a clan leader driven by passion for his family. His only motivation to hold this position was his love for the clan. But to be fair, among the previous generation, only Fugaku was truly suited to be the Uchiha clan leader. Masashi, you disdain traditional Uchiha values, but that proves you're deeply traditional yourself, Fugaku said with an unchanged expression. You'd better come at me seriously. If you're determined to walk a new path, you need to know what the old path was like. Masashi dropped his smile, realizing Fugaku was serious. Fine, but be careful, Masashi said, his scarlet Sharingan spinning. I am quite strong. Don't joke, Masashi, Fugaku finally smiled. It's you who should be careful. In the blink of an eye, several shuriken appeared behind Masashi. But he moved faster than the shuriken. His body disappeared from its original position as he charged toward Fugaku. At the same time, Fugaku's eyes shifted, revealing his unique Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. Crimson chakra materialized around him, forming Suzunu's hand in an instant. The fingers stretched out to grab the incoming Masashi. The speed of his technique was impressive. Not only was it partial, but the arm was also fully formed, demonstrating his mastery of Suzunu. This wasn't his first time using it, he had clearly used it many times before. Masashi was perplexed. Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it was a regular one. To achieve such proficiency with Suzunu required considerable practice. How had he replenished his ocular power? Yang training alone couldn't account for this. White chakra burst from Masashi's body as he partially summoned his own Suzunu's arm, aiming to clash with Fugaku's giant crimson arm. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the hill was flattened, and the two figures were blasted in opposite directions. If you can use Suzunu, it's natural to copy the Akimeki clan's super expansion, Fugaku said, emerging from the dust. You're not the only one who thinks that way, Masashi. Fugaku-sama, you've been hiding a lot, Masashi sighed. Enough with the chatter, Fugaku said. Take this seriously. Didn't you also learn the magnet style? Use everything you've got. On the simulated battlefield, they had been forced apart after their clash of Suzunu's enhanced palm strikes. Different colors of chakra cloaked their bodies, radiating power. Neither had fully activated their complete Suzunu, but this level of intensity already indicated a serious fight. Sensing the overwhelming and rich ocular power of Fugaku, Masashi felt both puzzled and a sense of familiarity. The Mangekyo Sharingan was something he had first encountered through Izuna, a ninja whose talent was nearly perfect. Strictly speaking, without the chakra of Indra to give him an edge, Madara's natural talent was actually slightly inferior to his younger brothers. But Izuna lacked Madara's unyielding willpower, the kind of determination to achieve his goals no matter the cost. Even when the Uchiha clan had been completely suppressed by the Senju clan, with some members already surrendering, Madara still had a core group of die-hard followers. Izuna could not match that charisma. That didn't change the fact that he was extraordinarily strong. Although Dobirama eventually triumphed, for a long time, he had been on the losing end against Izuna. The Flying Thunder God? It had been developed under the pressure of fighting Izuna. The first time Butsuma saw Suzunu, it was because Izuna was beating Dobirama senseless. Thankfully, Hashirama was there at the time. Like the Suzunu before him, Fugaku's chakra glowed a fiery red, bright and vivid, as though it were flames burning fiercely, perhaps symbolizing the intensity of its wielder's emotions. This Suzunu was eerily similar. And then there was the exceptional fullness of Fugaku's ocular power. Masashi recalled that in the past, Izuna used Suzunu more frequently than Madara, but his eyesight didn't deteriorate as drastically. Despite Madara's arrogant demeanor, he had been cautious about using Suzunu before obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna, on the other hand, activated Suzunu far more often, even if it was rarely in its complete form, especially in battles against the Senju clan. In contrast, Sasuke from the original timeline used his eyes more intensively than Izuna. While the difference in power was due to the fully formed Suzunu, Sasuke's vision deteriorated at an alarming rate. Masashi believed there must be some secret he wasn't aware of. Fugaku, however, might know that secret. Reassured by this thought, he spoke up. I'm coming at you now. Come on. With a clap of his palms, Masashi channeled chakra through his feet into the ground. Something stirred beneath the surface. The earth began to rumble and rise, undulating like waves. Cold and heat alternated, spreading rapidly toward Fugaku. Before the shifting ground could reach him, Fugaku leapt into the air. The moment he left the ground, the terrain collapsed. A massive cloud of white sand erupted into the sky. The sand wasn't naturally white, frost created by the cold mixed with the sand particles. Using both ice style and magnet style? And maybe scorch style too. Fugaku smirked. But you'd better stick to using Suzunu. The fiery red arm of Suzunu appeared in midair. Chakra continued to condense, forming Suzunu's sword. With a single slash, the enormous power of the blade cut effortlessly through the avalanche of ice and sand. The magnet style binding the sand lost its effect upon contact with the sword, rendering the ice sand wall ineffective. The sword plunged into the flowing sand below, shattering the layers of ice and soil beneath. In the deafening roar and tremors, massive rocks buried deep underground were flung into the air alongside clouds of dust. Jagged cracks spread across the land, stretching far into the distance. This was why Mangekyo Sharingan wielders both loved and hated Susanoo. Against such overwhelming power, most ninjutsu became meaningless. Strategies that seemed ingenious were rendered futile. They only needed to activate Susanoo and smash their way through. The downside. Every use of Susanoo worsened their eyesight, eventually leading to blindness. The ground continued to collapse, but this time, it wasn't Fugaku's doing. Still not planning to use Susanoo? Stubborn as ever. The next change confirmed Fugaku's thoughts. From the sinking earth, more ice and sand surged upward. A vast sea of sand appeared, with a giant form of sand rising from its depths. This new sand construct was sturdier than Masashi's previous ice creations. It no longer required senjutsu chakra to hold its shape, as the flowing nature of ice sand provided greater resilience and enhanced binding capabilities. The low-temperature freezing effect now combined with Magnet Style's unique sealing properties. Standing on the shoulder of the sand giant, he looked at Fugaku in the distance. Susanoo might be formidable, but it needed a stable foothold. His sand giant, rooted in the sea of sand, could regenerate as long as the sand sea persisted and his chakra endured. By expanding the frozen terrain and creating a larger sand sea, he was confident that Fugaku couldn't destroy it with a single sword strike. Fugaku looked at the vast sand sea, now 10 times larger than before. He had to admit that wiping it out with one strike was beyond him. So much chakra. What a cheat. But, Masashi, if that's the case, I'll gladly accept it, he said with a smile. Instead of attacking Masashi directly, he decided to absorb the chakra. With Masashi's reserves, it would be enough to replenish the amount needed to fully activate his Susanoo. Fiery red chakra surged around Fugaku, rippling like waves. Though they weren't true enemies, Masashi wasn't about to let Fugaku calmly activate Susanoo. The sand giant began to move, its speed within the sand sea astonishing. In truth, it was part of the sea itself. A massive sand waterfall emerged from behind the giant as he finished his hand signs. The icy sand erupted into the air, forming countless projectiles shaped like shuriken and kunai. These rained down on Fugaku like a storm. Even without wires, the magnetic field of the magnet style allowed Masashi to control their trajectories, letting them curve and strike unpredictably. Well put together, Fugaku praised, hastening the expansion of his Susanoo. At the same time, he used a fire jutsu. A dragon of roaring flames spiraled around him, intercepting every icy projectile. The intense heat evaporated the frost coating the sand particles, nullifying their freezing effect. The remaining sand was harmless against Susanoo, and as before, the magnet-style energy dissipated upon contact with Susanoo. This actually sped up Susanoo's formation. Finally, fiery red chakra erupted outward, and the fully armored warrior god rose from the ground. Watch closely. The leader of the Uchiha clan must master this technique, said Fugaku. In Masashi's perception, Fugaku's ocular power was being consumed rapidly, concentrated entirely on Susanoo. Something was being created. Chapter 148, No Escape from Tradition. The confrontation between Fugaku and Masashi was no small event. Although their battle was confined to the area, the commotion had already alarmed the Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha compound, teeming with ninja, was soon abuzz. It wasn't just the Uchiha clan, other major ninja clans in Hidden Leaf Village, known for their chakra sensory abilities, were also quick to react. The Aburame were first to spot trouble, thanks to their bugs scattered all over the forest. They were followed by the Hyuga and Inyuzuka clans. Before long, all the major clans in Hidden Leaf Village were aware of the situation. The police force quickly sealed off all entrances and exits to the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha ninja stationed at the perimeters exuded a menacing aura, making it clear they weren't joking around. At that moment, the police force looked ready to launch a small-scale war against a hidden village. Soon, Minato issued a directive, and the Anbu began assisting the police force in maintaining the quarantine. Accompanied by Setsuna, the heads of several ninja clans, along with the Hokage, entered the Uchiha compound. However, the two village elders, Koharu and Hamura, were denied entry. Setsuna was not like Fugaku. He lacked the same politeness. Hidden Leaf Village's ninja clans don't include your families, do they? This is a matter of clan rules. I hope you understand. Koharu and Hamura were left without options. They couldn't claim they were worried about the Hokage's safety, as doing so in the current atmosphere with the Uchiha clan would have been the lowest form of provocation, only escalating tensions unnecessarily. Thus, they had no choice but to remain outside. Inside the compound, Setsuna led the group to join other high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, eventually heading to the simulation battlefield. At the entrance to the battlefield stood Uchiha Jonin, including Shishui. The two groups merged and proceeded into the simulation battlefield. Inside, the tremors were intense. Given that everyone present was at least Jonin level, they could move forward unhindered, though even they found it challenging. Finally, they saw the two towering giants. A crimson Susanoo, wielding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. The sword of Totsuka. And the Yata mirror. Hayashi's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Fugaku had hidden himself well. The Hyuga clan was, of course, familiar with the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. For the Uchiha, Susanoo was as iconic as the Hyuga clan's palm rotation, though the two differed significantly in scale. Not every Mangekyo Sharingan user could summon a fully fledged Susanoo, and creating a giant figure alone didn't mean one had truly mastered the technique. According to the Hyuga clan's records, the Susanoo was a near-perfect technique for both offense and defense. As part of this ability, the clan possessed three tools: the sword of Totsuka for attack, the Yata mirror for defense, and Yasaka beads for medium to long-range assaults. These three tools, known as sacred treasures, were Mangekyo-level Sharingan techniques specifically designed for Susanoo. The beads was straightforward, but the special characteristics of the sword and the mirror remained mysterious. Without first-hand experience, one could only speculate about their power. What was certain, however, was that only the Uchiha clan leader could wield these abilities. Even if a generation lacked a Mangekyo Sharingan user, the techniques themselves were passed down. But now, Fugaku clearly intended to reveal them. And the next Uchiha clan leader? Undoubtedly, it was Masashi. Facing the Crimson Susanoo was another Susanoo, one uniquely reflecting Masashi's personal style. This one had wings on its back, wielding a blazing greatsword in its right hand and a small shield on its left arm. Though the shield was far inferior to the Yata mirror, its left arm extended into a glowing multi-segmented whip that was striking to behold. Before the crowd, his Susanoo swung its whip. The heat radiating from the chakra whip was palpable even from a distance. When it struck the mirror, the immense force vanished as if absorbed. A moment later, the mirror reflected an even greater force, repelling the whip. The backlash from the Yata mirror transformed into a storm, shredding everything in front of the Crimson Susanoo into dust. Debris and stones were hurled skyward. Hovering in the air, the white Susanoo avoided the storm, reeling back its chakra whip and sweeping it toward the Crimson Susanoo's head. But with a single swing of the sword of Totsuka, much of the whip was severed. Masashi, without the sword of Totsuka, Yata mirror, and Yasaka beads, you haven't truly mastered Susanoo. Noticing the guests, Fugaku manipulated his Crimson Susanoo to approach, its sword clashing with the blazing greatsword. The earth trembled and mountains quaked. Every movement of the two giants profoundly impacted the surroundings. Masashi felt the chakra of his greatsword being broken down. If not for his constant infusion of chakra, his flame sword, created using Kagetsuchi, might have been extinguished the moment it clashed with the sword of Totsuka. He recognized the sword; it was the same weapon Itachi wielded in the original timeline, used to seal Orochimaru with a single blow. A low-cost sealing sword, like an instant sleep mode for enemies. However, Fugaku's sword of Totsuka wasn't illusion-based. Instead, it could break down chakra and absorb the spiritual energy within. This property made it extraordinarily sharp. This sword isn't based on illusions, is it? Is that something you heard from Obito? No, it's not, Fugaku replied. Illusions would be too cumbersome. If your goal is to attack the enemy's body directly, illusions are better used to weaken their resistance first. What's the point of this random fight? Masashi asked, noticing the guests. Don't mind them. They're probably just here out of curiosity, Fugaku replied, changing the subject. You've seen the sword of Totsuka and Yata mirror. Want to learn? Yes, Masashi answered honestly. Only a fool wouldn't want to learn. However, he was curious. He'd thought these abilities were unique to Itachi in the original timeline. How had he learned them? Did Fugaku teach him after discovering his Mangekyo? After all, this timeline's Fugaku clearly had a Mangekyo Sharingan. Good. Still think traditions are useless? Who said they're useless? Without tradition, there would be no Uchiha. We must respect tradition. Good attitude. Fugaku smiled, and the two Susanoo separated. Let's go. Time to meet the Hokage. Things got a bit out of hand. Got it. The two Susanoos gradually disappeared into thin air. Is it over? Minato tilted his head upward, his mood light and carefree. Tonight had seemed destined for disaster, but a stroke of fortune came with Fugaku choosing today to widely invite comrades in the shinobi world to witness the formal designation of Masashi as the clan's heir apparent. This development meant Kushina definitely wouldn't be mad at him anymore. After all, this was a big deal. Kushina, who had been troubled by the Uzumaki remnants' desire to rebuild their clan, would surely understand. Speaking of which, The Uchiha clan was truly hardcore. To formalize the status of an heir through such dramatic measures, at this moment in the shinobi world, besides the Uchiha, probably only the ninjas of Hidden Cloud's village would do something similar. After tonight, Masashi's position as the second in command of the Uchiha clan was firmly established. Whenever Fugaku grew tired of his role or retired due to age, Masashi would immediately step up. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, the smoke curling lazily in the air. Fugaku, becoming Hokage advisor, confirmed that his perspective had shifted over time, no longer seeing the Uchiha as a threat to the village. Yet, seeing Susanoo still reminded him of that man. The other clan leaders weren't the least bit surprised by this development. Fugaku had hinted at such intentions during casual conversations with them long ago. Nevertheless, despite their lack of surprise, the spectacle of two Susanoo clashing had left them deeply shaken. Since Madara's departure, the Uchiha clan had languished until just before the Third Great Ninja War. Many had forgotten that this was once a clan so overwhelmingly powerful that only the Senju clan could rival them. Shishui's rise to fame had reminded everyone of this reality. And now, they had no choice but to admit, none of the other clans combined could match the Uchiha. The title of Hidden Lee Village's strongest clan unquestionably belonged to them. Unconsciously, some began to yearn for the long-retired Senju clan. Ahead, the figures of Fugaku and Masashi came into view. Seeing the two, the clan leaders straightened their attire, plastered smiles on their faces, and walked forward to greet them. No matter how shaken or nostalgic they felt, the relationships between clans were no longer the same as in the past. While envy remained, their attitudes were far more even-tempered now. From the rear, the two Hokage smiled as they watched this scene unfold. "Minato, your responsibilities will only grow heavier from here," said Hiruzen, his face calm. Though he had his reservations about the Sharingan, knowing Masashi was the heir reassured him. "We must never let things return to the way they were in our time." "Don't worry, Sandaime-sama," Minato replied firmly. "I will never let that happen again." "Hokage-sama," came Masashi's curious voice, interrupting. "You're not working late tonight? What a coincidence. How about joining us for some rehearsal?" The serious expression on Minato's face froze instantly. "Ah, well, actually, I am working late," he said, awkwardly. "I just came to see what was happening." "Congratulations, Masashi." "Thank you." Masashi forced a chuckle. During their walk earlier, Fugaku had explained everything to him. Masashi truly hadn't expected the Uchiha to be this flamboyant in their schemes. What was the need to showcase Susanoo in a public event just to pre-designate the clan leader? Couldn't they just hold a private meeting? So unnecessarily extravagant. He genuinely wanted no official role. The reason was simple: official positions came with endless trivial matters to deal with. He preferred having enough free time to focus on his own training. Without Jianyang release, he felt no real sense of security. Previously, he had no clear direction, but after Black Zetsu's teachings, he now had a lead. Once he mastered all 5 chakra natures to perfection, he planned to find him again to validate his theories. He had a hunch that once he approached this limit, his relationship with Black Zetsu would inevitably sour. He figured he could only count on Black Zetsu's assistance for a bit longer. 2 times max. "Well then, Masashi, I look forward to working with you in the future," Minato said before disappearing with the Flying Thunder God. Hiruzen also vanished, his expression benevolent. With the 2 Hokage gone, the atmosphere noticeably grew more relaxed. Even though Hiruzen had also come from a shinobi clan, the natural tension between the Hokage's office and the ninja clans couldn't be ignored. Now that the Hokage was gone, everyone could let their guard down. "Fugaku, you've really been holding out on us," said Hayashi with a chuckle. "Your strength is truly something to behold." "Not at all, just a stroke of luck," Fugaku replied with his usual humility. Yet, the same expression and tone now carried a completely different weight. In this moment, the other clan leaders fully realized that he was a far purer clan leader than any of them. As the head of the Uchiha, he had hidden his strength even after gaining such immense power. Such resolve was astonishing. They could only be thankful that Fugaku was such a peace-loving and straightforward leader. After some polite exchanges, the Saratobi, Nara, Akimaki, and Yamanaka clans departed. While the conversations weren't hostile, lingering tensions from the past made it hard to forge genuine closeness. The Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans, on the other hand, stayed longer. These clans could now be considered allies of the Uchiha. The Aburame clan, a recent addition to this circle, was represented by Shibi, father of Shino. Though the Aburame were often perceived as aloof and self-reliant, they were fiercely loyal and passionate beneath their composed exterior. In this generation, their clan's elite forces were second only to the Uchiha among the 8 major clans. Fugaku and Masashi understood this and treated the other aim with great respect. After exchanging pleasantries with the Hyuga and Inuzuka, they shifted their focus to Shibi. "Congratulations, Masashi," he said curtly, his face impassive. His high-collared coat and dark glasses concealed much of his expression. "Thank you," Masashi replied warmly, opting for a more familiar tone. Shibi merely nodded in response, showing no objections. Masashi took this as a positive sign, an indication that Shibi welcomed a closer rapport. After all, Shino's portrayal in the original story was that of someone fiercely loyal to those he considered friends. Reserved, yes, but deeply discerning. Masashi briefly considered the possibility of taking over as a mentor for Shino's generation in the future. Honestly, Kurenai's abilities, when compared to her contemporaries, were underwhelming. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were not flashy in their performances, despite the boys being strong contenders among their peers. It felt like a missed opportunity. Teaching these kids himself might be far more rewarding. That, however, was a distant concern. After chatting for some time, the last three clan leaders eventually left. Masashi accompanied Fugaku as they escorted the leaders out of the Uchiha compound. Once the guests were gone, they began heading back. "Tonight, you'll stay at Hikari's house," Fugaku said halfway through their walk. "Starting today, you'll learn the three sacred treasures. You won't go home until you've mastered them. I've already spoken to your parents." "Isn't that a bit extreme?" Masashi blinked. "Why the rush? Once the clan leader candidate is confirmed, they must begin training immediately, or the techniques will eventually be lost," Fugaku explained. "But wait," Masashi hesitated, sensing a loophole. "What about times when the clan head and heir didn't have Mangekyo Sharingan?" "In those cases, the techniques were carved into the Sharingan for preservation," Fugaku replied, shooting him a glance. "Don't even think about slacking off. It's a tough few days, but this is tradition." Chapter 149, Tonight's riding equipment. The three sacred treasures weren't easy to learn. Masashi quickly understood this. Because Fugaku, with his casual "learn it by tonight," almost made him forget, although these were ocular techniques, they were supplementary skills for Susanoo. In other words, using the three sacred treasures required activating Susanoo first. Who could just casually activate Susanoo at home? What would happen? The house collapsed while you were sitting there? So, he began to suspect that Fugaku might have an ulterior motive with his teaching plan. "What's wrong?" Fugaku noticed Masashi's gaze. The two were sitting in Fugaku's courtyard at the time. "Well, the way you're teaching. I just can't learn it like this." Masashi sighed. "Understand it first, then you'll find it easier to learn," Fugaku replied. "I'll use transcription sealing. You release it with Susanoo once, and that'll do." "Oh, I see." Masashi, realizing he was the student here, decided it was best to be obedient. He continued to listen carefully. Fugaku began by explaining the origin of the three sacred treasures, followed by their mechanics and application. For example, the Sword of Totsuka was originally devised to deal with certain unusual opponents, illusions that had essentially gained sentience. Later, it was adapted to drain others' mental energy and replenish the user's ocular power, prolonging the Mangekyo Sharingan's usability. This second development was thanks to Izuna, who was hailed as the perfect ninja. The Yata mirror was easier to understand. It was a defensive technique modeled after the Uchiha fan. Essentially, it was the Susanoo version of the Uchiha reflection. The Yasaka beads, on the other hand, mimicked the tail beast bomb. Chakra was condensed to an extreme degree and then hurled in a shuriken-like motion for explosive results. These three techniques maximized Susanoo's combat potential. Unless one achieved the perfect Susanoo, where the technique itself became a superpower amplifier, at which point the three sacred treasures would be optional. This progression reflected a fundamental reality of the shinobi world. The reason why technical prowess couldn't keep up with sheer power was that power levels were often absurdly high. From his perspective, though, even with a perfect Susanoo, these techniques still held value. He disagreed with the tendency to ignore other techniques as ocular powers evolved. After all, only a few could wield yin-yang release, and even that couldn't negate senjutsu. While Masashi was engrossed in learning from Fugaku, in the neighboring room, Hikari was busy preparing for his stay that night. She reflected on the questions Mikoto had asked her earlier that day. She wasn't naive and quickly pieced together what was going on. After all, she had been raised in a ninja clan and understood these dynamics. Men in ninja clans typically resolved marriage matters around their early 20s. This practice ensured a balanced allocation of time between career and family, the most practical age for marriage. Masashi was no exception. If anything, strong ninjas often married earlier. The fact that he hadn't yet was already quite unusual. As a civilian in a world that greatly favored male ninjas, Hikari was undeniably in a vulnerable position. Her once fervent attachment to her clan, stemmed from a need for survival. She knew that as a weak girl from a fallen clan, safety and stability were only attainable under the protection of a prominent ninja clan. To the shinobi villages, a clan's relevance lay in its reputation. In truth, her insistence on the Yuki name had less to do with sentiment and more with survival. Joining the Uchiha wasn't her first choice because she doubted they would accept her. She didn't believe she had that kind of worth. Ai's style wasn't impressive compared to the Sharingan. But she soon realized how wrong she was. The Uchiha clan was nothing like she had imagined. The clan members were shockingly humane, completely different from Kiri's cold, profit-driven ways. With this revelation, she tentatively sought to join the Uchiha clan. To her surprise, it went smoothly. From then on, the name Yuki no longer mattered. Let someone else revive the clan if they wished. She hadn't even inherited the Yuki surname because she wasn't a kunoichi. Haku cared even less. He had no concept of the Yuki clan to begin with. Both siblings were thrilled to adopt the Uchiha name. In the Land of Water, only nobles and ninja clans bore surnames. Though no one openly discussed it, everyone knew the distinction. From that moment, Hikari was wholeheartedly devoted to Masashi, treating herself as his loyal servant. She truly wanted to repay the kindness. But she hadn't expected Mikoto to consider her a potential wife for Masashi. The Uchiha clan had selected several suitable candidates for him. Hikari, however, distinctly remembered that Masashi had a good relationship with a kunoichi named Bakura. Yet Mikoto hadn't mentioned her name. When asked, she explained that the Uchiha clan had traditional values. They believed in full integration through marriage. Without adopting the Uchiha name, Bakura wasn't fully one of them. Hikari thought it was too soon to make such judgments. What if Bakura had simply forgotten? Or perhaps she didn't understand these clan customs? Still, she decided to act first. She couldn't wait any longer. Gratitude had to be expressed without delay. In this unfamiliar land far from home, she longed for warmth and a fresh start to forget her past pain. People from the Land of Water were well acquainted with this concept. So, she meticulously prepared. By around 8 p.m., a knock came at the door. Hikari rose and opened it. Standing at the entrance was a kunoichi. Ah, hello. The woman's attire and hair color were distinct from the Uchiha members. At the moment, she seemed slightly embarrassed. I'm here to see Masashi. I heard he's not going home tonight. Yes, Lady Mikoto mentioned that the clan leader and Masashi have important matters to discuss, so he'll be staying here tonight, Hikari carefully explained. She studied the woman's appearance and guessed, are you Bakura? That's right. Since he hasn't returned yet, would it be okay if I waited inside? Bakura found Hikari's politeness and gentle tone quite pleasing. I have some matters to discuss with him. Of course. Please come in. Hikari warmly invited her to sit in the living room and then went to make tea for her. Her hospitality made Bakura feel a little uneasy. It was just too polite. Bakura, who was more accustomed to a straightforward way of life, found Hidden Leaf Village's customs vastly different from Hidden Sand Village's. Life here was full of intricate manners and formalities, so she rarely ventured out. The disparity in customs made her uncomfortable. Honestly, some aspects of Hidden Leaf Village's way of life felt overly elaborate to her. What surprised her even more was that the people of Hidden Mist Village seemed to be even more particular about their way of life than those in Hidden Leaf Village. Watching Hikari's figure bustle about in the kitchen, Bakura, knowing the girl's background, couldn't help but feel sympathy. Before long, Hikari returned with a cup of freshly brewed tea. Thank you, Bakura said, accepting the cup from her. Oh no, I don't deserve your thanks, Hikari replied modestly, sitting across from Bakura. Her large, dark eyes stared intently at her. You're being far too polite. Is that so? Bakura murmured, holding the tea in both hands and inwardly suppressing her thoughts. Back when she was fighting against the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, she had already found the people of Hidden Mist Village to be quite peculiar. Now, looking at this girl, someone born of a ninja clan, she couldn't help but think, if even she was like this, the others had to be even more eccentric. By the way, I heard that you and your brother both changed your surname. Well, we never really had a surname to begin with, so it's not so much changing as it is adopting one, Hikari replied with a smile. But, honestly, I was quite nervous before it was finalized. No, you didn't look nervous at all, Bakura thought. The reason for her visit to Masashi today wasn't anything particularly urgent. She had simply heard that he had mastered the magnet style and was curious. She also wanted to ask him about a few other things while she was here. As Bakura mulled over her thoughts, Hikari was also observing her guest, silently marveling at her presence. This skilled user of the Scorch style was truly breathtaking in terms of physique. Her curves were undeniable, and though her expression was serious, her figure was anything but. No wonder there were so many rumors about her. According to Hikari's knowledge, Masashi was quite particular about appearances. He prioritized physique even more than facial features. Above all, however, he valued strength and disliked it when others meddled in his plans. When dealing with the Uchiha clan's arrangements, he would never openly say, "I refuse and will do things my way." Instead, he would subtly find ways to achieve the outcomes he desired. That said, a wild stallion would always choose its own rider. Hikari had prepared herself for this a long time ago, including gathering the necessary equipment in advance. Even though she wasn't a kunoichi, she understood the importance of being prepared for battle. She couldn't shake the feeling that there might already be something going on between Pakura and Masashi. As a self-proclaimed expert in theory, she could sense these things, and Pakura's demeanor wasn't exactly denying it. Perhaps this wild stallion had grown accustomed to Masashi's crop. Maybe he had frequently brushed the stallion's nose, forehead, and neck with it, or lightly swished it through the air near the horse's ears, helping it get used to the movement and sound. Then again, perhaps she was oversimplifying things. After all, a skilled rider didn't only carry a crop, their arsenal included a variety of items, allowing for diverse tactics. This realization made her feel a strong sense of urgency. The more she observed Pakura, the more formidable she seemed. Determined to act, Hikari decided she would find an excuse to hide her riding equipment upstairs later. If there was indeed going to be a riding event tonight, she wanted it to be fully under her control. Fortunately, Haku had been invited to Setsuna's house for the night, so everything was perfectly set. All that was left was to seize the moment. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she glanced at Pakura, her gaze suddenly burning with intensity. Masashi was just leaving the Fugaku residence. He had been escorted out by Itachi and Sasuke, as Fugaku had claimed to be too tired to do so himself. But Masashi's thoughts were preoccupied with other matters, specifically, how to maneuver Shizui into a position as a clan leader candidate before Fugaku retired. In truth, Shizui was the most legitimate representative of the Uchiha clan. The current system of governance had been established by Tobirama, and among his selected guards, the elite circle he designed to wield supreme power in Hidden Leaf Village, Kagami had been a key figure. As Kagami's descendant, Shizui naturally had close ties to the Hokage administration. In the original timeline, aside from Denzo, who treated everyone with suspicion, the rest of the Hokage administration genuinely saw him as one of their own. As for mastering the three sacred treasures, after borrowing so much, it was only fair to borrow a little from the clan leader too. That's enough. You two don't need to walk me any further, Masashi said, stretching his neck and arms. You're both probably tired. Go home and rest early. Uncle Masashi. Masashi, Sasuke stammered, changing his usual greeting under Masashi's threatening glare. What are these sacred treasures you and father keep talking about? And why do they require training? Good question. Because they're simply advanced ninjutsu. The term sacred treasures is just a figure of speech, Masashi replied, patting Sasuke's head. Also, call me brother from now on, okay? You're too young to be worrying about family titles. If you really tried to follow all the proper titles, you'd be tongue-tied every time you stepped out of the house. This little Indra reincarnation had somehow learned about their extended family relationships and insisted on calling him uncle. Oh. Sasuke nodded, still confused. Weren't proper titles a sign of good manners? Have you been keeping up with your training while I was away? Masashi asked. Since he had run into them, he figured he might as well check. Of course. Sasuke perked up, eager to share. Masashi, the techniques you taught me are amazing. I can totally beat Naruto now. No, you can't. You're lying through your teeth. I saw the two of you fighting, it ended in a draw, with one pulling hair and the other yanking pants. But Masashi decided not to call him out. If he embarrassed the boy, he might become even more insufferable. Alright, I'm heading out. I'm exhausted and need some rest, Masashi said, bidding the brothers farewell as he made his way to Hikari's house. Though tired, he prided himself on good hygiene. He would definitely take a bath before going to bed. During that downtime, he planned to check in on Haku's training progress. After all, the boy was his official disciple, so he couldn't afford to embarrass himself. Chapter 150, History Written in Ice and Snow. To be honest, this was the first time Masashi had stayed overnight at someone else's house in his life. Although he thought this arrangement was unnecessary, he accepted it as it was convenient. Thinking about the chance to showcase his mentor's demeanor again, he was full of enthusiasm. When he arrived at Hikari's house, the lights inside were still on. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened. Out of habit, he looked down. However, he didn't see Haku's inquisitive eyes. Instead, he saw a pair of legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, with petite, delicate feet that were both light and enticing. Hikari, where's Haku? Masashi, in his role as a somewhat overzealous mentor, was slightly disappointed. Hiko went to Elder Setsuna's house, Hikari said, her cheeks rosy. Are you working out at home? Masashi glanced at her curiously. But I thought I heard someone talking. Still unconvinced, he looked inside, hoping Hiko was just hiding and planning to surprise him. He finally started to understand why Tobirama's teaching style was so different. For control-oriented ninjas like him and Tobirama, it was fine when they weren't taking disciples. But once they did, they developed an intense desire to shape their students into their ideal vision. Watching even the smallest progress toward that vision brought an immense sense of accomplishment. Why did people enjoy playing those training simulation games on Earth? It was the same principle. Not here? What a pity. Though he felt a little disappointed, getting a good night's sleep wasn't a bad thing. Lately, his schedule had been packed, so it was rare to have some free time. Although his body had developed quite well over the years, extra rest was still a good idea. I'll stay the night here and borrow a room. Where's the guest room? The guest room. Well, there's a bedroom next to Hiku's. That should be it, Hikari said after thinking about it. The house only had 3 bedrooms in total. Alright, you carry on with what you're doing and rest early. I won't bother you much tonight since I need to train early tomorrow morning, Masashi said, already feeling a bit drowsy. He headed straight inside. As he passed the dining area, he noticed Pikura sitting in the living room. The normally cool and composed Kanoichi had a faint blush on her face. Huh? You're here too? Are you two this close? Masashi was a little surprised. He had been so busy with the festival lately that he hadn't noticed how close the two girls had become. Sort of. I actually came to find you, Pikura said with a slightly awkward smile. She couldn't help but glance at Hikari, who had followed Masashi into the house. Women from Hidden Mist Village really couldn't be judged by appearances alone. She had been utterly stunned earlier, feeling like a horse carriage had run over her face repeatedly. Today, she realized that there were far more ways to ride than she'd ever imagined. Luckily, Masashi had returned just in time to interrupt things. You came to see me? He asked, confused, dropping onto the sofa across from her. What's up? It's not a big deal, Pikura shook her head. Mostly, she wasn't in the mood anymore. She felt her worldview had been severely shaken and needed time to process everything. But she couldn't say that to Masashi. After all, she cared about her image in front of him. You should rest. I'll head back now, Pikura stood up. Let's talk when you're less busy. Alright. Masashi didn't think much of it. Girls were hard to figure out. Be careful tonight when you sleep, Pikura said something cryptic before leaving. Masashi pondered briefly. But this was the Uchiha clan's territory. To be frank, in this timeline, it was the safest place for him. In the current shinobi world, there really wasn't anyone who could simultaneously take on 3 Susanoo. Even Nagato wasn't capable of it yet. 10 years from now might be a different story. But by then, Masashi figured he wouldn't be the same either. If it came to a fight, who would win was anyone's guess. Let me serve you tonight, Hikari said, seeing Masashi heading toward the bathroom. The first time they met, she had dressed in an elegant and mature style. But in reality, she was the same age as Masashi. Her face leaned toward the cute side, though her figure was outrageously attractive. Her curves could make anyone understand why Adam made the mistake he did. One sway of her hips could be utterly tantalizing. Over time, as they got to know each other, Masashi became less concerned about physical contact. He just hoped she could adjust her mindset and not constantly accidentally bump into him. After all, he was the leader of the current Uchiha cavalry. If provoked enough, he might respond with a full-on charge or even a mounted assault. Right now, though, his mind was preoccupied with the festival. This time was different from the first. He intended to use this platform to carefully shape the Uchiha clan's image. The rift between Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan had lasted far too long. This couldn't be fixed solely by Minato's friendliness. The villagers and the wider population of civilian ninjas still held shallow, surface-level perceptions of the Uchiha members. This stood in stark contrast to their deep understanding of the Hokage. Stabilizing internal matters came first. Economic measures could prevent direct conflict between the Hokage's office and the Uchiha clan, but for the Uchiha clan to truly integrate into Hidden Leaf Village, a sustained effort in image building was essential. Considering how much effort he, a former Senshu, was putting into helping the Uchiha clan, if Madara ever got revived and didn't give him an award, it would be utterly unjust. After washing up, he went to bed early. Before sleeping, he asked Hikari to wake him up at 4 in the morning. Perhaps his expression had been particularly serious, because he felt Hikari treated this as a critical mission. However, she was indeed a reliable girl. When she promised something, she delivered. At exactly 4 in the morning, Hikari woke Masashi as agreed. Fully rested and energized, he thanked her before freshening up and heading out. Before leaving, he expressed concern for Hikari, as her complexion didn't look great. "Hikari, it's still early. Get some more rest. Thanks for waking me up so early today. I'll get an alarm clock when I return, so you won't have to worry about it anymore." "Alright, take care of yourself too," Hikari said. She felt it might be time to bring out her strategy again. Indeed, starting directly with high-speed tactics had been too abrupt, the implementation was too difficult. Today, the second Uchiha Ice and Snow Festival began as scheduled. This time, the Uchiha clan chose as the venue the very site of the Nine-Tails Rampage. Even before the festival officially started, a long line of eager visitors had already formed at the entrance. Thanks to the basic organizational discipline of the people in the ninja village, only a few ninjas were needed to maintain order, and no unpleasant incidents occurred at the venue. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony was performed by Minato, the Ice and Snow Festival officially began. Upon entering the festival, the expectant visitors immediately noticed the differences from the first festival. Gone were the unique and fantastical buildings. This time, the architectural style was one they were all familiar with, structures modeled after the traditional architecture of the Land of Fire. Each exhibition area was also marked with familiar names: the Battle of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village, the Battle of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, the Battle of Hidden Leaf Village and Kiri, the Battle of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village. Within each area, specific battle names were labeled. As they walked through the exhibits, villagers realized that this Ice and Snow Festival showcased the heroic deeds from the Third Great Ninja War. Some of the heroes' names were widely known, others were unfamiliar. But all of them were heroes of Hidden Leaf Village. The excitement of the visiting villagers and ninjas gradually turned to solemnity as they observed the exhibits. Ninjas saw echoes of past bloodshed and separations. Villagers came to understand the hardships endured by those who protected their peaceful lives. And this was precisely what Masashi wanted them to see. For the ordinary citizens of Hidden Leaf Village, their understanding of war was often fragmentary, and their knowledge of Hidden Leaf Village's history was even more limited. This lack of awareness made them susceptible to manipulation, turning them into a mob-like force. Take, for example, the suicide of Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. While he had his personal reasons and the broader context of the ninja system contributed to his downfall, the villagers' cold treatment of him had undeniably exacerbated the situation. In the original timeline, Hidden Leaf Village's decline began with the death of the White Fang. His suicide exposed some of the flaws in the collective ideology of the Will of Fire, which, while noble, was primitive in certain aspects of its application. When the leadership lacked the flexibility to address issues, this ideology could backfire and harm their own people. The villagers' ignorance of the underlying circumstances only made matters worse. History, like tragedy, would seem dull and lifeless without the chaos of sin and calamity to stir the pot. But history also had the power to eliminate prejudice and inspire passion. Unfortunately, in the world of shinobi, history was not treated as a formal academic discipline. Ninjas were only interested in the exploits of their ancestors and the inheritance of techniques, while ordinary people were almost entirely indifferent. To Masashi, this was incomprehensible. Had the people of Hidden Leaf Village understood history even slightly, the Uchiha clan in the original timeline would not have met their tragic end. Thus, for the second Ice and Snow Festival, he used his ice style to recreate the war scenes of the Third Great Ninja War with lifelike ice sculptures. He hoped this would serve as a starting point to truly bridge the gap between ninjas and ordinary villagers, and between the Uchiha clan and the rest of the village. The Uchiha and Senju clans were not only Hidden Leaf Village's founders but also its protectors. The Third Great Ninja War was far from the glorious, one-sided dominance the villagers might have imagined. Minato and the Sannin were active during the war, but their contributions were feats of exceptional individuals. Before the Battle of Kanobi Bridge, Hidden Leaf Village had already exhausted most of its resources, leading to the desperate scenario where Kakashi was hastily promoted and Minato's team split into two groups for critical missions. As for the Battle of Kikyo Pass against Hidden Sand Village, it was a grim reminder that the enemy had invaded deep into the Land of Fire, not far from Hidden Leaf Village itself. Glorious? Not even close. The only enemy Hidden Leaf Village decisively dominated was Kiri, but even that came at the cost of Dewey sacrificing his life to cripple the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Without Masashi's miraculous emergence after the war, the year 54 of Hidden Leaf Village's calendar would likely have been the village's darkest year, one where they were trampled on by Hidden Clouds Village. Through this festival, he sought to convey the true hardships of this war to the villagers. To the people of Hidden Leaf Village, this year's Ice and Snow Festival was both novel and heavy-hearted. For those with ninja family members, the exhibition offered a poignant glimpse into their loved ones' past struggles. This was far more impactful than exaggerated heroic tales. A picture was worth 1,000 words. In the modern world, Visual media was the most effective propaganda tool to connect with an audience and evoke empathy, assuming the director's heart is in the right place. Masashi wasn't a professional, but he wasn't in it for profit either. Hikari and Haku attended the festival as visitors, spending most of their time in the Hidden Mist Village War Zone section. There, Hikari saw the Yuki clan ninja sculptures created by Masashi from memory. Remarkably, he refrained from letting his personal biases as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja influence his portrayal, which was why these exhibitions resonated deeply with the audience. Meanwhile, Bakura stayed mostly in the Hidden Sand Village War Zone section, repeatedly revisiting the displays about Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. Looking back on those events, she was filled with mixed emotions. But none of the sections could rival the central stage performance in popularity. On the first day, Masashi debuted a reenactment of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. The stage was a massive sandbox. Using dynamic, shape-shifting ice and sand, he recreated the entire battle. Minato and Kakashi, as living participants of the event, voiced their own roles, while other characters were portrayed by stand-ins. For instance, Tetsuka played the role of Obito. His temperament closely resembled Obito's at that time, so the choice felt natural. Such minor discrepancies were overlooked by the audience. The story of how these two Sharingan heroes came to be deeply moved everyone who watched. After the performance, Kakashi sat backstage for a long time, lost in thought. He felt as though he had relived the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. The vivid recreation of lost comrades through the shifting ice and sand was so lifelike that it felt as though he had traveled through time. What struck him even more was the audience's reaction. As he stepped out from backstage, he was surrounded by many villagers who had came to apologize. Some of them admitted to having spoken ill of his father in the past. Masashi believed the play had not been in vain. Mistakes could not be erased, but they could be atoned for. This performance not only prompted villagers to reconsider the White Fang but also to reevaluate their views on the Uchiha clan. As for the higher-ups like Hiruzen, who were already aware that Obito had defected, they wouldn't find fault with his play. Although his wife had been killed by Obito, the Obito of the Kanabi Bridge was undoubtedly a hero. To someone like Hiruzen, who valued the village above all else, he would distinguish between the two Obitos. This ability to compartmentalize was one of the qualities that had made him stay Hokage in the first place. After the first performance concluded, Masashi thanked the voice actors before teleporting home with Flying Thunder God. There were still several performances to go, but his task for the day was complete. Now it was time for training. He had a premonition that Hidden Cloud's village would soon initiate formal negotiations. Dealing with such a troublemaking village required even greater strength if he wanted everything to proceed according to his plans. Of the 3 treasures of the Susanoo, he needed to master at least one to gain the absolute upper hand. Chapter 151, Thumbs Up to Death. The 4th Raikage, who inherited the name A, was reviewing documents in his office. Since Killer Bee's death, he had become noticeably more silent. But there was no doubt he was the strongest ninja in Hidden Cloud's village, quite literally. After finishing a document, he put down his pen. Every hour, he made it a point to stand up for a moment. His work routine was very strict. After walking around his office, he ended up at the huge window, staring out at the mountains with their snowy peaks A and B. The Raikage and the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, known as the AB combo, were the cornerstone of Hidden Cloud's village's strength. Hidden Cloud's village was not only a village that thrived on martial arts but also a truly centralized one, with supreme authority concentrated in the hands of the Raikage alone. Like the Will of Fire in Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Cloud's village also united the village under the concept of a large family. However, due to its organizational habits, which were closer to those of a clan or gang family, its cohesion was even stronger. A key requirement for this was the Raikage's strong leadership, charisma and absolute power. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki was both a partner and a personal bodyguard for the Raikage, serving as his most potent source of strength. But now, the 8 Tails was gone. The 2 Tails was still imprisoned in Hidden Leaf Village. I didn't want to delay retrieving the 2 Tails, but demonstrating weakness to emphasize Hidden Leaf Village's strength, while adopting a do-or-die attitude to deter other villages' ambitions toward Hidden Cloud's village, had been the previous strategy. This strategy couldn't exactly be called a failure. It had initially progressed as planned. If not for Masashi, by now Hidden Leaf Village should have been in a state of being feared and opposed by all the villages. This would have allowed Hidden Cloud's village to launch its second phase of actions smoothly. However, Masashi's emergence had been far too sudden. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan had only produced Shizue the Teleporter. Everyone at the time assumed that was the peak of this generation's Uchiha members. But in subsequent battles, Masashi had frequently appeared. His strength was overwhelming, and his cunning even more so. Now, the lands of earth, fire, and water formed a continuous block stretching from west to east. Although Hidden Sand Village harbored resentment toward Hidden Leaf Village, it was currently powerless to act. With the three great nations united, Hidden Clouds Village's direct interactions with others were severely constrained. If Hidden Clouds Village continued to show weakness, a pack of wolves might soon descend upon them. Stretching his neck and back in front of the window, a returned to his desk and pressed the desk buzzer. Soon, the door opened, and the leader of Hidden Clouds Village's Anbu entered. Raikage-sama. Any news on the Eight Tails? No. We've mobilized all our resources to search, and the samurai of the Land of Iron have agreed to notify us if the Eight Tails appears there. It's been almost 3 years. The Eight Tails could appear at any time, stay vigilant. Said. When it does appear, I'll personally intervene. Raikage-sama, about the next Jinchuriki, there's no choice. We don't have anyone suitable, and it's too late to train someone. Prepare Genbu. Once the Eight Tails is captured, I will become the Jinchuriki. Raikage-sama. That's too dangerous. The Anbu leader was shocked. Please reconsider. It's just a matter of sealing the Eight Tails again. Having Genbu didn't guarantee a perfect Jinchuriki. This process depended more on the individual. In Hidden Clouds Village's history, perfect Jinchuriki had only emerged in the current generation, with Killer Bee and Yujito. Their abilities were the decisive factors in becoming perfect Jinchuriki, particularly Killer Bee. He wasn't just a perfect Jinchuriki, he also had complete control over the tailed beast's power, similar to the fourth Mizukage. Yujito, on the other hand, was only a perfect Jinchuriki, far weaker than Killer Bee. No, Hidden Leaf Village is too strong right now. Hidden Stones Village won't confront them anytime soon, and Hidden Sand Village is unreliable. Will become a thorn in Hidden Leaf Village's side. The power of the Eight Tails cannot remain vacant. A decisively activated his traditional Raikage technique. I don't need your opinion. I only care about mine. Besides, the Eight Tails remembers B. With that in mind, I'll convince it. I understand. I'll begin the arrangements immediately. Not so fast. There's one more thing, stopped the Anbu leader as he turned to leave. Your old rival, what's their situation now? Oh, Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu has improved. They're not as easy to deceive as they used to be, the Anbu leader replied. Understood what he meant. They weren't as gullible as before, but with some effort, they could still be tricked. Without a true shadow force, even if Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu had veteran members training new ones, they were still far from a threat. The battle between Anbu was always a contest of the leaders. The rookie on the other side still had a long way to go to catch up. Talent took time to develop. Accumulating the experience needed for a qualitative leap would require paying a considerable price. And even then, there was no guarantee of success. Then there's no need to abandon our previous plan, tapped his desk. Continue with the arrangements. Even if Hidden Stones Village is unreliable for now, Hidden Sand Village will gladly cooperate. They know what will happen to their village if they don't. Raikage-sama, I have a question. Just say it. Given the current situation, Hidden Leaf Village is in a very favorable position. Neither Hidden Stones Village nor Hidden Mist Village is likely to challenge them. Can we rely solely on Hidden Sand Village to hold them back? As the Anbu leader, asking such a question is unqualified, glared at him. That group in Hidden Rain Village, Akatsuki, isn't their thing recruiting powerful missing ninja? Isn't Orochimaru among them? Go negotiate a price with Akatsuki. If it can be solved with money, it's not a problem. I want all the manpower they can offer, and I'll make my own moves on this end. Understood. Do you have any other orders? That's all for now. Go handle it. After dismissing the Anbu leader, pressed another buzzer. Shortly after, a young Kunoichi with white hair and brown skin entered. Draft an official document, he instructed. Inform Hidden Leaf Village that we want to formally sign a peace treaty. Understood, Raikage-sama. What goals should we base our terms on? We'll demand to join the Uchiha's new organization and request a decision-making seat. I understand, but the village's manpower is currently stretched thin. War preparations may require some time. It might not come to that. First, organize a delegation. Send a skilled negotiator to observe Hidden Leaf Village's reaction. Should we implement the plan? No. If the negotiator gains entry to Hidden Leaf Village, they are to await further orders. Focus first on exchanging Yujito back to us. Understood. During the second Ice and Snow Festival, Masashi found things much easier compared to the first festival. After all, he no longer needed to rack his brains daily to create new attractions. Now, it was enough to stage a play each day using ice and sand techniques. On the first day, the Battle of Kanabe Bridge was performed. On the second day, it was the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. The third day depicted Minato taking on Hidden Clouds Village's AB combo by himself. After that, Minato's role as a voice actor was no longer needed. The dedicated Hokage had indulged himself in the performance and then returned, satisfied, to face the battles of paperwork. On the fourth day, Masashi presented Gyui's story of sacrificing his life to cripple the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This play struck a deep chord with many in the audience. Guy was among them, crying his heart out in the stands. For this play, Masashi extended the runtime significantly, incorporating the struggles of Gyui, a man often looked down upon throughout his life. Even in a relatively kind environment like Hidden Leaf Village, such prejudice existed. This narrative arc, where the story begins with hardship and ends on a high note, made it the most impactful performance. Those who had once mocked him were now ashamed of their actions, or, at the very least, deeply uncomfortable. Masashi didn't care about their feelings. For those who gained a sense of superiority by looking down on weaker individuals, he was more than happy to make them squirm. However, the majority of the audience didn't fall into this category. In fact, many had no idea who Gyui even was. This lack of prior knowledge led to an overwhelming emotional impact by the end of the play, particularly when Gyui gave his son a thumbs up and said, "Now is the time to protect what matters most, even at the cost of your life." The audience's emotions were thoroughly stirred. Masashi's eyes sand technique further amplified the drama of the Eight Gates formation, vividly showcasing its power and consequences, leaving a lasting impression on the viewers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this single play significantly strengthened the cohesion of Hidden Leaf Village. Gyui became the most beloved, pitied, and admired character of the festival's theatrical performances, surpassing even Minato, the contemporary Hokage, in popularity. A person's attitude when facing life and death truly defines their legacy. The man who raised the future sublime blue beast of prey won over everyone with his fearless and composed acceptance of death. Subsequent plays lacked the same emotional power. On the final day, the protagonists were Kakashi and Rin. The performance stopped at the moment when Rin voluntarily sacrificed herself, temporarily denying Hidden Mist Village their control over the Three Tails. Masashi deliberately excluded Obito's involvement. Thus, the second Ice and Snow Festival concluded successfully. Although it lasted for a shorter period than the first festival, its emotional impact on Hidden Leaf Village far surpassed its predecessor. After all, the Uchiha clan, and Masashi in particular, no longer treated the festival as a mere profit-making venture. Once the festival ended, the Uchiha clan noticed a distinct shift in the villagers' attitudes toward them. Relationships between the Uchiha clan and other clans who had fought alongside them in previous wars also improved significantly. This was particularly evident with the Hyuga clan. However, this reminded Masashi of a certain event from the original timeline in year 54. Hinata, slightly younger than Naruto, was born at the end of year 51. In the original timeline, the intermittent conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village lasted 3 years, finally concluding at the end of year 54 with peace negotiations. Under the guise of forming an alliance, Hidden Clouds Village sent a delegation to sign the treaty in Hidden Leaf Village. Even though it was just a minor envoy, Hidden Leaf Village held a grand welcome ceremony. That day also happened to be Hinata's 3rd birthday. What followed was one of the most humiliating moments in the history of Hidden Leaf Village. In this timeline, however, the conflict with Hidden Clouds Village had been suppressed from the start, along with the conflict with Hidden Stones Village. Thanks to Minato's strategy of swift and decisive military action, Hidden Leaf Village minimized its losses during the Third Great Ninja War and subsequent conflicts. However, Hidden Leaf Village refrained from launching an offensive against Hidden Clouds Village. The official reasoning was a desire for peace. Normally, no one would believe such a claim, but Hidden Leaf Village's efficient defeat of Hidden Stones Village lended credibility. Masashi gained widespread fame for his role in these battles. This time, unlike in the past, he didn't kill every enemy he encountered, leaving survivors to spread his name. The real difference between Hidden Leaf Village of this timeline and the original timeline lay in its high-level combat capabilities. Despite surviving the Third Great Ninja War and 2 subsequent external conflicts, the village had suffered significant losses among its lower-level forces. Avoiding the destruction caused by the Nine Tails did not fundamentally change the fact that Hidden Leaf Village had been severely weakened, as most of the losses stemmed from the Third Great Ninja War. This was also why Hidden Leaf Village did not actively attack Hidden Clouds Village. If Hidden Clouds Village refused to sign a treaty, Hidden Leaf Village would simply continue to stall. Following the Ice and Snow Festival, Hidden Clouds Village finally made its move. In the first half of year 54, Hidden Clouds Village, seemingly unable to bear the pressure, proposed peace talks and an alliance. As the second-in-command of the Uchiha clan and a ninja of Hokage-level strength, Masashi attended the internal discussion meeting at the Hokage building. Minato announced the proposal and began soliciting opinions from various parties. Masashi immediately expressed his opposition. "Peace talks are fine, but an alliance is out of the question," he stated. explaining his reasoning to the gathered high-level officials. Hidden Leaf Village doesn't need so many allies. Our cooperation with Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Stones Village is already beneficial. Adding Hidden Clouds Village won't bring any gains, it'll only harm the interests of all three villages. Without those benefits, our alliance with Hidden Stones Village will immediately fall apart. Masashi-sama, the head of the administrative department, adjusted his glasses. Since forming an alliance with Hidden Stones Village, trade between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth has flourished. The Land of Lightning is also a wealthy nation. If we ally with Hidden Clouds Village, our funding for next year could increase significantly. That won't happen, Masashi replied, shaking his head. Once the war ends, all nations will enter a period of military contraction, except for the Land of Lightning. We need to rely more on the association's revenue. Letting Hidden Clouds Village join our alliance will only weaken our financial strength. Military contraction is inevitable, and the feudal lord's investments will decrease. This will put greater pressure on the village's self-sufficiency, leaving no room to share profits with Hidden Clouds Village. Moreover, he paused, his gaze turning unfriendly. Hidden Clouds Village should be paying compensation. If they expect to take money from Hidden Leaf Village, they can forget it. To Masashi, the head of the administrative department seemed suspicious. He hoped the man hadn't accepted bribes from a Hidden Clouds Village envoy. If he had, Masashi would ensure he faced consequences. Deciding to investigate, he resolved to have the man checked out as soon as he returned. When it came to administrative department personnel, Masashi never overestimated their integrity. While they wouldn't outright betray the village or intentionally harm its interests, they were certainly prone to personal gain in areas they didn't fully understand. Chapter 152, The Pit Beneath Hidden Leaf Village. Under the association system, Masashi had access to the accounts of all the village's financial institutions whenever he wanted. Nobody dared to refuse him this privilege. Noticing his piercing gaze, the head of the administrative department let out an awkward laugh, lowered his head, and pretended to be jotting something down in his notebook. He was thankful he hadn't yet accepted that bribe. He always completed tasks before taking money. But in his heart, he was a bit resentful. Was it really necessary for Hidden Leaf Village, in its current position of strength, to target Hidden Clouds Village so pointedly? With the Land of Lightning's vast market, the village could earn so much more, and I'm taking small gifts here and there wasn't too much to ask, was it? I'm just going to say this for everyone's benefit. Masashi withdrew his gaze and addressed the heads of other departments. Don't think making money for the association is so easy. When someone earns money, someone else inevitably loses it. So if we're all trying to come out ahead, who exactly is taking the hit? Hidden Leaf Village? It's not like everyone's going to dip into their own pockets, right? The military department heads nodded in agreement. When it came to financial decisions, if they didn't include something like as Masashi suggested, they would even doubt the reliability of the plan. Meanwhile, the non-military departments, like the administrative department and the education department, had a different take. The education department had always been Uchiha's no-go zone. They were staunch supporters of the Hokage faction, as many of its members descended from the now-defunct Senju clan. Still, they bore no particular animosity toward the Uchiha. Their sole responsibility was the training of shinobi and assigning graduates to appropriate roles, keeping them in a relatively isolated bubble. To them, the other departments were all the same. As the veritable first department of Hidden Leaf Village, they didn't stir up trouble for others, and no other department dared show them disrespect. Regarding Masashi's views, they truly had no opinion. Finance wasn't their field. As long as their funding wasn't cut, they didn't care. The administrative department, however, felt that his remarks were pointedly critical of them, though they couldn't openly say so without essentially admitting guilt. Of all departments, the administrative department had the weakest relations with others except for education. Given the chance, most departments would happily gang up against them. After his stern remarks, Masashi's tone softened. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village are both militarily strong villages, but their methods are crude and their foreign strategies lack consistency. Relying on economic enticements won't work on them. They can only be subdued through military strength. Negotiate when necessary, but don't get entangled with them beyond that. For their formations, I suggest using commercial means to plunder their resources. If the opportunity arises, eliminate their top fighters to prevent them from launching military actions at will. That doesn't seem conducive to long-term peace, someone commented. Long-term peace would eliminate the need for ninja villages, Masashi countered. Hidden Leaf Village needs opponents. Controlled conflict strengthens us, and during wartime, plunder significantly supports our financial stability. The speaker was taken aback, not expecting such a response from Masashi. Even the pacifists in the room began re-evaluating him. This Masashi was a far cry from the one who had been in Hidden Stones Village. Alright, Let's wrap up today's meeting. Minato clapped his hands. I've got a general idea of everyone's views. Thank you all for your input. As people rose from their seats, it became clear. Minato had decided to adopt Masashi's proposals. The rumors were true. Masashi really had no love for Hidden Clouds Village. The administrative department head had already planned how to sternly reprimand the Hidden Clouds Village envoy upon returning to his office. Trying to shake his loyalty to the village for such a small amount of money. Ridiculous. When the meeting adjourned, the heads of various departments and representatives filed out, leaving only a handful behind. The 5 senior members of Hidden Leaf Village remained, along with Masashi. Minato leaned back in his chair, stretching. Hiruzen, who hadn't smoked during the meeting, now pulled out his pipe and lit it leisurely. Back when the Uchiha clan was always opposing the Hokage's office, he found them troublesome. Now that Masashi was targeting Hidden Clouds Village, he felt at ease. He wholeheartedly agreed with the idea that Hidden Clouds Village were savages. How else could a people capable of such barbaric acts exist? With Hidden Leaf Village now a global power, wealthy and populous, even another clash with Hidden Clouds Village wouldn't faze him. Satisfied now? Minato asked with a smile, sitting up straight. But the Hidden Clouds Village envoy is already on their way. Why don't you join the negotiations? Sure, Masashi nodded. It was obvious Hidden Clouds Village would make outrageous demands. Personally, he admired the Hidden Clouds Village leadership. Among the 5 great villages in the original timeline, their strategies were the most effective. Internally, they maintained unity, unlike Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, or Kiri, which were riddled with internal strife. Hidden Leaf Village was all surface harmony. Hidden Sand Village descended into infighting after the disappearance of its 3rd Kazekage, and the Bloody Mist era of Hidden Mist Village was a complete mess. Externally, Hidden Clouds Village acted only after thorough preparation, never impulsively or recklessly. Their performances were convincing, and their actions solid. That's why, after the 3rd Great Ninja War, they leveraged the Hyuga incident to surpass Hidden Leaf Village and claim the top spot among the 5 villages. In the original timeline, an unprepared Hidden Leaf Village had been entirely led by the nose. Distracted by the Hyuga incident, they realized too late that they had no other options. Masashi wouldn't let Hidden Clouds Village have such an opportunity. He intended to make them suffer. By the way, who's in the Hidden Clouds Village envoy? Masashi asked. If the envoy has departed, the documentation must have arrived already, right? Yes, it has, Minato replied. But their delegation isn't particularly high-ranking. The lead envoy is a head ninja. Hokage-sama, you're not seriously going to let them send a head ninja to negotiate with you, are you? Of course not, Minato shrugged. I've already raised this issue. Even though I don't mind personally, a head ninja can't represent Hidden Clouds Village. I'm thinking of who to send to receive them. And their documentation? Masashi asked. Are you interested? Masashi, I know you dislike Hidden Clouds Village, but don't overstep. Minato and Fugaku offered different responses. Hiruzen and the 2 advisors turned their attention to him. Oh, I'm interested. But don't worry, I won't overdo it, Masashi said with a smile. Hokage-sama, let me handle the negotiations with Hidden Clouds Village. But I'll need their documentation. Ah, I see, Minato nodded. I'll have Kakashi bring the documents to you. Just don't cause any fatalities. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, Masashi replied with a grin. I just plan to remind them about negotiation protocols. A head ninja's rank is too low, we can't accept such documentation. As long as you're clear on that. Minato felt reassured. When Kakashi delivered the documents to Masashi, he had just finished his afternoon training session. Compared to before, Kakashi's eyes were much more lively. Apologies from the villagers might not mean much to someone like Masashi, but they meant a lot to Kakashi. Now, when Kakashi went out to buy some dumplings, vendors gave him a discount. The bookstore was even more enthusiastic. The owner assured him, loudly, that as soon as the new volume of Kika arrived, he'd personally deliver it to Kakashi's door. He was delighted. If only the store owner didn't speak so loudly, it would have been even better. What was the point of shouting so much when he was traveling incognito? How have you been? Masashi casually pocketed the documents Kakashi handed him, a rough gesture that made Kakashi's eye twitch. Masashi-sama, those need to be returned eventually. It's fine. The people from Hidden Clouds Village are straightforward, they won't mind such things. And if they did, he would happily teach them some manners. What Madara once did to Mew and Anuki was something many had secretly wanted to do. That wasn't considered a flaw of Madara's, in fact, his actions had aligned with the hopes of many in Hidden Leaf Village at the time. An alliance with Hidden Leaf Village? Who did they think they were? That was the prevailing thought of many. Hashirama's excessive amiability often made people view him as easily manipulated. And after Madara's apparent death at his hands, many stopped pretending altogether. Without Madara, Hidden Leaf Village's deterrence of external threats dropped significantly. This emboldened the first Kazekage to make outrageous demands during the first 5 Kage summit. But his greed got the better of him, and he almost ended up getting beaten by the other Kage. Ideologically, Masashi didn't agree with many of Hashirama's decisions. Dividing the tailed beasts was one of them. If not for Tobirama stepping in, he might have given them away for free. Those tailed beasts should have remained Hidden Leaf Village's weapons. After storing the documents, Masashi chatted with Kakashi briefly before heading toward the prison. South of the Uchiha clan grounds, past the boundary walls and continuing southeast along the mountains, lay the prison. In the opposite direction, heading southwest, one would first encounter a circular training ground with a river running through it. This was Hidden Leaf Village's 44th training ground, surrounded by over 44 locked entrances. It featured a forest and a river, with a tower in the center exactly 10 kilometers from the perimeter. This was the Forest of Death, where the Chunin exams were held in another timeline. Further west was an endless stretch of forest. This vast expanse, known as the Hidden Leaf Village Forest, belonged entirely to Hidden Leaf Village within the Land of Fire. In terms of territory, Hidden Leaf Village ranked second in the Land of Fire, second only to the daimyo. The Hokage was essentially a warlord. This massive area had been designated a military zone since Hidden Leaf Village's founding, with no civilian access. After leaving the Uchiha grounds, he encountered a team of police force ninjas. After exchanging greetings, he continued on his way. By the time he neared the prison, he had crossed paths with patrols from the security forces no less than 10 times. The prison staff were well aware of his arrival. When he reached the entrance, a ninja was already waiting for him. Although the prison appeared to operate independently, it was directly managed by the police force. With the police force no longer exclusively composed of Uchiha members, staffing was no longer an issue. For instance, the ninja who greeted him was from the Aburame clan. Since joining the police force, the clan had taken on the primary responsibility of prison security. The prison environment was ideal for the Aburame clan members. They could work and tend to their bugs simultaneously. For the prisoners, the occasional bug crawling over the walls or even their bedding might just be a normal insect, or it could be a companion of the Aburame clan. Masashi-sama. Take me to see that two-tails Jinchuriki, Masashi ordered. The Aburame ninja, maintaining the clan's characteristic taciturn demeanor, silently turned to lead the way. As a high-priority detainee, Yujito was held in the prison's lower levels. Escape was impossible. After her capture, Hidden Leaf Village's sealing team had secured her with a thorough set of seals, which they maintained monthly. The craftsmanship of the Uzumaki clan was far superior to Hidden Cloud's village's sealing techniques. Since then, she had been unable to use her chakra. At least, that was the appearance she presented. When Masashi appeared in the expansive underground prison, Yujito immediately recognized him. The underground prison was essentially a large pit with a base area of over 100 square meters. The walls were covered in intricate seals designed to detect any chakra activity. The detainee had plenty of room to eat, sleep, and move around. Ignoring her hostile glare, he leaped down into the pit, landing directly in front of her. Startled, Yujito quickly backed away. However, her movements were slow and clumsy. She was entirely unable to use chakra. At least, that's how it seemed. Masashi glanced at her and nodded. A perfect Jinchuriki. Not bad. Yujito's expression soured. Masashi paid her no mind and instead turned to the Aburame ninja above. Let the sealing team know they don't need to maintain the seals anymore. This one will soon be exchanged back to Hidden Cloud's village. Just make sure her meals are decent. Understood, Masashi-sama. After the Aburame ninja left, Yujito asked cautiously, I can return? More or less, but not just yet, Masashi replied after some thought. Your village sent a high-ranking envoy for negotiations, which voids the previous agreement. He carried official documents and was a formal envoy, Yujito protested, her expression shifting. If the village is negotiating an alliance, Hidden Leaf Village should at least receive our representatives before deciding. Masashi sneered. For someone in prison, you sure think a lot. Fine, lift your shirt. Yujito froze, staring at him in disbelief. Are you going to assault me? With your 2 pancakes? What nonsense are you imagining? Masashi replied disdainfully. Hurry up. I need some of Two Tails' chakra, consider it your pay. His eyes turned crimson as chakra chains materialized in his hands. Chapter 153, The Two Tails Choice. Matatabi was frolicking in Yujito's sealing space. It was essentially an easily satisfied big cat. By human reckoning, just a few decades ago, It had been a free and unrestrained feline. Back then, tailed beasts were mostly left alone, free to choose their favorite environments to laze around or cause some chaos. Aside from a few exceptional individuals, there were no humans capable of threatening them. Plus, even if they were taken down, tailed beasts would revive in a few years. It was just a matter of time before they were back to their former glory. But a few decades ago, two monsters emerged among humanity. At first, it wasn't too bad. Then, one day, the most arrogant and showy member of the tailed beast family, Kurama, was captured by someone named Madara. And just like that, Kurama became his pet. Word spread that Kurama was used in a battle against another monster, and then the monster walking him around ended up dead. Honestly, good riddance. Served them right for their arrogance. But soon the tailed beasts realized something horrifying. Strong humans seem to have unlocked some bizarre potential. First, the restless one-tail, Shukaku, got captured by a group of desert-dwelling people in headscarves. Then came the strongest of those two monsters, the victor of their showdown. One by one, he captured the remaining 7 tailed beasts. As if capturing them wasn't bad enough, he had the gall to apologize before sealing them away. "Sorry, friend, but you're too strong and need to be sealed." Wasn't that just a human way of insulting someone? Such fake courtesy. The first monster only walked Kurama like a dog, but this second one? He treated them like poultry to be caged. Where did he get the audacity to say that? Recently, though, Matetabi hadn't been able to connect with Ujido. The seal had clearly been strengthened. Well, it made sense, it was an Uchiha ninja, after all. The tailed beasts had excellent memories. Aside from the Sage of Six Paths, the Uchiha clan appeared most often in their recollections. And those memories were never pleasant. Always with their controlling ways, thinking they could master everything they saw. Still, if nothing was happening to it, then Ujido was probably fine. So Matetabi didn't worry. On the contrary, as a naturally solitary creature, it cherished this rare tranquility and embraced its alone time with glee. In the ceiling space, time measurement was tricky, but tailed beasts didn't care. When bored, Matetabi would sleep. When awake, it would wander aimlessly. This was its happy, solitary routine. After waking from yet another nap, Matetabi bounded around its space as usual. Just as it debated whether to spit fire for fun, a figure appeared in the ceiling space. Ujido? Matetabi lowered its massive head to look more closely at the visitor. It wasn't Ujido, it was that Uchiha. Yo. Masashi waved at the massive cat. You must be Matetabi. Matetabi narrowed its eyes and circled him. There was an air of grace, calm, and aloofness about it. Simply put, it was very much a cat, except this cat was engulfed in blue chakra flames. He found its demeanor incredibly appealing. He never liked the loud and obnoxious types. Kurama was just too noisy. Want to get out of here, Matetabi? You're an Uchiha. I don't trust you, Matetabi replied. Could you leave? I prefer peace and quiet. Despite effectively kicking him out, its voice remained gentle. Fair enough. Who doesn't like peace? Masashi was beginning to like this tailed beast. So he changed his approach. Could you give me a portion of your chakra? I'll return it to you. My chakra? Matetabi tilted its head in confusion. This was its first direct encounter with this Uchiha. Unlike their previous battles alongside Ujido, this one didn't exude an aggressive aura. In fact, Masashi felt entirely different from other Uchiha members. There wasn't even a trace of malice in him, and tailed beasts were very sensitive to such things. Exactly. Sealing you inside a human is a cruel thing to do. I want to invite you to be my companion? Matetabi tilted its head further, trying to process what Masashi meant. You want to enslave me? Like the way you Uchiha handle Kurama? Why enslave you? Others are others, I am me. You 9 are all tailed beasts, yet each of you is unique. Humans are the same. Even with the same bloodline, we think differently, Masashi explained, his voice carrying a note of sincerity that surprised even him. Despite our different forms of life, we're similar because we think and perceive the world. That's what sets us apart from ordinary animals. You're an odd Uchiha. Matetabi remained skeptical, elegant yet aloof. But I don't need a companion. You will someday. In this era, no one can remain entirely free. Otherwise, why did the tailed beasts lose their freedom in the first place? Masashi continued, carefully choosing his words. My clan has a large territory. When you're free, I'll invite you to live there. Anyone who wants to harm you will have to face the Uchiha clan first. You just said you're different from other Uchiha. True, but I can represent the Uchiha clan and form a lasting alliance with you. If one day you find my descendants unworthy, you can leave. Madara rode Kurama. Was it so unreasonable for me to ride Matetabi? The thought crossed his mind as he watched the massive cat's reactions. To be honest, the giant snakes of Rishi Cave were no longer suitable for his summoning needs. A tailed beast like Matetabi would be perfect? Because of that, Yujiro had to die, if not now, then eventually. But he'd have to handle this delicately. He wasn't sure what kind of bond Matetabi and Yujiro shared. Perfect Jinchuriki like Naruto could become almost like siblings with their tailed beasts. We'll see. Matetabi didn't entirely trust him but refrained from mentioning Yujiro. It had grown used to its current container and wasn't eager to switch. Alright. Then, can I have a portion of your chakra? Sorry, I refuse, Matetabi said without hesitation. It didn't care much about its chakra, but since it didn't trust him, it wouldn't comply. Still, it prepared for a fight. Masashi didn't attack, though. Instead, his Sharingan stared unblinkingly at Matetabi, making it uneasy. Fine, take it. Just stop looking at me like that, Matetabi grumbled. Those eyes. Always those eyes. It reluctantly extended a paw and peeled off a chunk of solid chakra, tossing it before Masashi. Thanks. He smiled, his chakra chain swiftly binding the portion of Two Tails' chakra. With the chakra secured, he vanished from Matetabi's sight, leaving the great beast alone with its thoughts once more. Deep within the underground cells of Hidden Leaf Village's prison, a large group of ninjas from the police force and the sealing team had gathered. Remember, we need her stable for this, the sealing team leader said quietly. Their gazes were fixed on two figures at the bottom of the cell. One was Masashi, one of Hidden Leaf Village's top-ranking ninjas. The other was Yujiro, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. When the group arrived, Masashi had immediately used his Sharingan to control Yujiro. He then lifted her clothing slightly and placed his hand on her abdomen, which soon began to glow with a brilliant chakra light. To think an Uchiha could master this. One of the senior seal masters muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing at the display. The members of the sealing team remained calm, but many of the police force ninjas, seeing physicalized chakra for the first time, were awestruck. A young officer leaned forward, nearly losing his balance. Is this why they say he's different from Mother Uchiha? Different. And dangerous, a Hyuga observer replied softly, his Byakugan active as he studied the chakra flow. In the shinobi world, 99% of people would go their whole lives without seeing tangible chakra, let alone its physical manifestation. This kind of display was a sign of mastery, both in terms of chakra control and sheer volume. For instance, among the Uzumaki clan, the adamantine sealing chains were a powerful sealing technique that only a rare few could master. The materialized chakra chains were the hallmark of strong Uzumaki clan members. For ordinary ninjas, a single hit from these chains could spell death or at least serious injury. Mido, who married Hashirama, had such abilities to back her up. She was a top figure in her clan and had defeated countless enemies on the battlefield with her adamantine sealing chains. That Masashi could wield this technique was no secret among Hidden Leaf Village's high-ranking officials or the surviving Uzumaki clan members. Yet, witnessing it in person still evoked amazement. This era had produced such an abnormal Uchiha, a thought that unsettled many. Aside from bloodline limits incompatible with his Sharingan, it seemed there was no ninjutsu he couldn't copy. Suddenly, the group saw Masashi take a step back. On reflex, all the ninjas adopted combat stances, prepared to subdue Yujiro the moment she so much as twitched a finger. As for whether they might accidentally kill her, well, wasn't enhanced resilience a basic requirement for a Jinchuriki? However, they quickly realized their concern was unnecessary. As Masashi retreated, a blue mass of chakra was pulled out of Yujiro's body. Still under the influence of the Ganjutsu, Yujiro unconsciously let out a rather improper noise. Hearing this, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas silently labeled her in their minds, though their attention quickly shifted to the chakra itself. Masashi-sama, is this the Two Tails chakra? A curious Hyuga clan member asked. The chakra was stunningly beautiful. It resembled a flame but was undeniably solid. Yes, isn't it pretty? Masashi replied with a smile before taking out a sealing scroll and sealing the chakra within it. Obtaining this chakra served two purposes, research and, more importantly, a means to locate Matetabi quickly upon its eventual resurrection. Of course, his original plan had been purely for research. He recalled vividly how, in the original timeline, Naruto had gained 6 paths power. A critical prerequisite was having chakra from all 9 tailed beasts. Through these chakra fragments, Naruto connected with the tailed beasts' true forms, effectively becoming the Jinchuriki of all 9. The chakra of the tailed beasts was one of the fastest paths to attaining 6 paths power. And when Sasuke betrayed him later, the first thing he did was seal away 8.5 of the tailed beasts. Otherwise, what chance would he have stood? Even with the Rinnegan and perfect Susanoo, it wouldn't have been enough against Naruto's nearly infinite reserves of chakra. After sealing the Two-Tails chakra, Masashi stored the scroll and released the Genjutsu on Yujito. With her connection to Matetabi severed by the Uzumaki sealing technique, she was utterly unable to resist Masashi's Genjutsu. However, she was fully aware of what had just transpired. Her eyes, though weary, burned with anger. "What did you do to Matetabi?" she demanded, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Don't act like you two are genuinely companions," Masashi replied flatly. "That's just a convenient narrative you tell yourselves. In reality, you're merely weapons of Hidden Cloud's village. I don't blame you for it, but it's the truth." Masashi-sama, one of the sealing team ninjas called out, saluting him. "Are you sure we don't need to keep this woman sealed any longer?" Hearing this, Yujito's expression briefly brightened. She was eager to reconnect with Matetabi as soon as possible. "No, keep her sealed," Masashi said casually. "I was just teasing her. She's dreaming if she thinks she'll be unsealed while still in prison." Yujito's face fell. This guy was a scumbag, playing with her emotions. Wait. Was that really the issue? Before she could respond, Masashi had already vanished. Left with no choice, she watched stoically as a group of sealing team ninjas approached her. "Please cooperate. It will be over quickly. Don't force us to use violence." Above, the police force ninjas cracked their knuckles, their faces practically screaming, "Are you thinking of resisting? Go ahead and try." Suppressing her irritation, Yujito sat down heavily on a nearby bench and spread her arms. "Fine. Get it over with." While Yujito endured another round of sealing maintenance, Masashi used the Flying Thunder God to return to the Uchiha clan compound. This time, he had left a mark in the prison, saving himself future trouble. As soon as he returned, he noticed Kakashi had come back. "What is it?" Masashi asked, then suddenly remembered. "Oh, my bad. I'll write to Jiraiya right away to see if he has any new works." At his words, the surrounding women, older ladies and young girls alike, turned to look at Kakashi with knowing expressions. "Masashi-sama, what are you talking about?" Kakashi, not yet as thick-skinned as he would become, sounded flustered. "I came to tell you that Hidden Cloud's village's envoy has entered the forest." "Oh, they've arrived? Which gate are they headed to?" "The north gate." "Got it. I'll go now," Masashi said with a glint in his eye. As he prepared to leave, he paused to pat Kakashi on the shoulder. "By the way, who's in this envoy?" "Huh?" Kakashi blinked. "Just their official envoy and some accompanying ninjas. About a dozen people." "Who's their envoy?" "Hidden Cloud's village's head ninja." "Why? See? This is what I mean by lacking awareness," Masashi said with mock disappointment. "Such a glaring flaw, and you didn't notice? By protocol, as the victors, we sent a jonin to Hidden Cloud's village to sign the treaty. So, if Hidden Cloud's village is coming to Hidden Leaf village, shouldn't their envoy be one of their higher-ups at the very least?" "Sorry, I overlooked that," Kakashi replied, finally understanding Masashi's point. He had no desire to follow this line of reasoning. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Go ahead." Masashi let him off the hook with a kind smile. Young people needed more experience, after all. As for the imposters pretending to be Hidden Cloud's village's envoys, it was naturally up to someone as considerate and village-minded as him to handle them. The friendship between Hidden Lee Village and Hidden Cloud's village must not be tarnished by shady individuals. Chapter 154, Diplomatic Deception at the Northern Gate of Hidden Lee Village. A team of Hidden Lee Village ninjas waited patiently. According to the intelligence reports, the delegation from Hidden Cloud's village had already entered the forests surrounding Hidden Lee Village. They were expected to rest at a nearby temple before formally entering the village through the northern gate. However, the expressions of the Hidden Lee Village ninjas were far from welcoming. The reason? A low-ranking head ninja was leading the delegation. Before the Third Great Ninja War, ninja ranks had been standardized after Hidden Lee Village's model, Geinin, Chunin, and Jonin. During the war, Hidden Lee Village introduced the rank of Special Jonin, which was quickly copied by the other villages. These individuals were responsible for organizing multiple lower-level ninja squads on the battlefield while receiving directives from their assigned Jonin. This arrangement suited Hidden Cloud's village's philosophy of strength and helped ease the organizational burdens on their Jonin during warfare. By contrast, Hidden Lee Village's special Jonin often operated in specialized units or as independent operatives, frequently transitioning into roles within the Anbu or the police force, like the Uchiha clan's elite members. Yet, at the end of the day, a special Jonin was still technically a Chunin. For Hidden Cloud's village to send a Chunin-level emissary was, understandably, a sore point for Hidden Lee Village. In the shinobi world, the personnel and venue for treaty signings often reflected the relative strength of the two parties. The stronger party dictated terms, often selecting the weaker party's territory for negotiations while choosing a delegate of higher rank to emphasize superiority. For example, during the last treaty signing with Hidden Stones Village, Minato had sent Masashi, not just to remind Hidden Stones Village of Hidden Leaf Village's superiority, but also to extend respect to the elderly Sushi Kage in hopes of fostering goodwill between the villages. Conversely, in cases where the weaker party initiated negotiations on the stronger party's turf, their delegates needed to be of considerable rank to save face. This was evident in Kiri's dealings with Hidden Leaf Village. The first delegation included a surviving member of the original 7 ninja swordsmen, who carried enough weight. The second visit saw the Mizukage himself traveling to Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village, adhering to protocol, extended high-level receptions on both occasions. Yet not all villages were as respectful. Hidden Clouds Village, in particular, had a reputation for disregarding protocol, earning them criticism even from villages like Hidden Mist Village during its bloody mist era. Even Hidden Sand Village, the perennial underdog among the 5 great villages, displayed more courtesy than Hidden Clouds Village. At least Hidden Clouds Village had sent someone from the Yatsuki clan this time, a small consolation. But rank still mattered, and a head ninja was not enough. While the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were still fuming over this slight, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Masashi-sama. The team exclaimed in unison upon recognizing him. "There's no need for you to wait any longer," Masashi said casually, addressing the group. "The Hokage has entrusted me with the task of receiving the Hidden Clouds Village delegation." But the team leader, a Chunin, began hesitantly, seemingly dissatisfied. Masashi initially thought the man was upset about having his task taken over, but instead, the Chunin indignantly exclaimed, "How can someone of your stature be sent to receive a mere head ninja?" Close call. Masashi mentally sighed in relief, grateful for his habit of letting others finish speaking before reacting. "Ah, don't say that." He playfully threw an arm around the man's shoulder. "We're all from Hidden Leaf Village here, no need for such formality. Besides, I've got free time. You all work so hard, so take the day off. Tonight, go have some fun, and tell the shops to put it on my tab." But the team leader's face flushed with embarrassment. "That's too generous of you. All right, you can stop pretending now, or I might revoke the offer," Masashi thought wryly. "Don't worry about it. I have a monthly quota for this kind of thing. Might as well use it. Then we'll gladly accept." "Exactly, that's the spirit." After a round of hearty banter, Masashi gave the team the rest of the day off and inquired about the Hidden Clouds Village delegation's whereabouts before heading out. "A temple, huh? Nice and quiet." Masashi recalled that the temple was no longer in use, serving merely as a waypoint for travelers entering Hidden Leaf Village. There had been recent discussions in the village about demolishing such old structures to build proper inns or taverns. This could save on demolition costs and possibly even extract some funds from Hidden Clouds Village in the process. Humming to himself, he made his way to the temple, choosing to walk instead of using the Flying Thunder God. He wanted to surprise the Hidden Clouds Village emissaries. In a decrepit temple in the northern forests of Hidden Leaf Village, the so-called Hidden Clouds Village delegation rested, replenishing their supplies of food and water. The lead emissary, a Hidden Clouds Village Jonin, sat silently on the temple steps, eating. This was no head ninja but a full-fledged Jonin. Fully aware of the perilous nature of this mission, the original plan had been to send a head ninja. However, the selected head ninja was deemed unfit for the task's new requirements and was demoted to the role of deputy emissary, a backup tool in the broader scheme. The role of lead emissary was instead taken up by a Jonin of the Yatsuki clan who had volunteered himself. His name was Matsu. As the original rulers of the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, the Yatsuki clan had been the first to ally with the first Raikage, ceding their lands to establish Hidden Clouds Village. Though they had never held the Raikage title, they had long been the Raikage's closest allies and the premier bloodline clan of the village, famous for their mastery of storm style. Over time, the Yatsuki and Raikage clans had become so mixed through intermarriage that distinguishing them was nearly impossible. Even Masashi, who had dealt with the Yatsuki clan members in the past, could no longer differentiate the two. This closeness also meant the Yatsuki clan fully supported the Raikage's decisions, especially since the next Raikage was likely to be Darui, a Yatsuki clan member. At just 13 years old, he was already a Chunin and had inherited the clan's signature storm style. "Captain," a Hidden Clouds Village ninja suddenly spoke, "someone is approaching." "Is it a Hidden Leaf Village ninja?" Matsu asked. "Not sure yet," the Sensor ninja replied. "But their chakra is immense, at Kage level." The Sensor ninja, a rare breed in the shinobi world, looked visibly unsettled. The chakra he sensed was so overwhelming that everyone present, save for Matsu, would be utterly insignificant before the approaching figure. Even he might need to flee. The difference in chakra was that vast. Tell everyone to be prepared, he ordered, setting down his food. This is Hidden Leaf Village's territory, so it's undoubtedly one of their elites. Stay calm, and you'll be fine. In the forests surrounding Hidden Leaf Village, stepping off the main road caused the light to dim significantly. During the day, it was tolerable. At night, it became eerily sinister. This forest had existed for an exceedingly long time. Compared to the first timeline, not much had changed aside from the addition of a few paths. The once proud Senju clan had lived here. It was in this forest that Atama met his end. The Uchiha ninja who killed him was later taken down by Tobirama and Muzo. This forest bore witness to countless grievances between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Even their ultimate reconciliation occurred here. But the peace wasn't born out of mutual understanding. It was simply because both sides grew tired of killing. Neither the victors nor the defeated wanted to continue, realizing that surviving one day didn't guarantee living through the next. At that point, the ninjas of both clans had one common thought: I just want an easy win, I'm tired of evenly matched battles. Even Madara himself was worn out. If it weren't for the death of Izuna, he wouldn't have had the will to keep fighting. Unlike other Uchiha, he had lost interest even in easy victories. He didn't want to fight anymore. All he wanted was to find a wife for his brother and fulfill his paternal instincts. Then, he imagined himself lounging on a recliner, basking in the sun, with his brother's kids calling him uncle. The thought brought a rare smile to his face. This was the ultimate dream of the most stubborn man in the ninja world, Madara. And no, this wasn't something Masashi made up. He had personally heard Madara tell this to Hashirama. At the time, Masashi and Kai were sparring nearby, both eavesdropping. Don't think they were slacking off. But toward the end of the Senju Uchiha battles, slacking had become commonplace. After Izuna's death, Madara's only remaining support was the dream he had once shared with Hashirama during their childhood. As for that dream, both the former Muzo and the current Masashi had their opinions. Trees whisked past as he sped through the forest, heading toward the temple. By now, the sky had darkened. When he left the prison, the sun was already setting. Now, the last rays of light had disappeared, and the night wind rustled the treetops, making the shadows dance like sinister creatures. In his original life, Masashi would have avoided such a spooky place at all costs. But after the first life in the shinobi world, he didn't fear ghosts anymore. In fact, he feared they wouldn't show up. Activating his Sharingan, the chakra world unfolded before his eyes. In this world, all living things possessed chakra. Those who couldn't manipulate it, ordinary people, animals, and plants, simply lacked the ability to mold it, making it seem as if they didn't have it at all. The Sage of Six Paths' greatest contribution to this world wasn't his moving tales of brotherhood or his natural possession of chakra that he spread around. It was his discovery of how to mold chakra by combining physical and spiritual energies. Before the sage, chakra referred solely to the power of the divine tree. After the sage, chakra became a general energy system. Regardless of whether one inherited the divine tree's power, anyone with physical and spiritual energy, and talent, could mold and use this energy called chakra. This marked the beginning of the chakra era. The descendants of the sage were especially powerful because their chakra was unique. They inherited a part of the divine tree's power. This power manifested in special abilities or unique physiques. Today, the closest accessible power to the divine tree was that of the tailed beasts. Masashi had been preparing for this for a long time. The chakra of the two tails was only the beginning. Next up, the 8 tails. Finally, the temple's silhouette came into view, along with over a dozen chakra signatures. In his view, one chakra presence stood out, surpassing the typical threshold. This was the mark of a true Jonin. Wasn't the envoy supposed to be just a low-level messenger? It didn't matter. It wouldn't affect his plans. He quickened his pace, and the dozen chakra signatures grew more prominent, though their colors remained unchanged. Who was there? A voice called from the darkness. We are. Before the speaker could finish, Masashi had already infiltrated their makeshift camp. The sound of kunai and shuriken slicing through the air echoed. Stay alert. Enemy attack. Stand down. The camp descended into chaos. Hidden Leaf Village's forest at night was indeed effective at creating an ominous atmosphere. But the chaos was mainly due to Masashi's sudden and aggressive approach. For ninjas, distrusting strangers was instinctive. The first reaction to an unfamiliar presence was to grab a weapon. Only those supremely confident in their strength might instead prepare chakra or covertly form hand signs, ready to strike at any moment. As for the incoming weapons, he paid them no mind. He activated his Sharingan and formed the white chakra cloak, effortlessly deflecting the shuriken aimed at him. With a light leap, he landed on the temple's rooftop. Below him were over a dozen Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Some were still mid-throw, while others hesitated. A Hidden Clouds Village Jonin barked an order, halting their actions. Standing on the rooftop, Masashi gazed down, meeting the Jonin's eyes. The Jonin, Matsu, recognized him immediately. That iconic Sharingan, combined with the technique and age of the individual, confirmed his identity. Not to mention, the face matched the photos from their intelligence reports. From Masashi's actions, Matsu was certain the man knew they were Hidden Cloud's village envoys. His sudden appearance and deliberate provocation of their reflexive hostility made it clear he wasn't here for a friendly chat. Hopefully, this was just a warning. Masashi. Matsu stepped forward, tilting his head back to address him. I am Yatsuki Matsu. We are envoys from Hidden Cloud's village, here to negotiate an alliance with Hidden Leaf village. Masashi remained silent, his crimson Sharingan scanning the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. One by one, they lowered their gazes, avoiding his eyes. Hidden Cloud's village? Masashi finally spoke. That doesn't seem right. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas collectively looked up sharply, while Matsu felt a sinking sensation in his chest. Surely you jest. I never joke with enemies. Masashi pulled a crumpled document from his pocket. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas immediately recognized it as one of their official letters, now dirt-stained and wrinkled. The fact that the infamous White Ghost was treating it so casually fueled their anger. But they held it in. They couldn't win here, and fighting was absolutely not an option. Personal honor was a small matter. Ruining the village's plans was a sin too grave to bear. Let me take a look. Masashi leisurely flattened the document. It says here that the Hidden Cloud's village envoy is led by a head ninja. And you think such a person is fit to negotiate peace with Hidden Leaf village? He casually tossed the document to Matsu. A head ninja would never reach the rank of Jonin. Masashi's gaze bore into him. So it's rather curious that someone of your level is here. Matsu caught the document. This is a misunderstanding, he replied calmly. The village recognized an oversight after the document was issued, so a new one was prepared. We have it with us and can verify its authenticity. That's irrelevant, Masashi said with a faint smile. Documents are man-made. Forgeries can appear authentic. Without the Raikage present, there's no way to confirm anything. You said your surname is Yatsuki? The name piqued his interest. On closer inspection, Matsu's blonde hair and fair skin matched the Yatsuki clan he remembered. Yes. Documents can be falsified, but the bloodline limit of the Yatsuki clan cannot. Prove your identity with your power. Chapter 155, Document written in blood. Masashi, I don't quite understand what you mean. Matsu was now certain that Masashi was here to pick a fight. As the intel suggested, he was the biggest obstacle in this negotiation. So, you admit it? Masashi asked. I already found it suspicious when I saw the documents. For a village as prominent as Hidden Cloud's village, how could they send just one leader? And now, suddenly, a Jonin appears out of nowhere. Do you think Hidden Leaf village is some random place? You missing ninja are so used to being unruly that you think the 5 great villages share your lack of discipline? The temple groaned under immense strain, and in the eyes of the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas, the white chakra surrounding Masashi on the rooftop reappeared. But this time, it wasn't just a faint layer. It spread rapidly, forming a massive outline. Before Matsu could issue any orders, the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas quickly retreated. Barely a moment later, the temple collapsed with a deafening roar, and a towering, angular white giant rose from the rubble. With a casual sweep of its hand, a torrent of debris rained down on the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. At this point, they abandoned all other concerns and used their jutsu. A massive combination of water jutsu surged forth to block the barrage of debris. Water, huh? Masashi, inside the Susanoo shaped like a mobile suit, said sarcastically. You're pretending to be Hidden Cloud's village ninjas, but you're not even using lightning style? Alright, then. A massive flaming sword extended nearly 100 meters, slicing through the combined water attacks like tofu. Nearly half of the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas were engulfed by the massive flame sword. As the spiritual energy of the engulfed ninja was drained through the flaming sword, their bodies first shriveled up before turning into burning human torches. The 3 sacred treasures of Susanoo were truly convenient. Not only did it drain spiritual energy, but it also nullified enemy jutsu instantly. Even the basic rules of element affinity, like water defeating fire, were ignored. The water created with chakra was decomposed as soon as it made contact with the sword, its spiritual energy absorbed, and the remaining water couldn't resist the high temperatures of his Kagatsuchi. Of course, this was also because the skill level of the 2 sides was too far apart. If it were a water jutsu from someone like Agura, Masashi wouldn't use such a simple and straightforward approach. The giant flaming sword retracted into Susanoo's hand. With a leap, Susanoo covered over 10 meters and landed heavily, crushing several still burning figures into the ground. True obliteration. No wonder Madara loved activating his Susanoo, this thing was addictively powerful. especially when there were no side effects. For one against many situations, starting with Susanoo was more convenient than anything else. Still, the full body form was the best. Only the complete Susanoo could act as a multiplier for the user's ninjutsu and fully unleash their power. Otherwise, it was merely a big brute that could throw punches. In high-level battles, both strength and skill were indispensable. Take Hashirama, for example. Call him simple-minded or foolish, but his fighting style was truly an art, dazzling with tactics and strategies. The remaining Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were running for their lives. The White Ghost had gone mad. He was intent on killing the diplomatic envoy. White Ghost, are you insane? We really are an official envoy from Hidden Clouds Village. Matsu shouted desperately, feeling like the world had gone mad. The usually gentle Hidden Leaf Village had deliberately set a trap and was now slaughtering the envoy. Was this still Hidden Leaf Village? And Hidden Clouds Village, known for its boldness and strength, sent an envoy only to be chased and cut down? Was this still Hidden Clouds Village? After Muso, another madman had emerged in Hidden Leaf Village. Masashi. Are you trying to emulate Muso? First you call me White Ghost, then you call me by my name. Am I your dad or something? Do you get to call me whatever you want? Matsu's face turned beet red, not knowing if it was from running or anger. You fucker. Before the words had fully landed, the familiar roaring sound erupted behind him, accompanied by suffocating heat waves. Holy crap. Matsu used the lightning body flicker, diving sideways like a starving dog, smashing through several trees in the process. The splintered wood nearly pierced his eye sockets, but he couldn't care less. As he soared through the air, he looked back to see a sea of red flames surging past his feet, engulfing the area he had just fled. Horrified screams echoed as his comrades' figures writhed and struggled in the inferno before falling silent. Matsu shot out of the forest like a cannonball, landing heavily in the mud and rolling far. Dazed and disoriented, a burning sensation spread from his foot. Recalling the intel describing Masashi's jutsu, he acted without hesitation. He crudely reset his dislocated arm and, despite the pain, grabbed his water flask and poured it over his foot. Hiss. The sound of flesh searing on a hot griddle was accompanied by rising steam that scalded his hand, raising blisters. He gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. When the flask was empty, the burning sensation on his foot finally subsided. He tossed the flask aside and examined his now mangled hand before looking at his foot. It was visibly smaller. At least it still had feeling, it wasn't completely useless. Despair filled his heart. Such overwhelming strength. It was unlike the Raikage's raw power. Was this the rumored Kage-level strength? No wonder they said only another Kage-level ninja could match one. Raising his head, he saw the forest on the other side ablaze, flames soaring into the night sky, dyeing half the sky red. As a jonin, he was in this state. His comrades were likely all dead by now. Suddenly, he saw Masashi emerge from the forest. Your reflexes aren't bad. Are you really going to push Hidden Clouds Village to the brink? Matsu sweated profusely. The air was heavy with overwhelming chakra pressing in from all directions. Even his chakra release had reached such a terrifying level. Facing the monster before him, he felt a bitter taste in his heart. Hidden Clouds Village still underestimated the strength of Masashi. He had grown stronger, far stronger than before. An ice giant? That was already in the past. The giant just now was pure, unadulterated, and cold chakra. And that sword, there was something off about it. It had the power to break through jutsu. I've already told you, we are an envoy from Hidden Clouds Village, and the documents are on me, Matsu gritted his teeth and said. Even though Masashi had slaughtered the envoy without mercy, he hadn't forgotten that Masashi was still trying to frame them as imposters disguised as Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Despite the rumors labeling Masashi as bloodthirsty and cruel, he was no second Muso. His brutality always operated within the framework of the shinobi world's rules. A rogue, yes, but a rogue who followed the rules. Thus, even if Matsu were to die here, he had to insist he was a true envoy from Hidden Clouds Village. Whether the truth would come to light later wasn't his concern. His responsibility was to fulfill his role. After speaking, Matsu reached for the documents on his person. Even if Masashi were to pin him to the ground with his flame sword, he had to ensure the document in his possession would be safely presented to him. He was betting on Masashi's underlying adherence to the rules, betting that the White Ghost wouldn't destroy the document. Matsu's actions were all under Masashi's watchful gaze. The tomoe in his Sharingan rotated slightly as he summoned a flame sword into his hand. He looked at the Hidden Clouds Village ninja before him. This ninja likely knew he was doomed but was still clinging to the document. Masashi's mind wandered to another individual, a man he had only met once, who had been mocked his entire life yet left the world in a blaze of unparalleled heroism. Though their purposes differed, their attitudes in the face of death were strikingly similar. Finally, Matsu pulled out the document. Using his one remaining functional hand, he carefully extracted it, worried it might be stained with blood and ruin the writing. He held the document high, avoiding what he thought might be the trajectory of Masashi's flame sword, and locked eyes with him. Fear filled his gaze, but his hand was steady, as though holding not a document but his very life. "What's your name?" Masashi asked. "Matsu, Jonin of Hidden Clouds Village. Since you're from the Yatsuki clan, why not use storm style? You can learn any jutsu you see. Storm style is not mine alone." Masashi smirked. So, his reputation had truly spread. That was inconvenient. Couldn't these people have a little more confidence? Storm style was a bloodline limit, for heaven's sake. Sharingan couldn't copy bloodline limits, this was common knowledge. The flame sword vanished from his hand. "Hand over the document," he said, extending his hand. Matsu was overjoyed. He staggered to his feet and respectfully placed the document in Masashi's hand. Masashi unrolled it. It was authentic, bearing the fourth Raikage's personal signature. The anti-counterfeiting markers matched the previous documents. "I'll have the Hokage verify the Raikage's signature, but you still won't be meeting the Hokage." "My mission was to deliver the fourth Raikage's signed document," Matsu said with a pleading look. "That's enough, isn't it? What are you thinking? If you might actually be from Hidden Clouds Village, of course you won't be killed." Masashi glanced at him. "Congratulations, you survived." Matsu was stunned. Masashi rolled the document back up and placed a hand on Matsu's shoulder to activate the Flying Thunder God. The two instantly reappeared at the entrance of the police force. The Uchiha ninja guarding the entrance saw Masashi holding a man and quickly approached. "Send a squad to escort him to the hospital. This man is suspected to be an important figure from Hidden Clouds Village. Detain him for now, and if he acts up, kill him." He handed Matsu to his clansman, then looked him in the eye. "You heard what I said. Behave, or you'll leave here dead." Still dazed, Matsu nodded instinctively. An Uchiha ninja took control of him, not caring about how miserable he looked. The ninja called into the police force building, summoning a 4-man patrol team. The team was composed of 1 Uchiha, 1 Hyuga, 1 Inuzuka, and 1 Aburame, a standard elite team configuration for the current police force. The team took over the task of escorting Matsu and headed to Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. "Where's Yaku-sama?" Masashi asked the Uchiha at the entrance. "He is still in the office," the ninja replied. "Who was that guy?" "Oh, you know how they said Hidden Clouds Village was sending envoys today? I checked it out and they didn't look legit, so I fought them. This guy's the only survivor." "Ah, that makes sense," the younger Uchiha nodded in realization. "Anyone picking a fight with you is just digging their own grave." "Hey, I was just defending myself," Masashi laughed and patted the young man on the shoulder. "Let Yaku-sama know what happened. I'm in a hurry and need to head to the Hokage's office." "Got it. Leave the rest to me." After saying goodbye to his younger clansman, Masashi used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the Hokage's office, heading straight in. The Hidden Leaf Village ninja stationed at the office door had become so familiar with his comings and goings that they opened the door for him without a word. Inside the office, the Hidden Leaf Village 5 were all present, 2 drinking tea, 1 smoking, and 2 reading books. They were clearly waiting for him. "Hokage-sama, here's the new document." Masashi handed it over. "A new document? So, there was a personnel change?" Minato set down his treasured tea and began reviewing the document. Fugaku, sitting nearby, asked, "Were there any survivors?" "Fugaku-sama, that's a bit harsh. Am I that kind of person? If you're not, does that mean I am?" Fugaku retorted unhappily. "It's just a few people, what's there to feel guilty about?" "Just so you know, I technically didn't start the fight," Masashi clarified. "I killed the others but spared the Jonin. Since the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas attacked first, it's not an issue," Hiruzen said, pausing his smoking. The old man wore a nostalgic expression. "It was the same in the past, yet we still signed treaties." Koharu and Hamura both nodded, somewhat wistfully. Even after all these years, the events of the past were hard to let go of. But sitting in these positions meant many decisions were beyond personal preference. Who would have thought that years later, they'd get another chance to assert themselves? Chapter 156, Grudges never die. When it came to what action Masashi might take, the Hidden Leaf Village 5 were well aware of his capabilities. That was exactly what they hoped to see. And he handled it even better than they expected. After all, everyone present had taken many lives in their time. Killing didn't stir a single emotion in them anymore. What mattered to them was whether the killing was justifiable. When negotiations between 2 ninja villages reached this level, killing was never the issue. The inability to kill, however, would be a problem. In the original timeline, the head ninja tried to stir up trouble in Hidden Leaf Village, only to be slapped to death by Hayashi without hesitation. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that Hidden Leaf Village's grassroots forces at the time were so weakened. Back then, Hidden Leaf Village still had its fair share of top-tier ninja. But having strong individuals didn't mean the village could afford a war with Hidden Cloud's village. Financial resources were one thing, manpower was the key. Before starting or responding to a war, any ninja village had to first assess whether it would suffer structural manpower losses. Unfortunately, at that time, a war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Cloud's village would have caused precisely that. Hidden Leaf Village's position meant it could never have the luxury of a one-on-one fight. The village was equidistant from any of the other villages, which also meant those villages could coordinate attacks on Hidden Leaf Village. If the other villages formed an anti-Hidden Leaf Village alliance, Hidden Leaf Village would be in serious trouble. The prowess of elite ninjas wreaking havoc on the battlefield might be an impressive spectacle, but in wars dominated by mobile ninja units, these units had enough tactical maneuverability to bypass any opponent they wanted to avoid. After the era of Hashirama, the overall outcome of wars was determined by the vast majority of rank-and-file ninja. The Flying Thunder God maximized battlefield mobility, but even the master of the technique, Minato, couldn't guarantee zero casualties in an entire war zone. Death still happened. He ran himself ragged during the Third Great Ninja War, but Hidden Leaf Village still lost many lives in battles against Hidden Cloud's village and Hidden Stone's village, so much so that they had to forego compensation from Hidden Stone's village in order to expedite a ceasefire. In this timeline, while Hidden Cloud's village had lost to Jinchuriki, the village's main forces, its Geinin, Chunin, and Jonin, remained intact. Their last defeat hadn't hurt Hidden Cloud's village's foundation. It was still a major power in the ninja world, fully capable of negotiating with Hidden Leaf Village. Naturally, both sides would thoroughly test each other's bottom line. This time, however, Hidden Leaf Village had the upper hand diplomatically and struck first. Now, it was up to the Raikage to respond. In the Hokage's office, the Hidden Leaf Village 5 and Masashi quickly devised a new plan. They would heal Matsu and have them returned with a personal letter from the Hokage. As Hokage, Minato would sternly condemn Hidden Cloud's village's improper behavior, falsifying documentation, attacking Masashi, and other infractions. The letter would demand that the Raikage personally meet with the Hokage to discuss a peace agreement, warning that Hidden Leaf Village reserved the right to take further action if these demands were not met. That was the gist of it. Masashi had no objections. Hidden Cloud's village's attempt to replicate the original timeline's systematic scheme, fake agreements, real kidnappings, massive feints, multi-nation coordination, and strong reinforcements, was impossible in this timeline. With their options limited and Hidden Leaf Village striking first, Masashi predicted that the Raikage would yield for now. The real drama, however, would unfold once the Raikage arrived in Hidden Leaf Village. No matter what performance he put on, it wouldn't be as entertaining as the show Masashi had prepared for him. Using the transcription seal placed on Yujiro, Masashi had ensured plenty of time for his plan to unfold. It involved the Totsuka sword, which would target the seal restraining Matetabi, releasing the two tails. Since the attack focused on the seal, it would trigger without any warning signs. While Minato was writing his letter in the Hokage's office, Masashi explained everything in detail. "This is the plan," he said. "This way, we can secure a ceasefire with Hidden Cloud's village while temporarily depriving them of their tailed beast power." He was determined to make Hidden Cloud's village lose the two tailed beasts they had originally purchased from Hidden Leaf Village. As for who would claim the beasts after they were resurrected, that would depend on everyone's abilities. In any case, he intended to claim Matetabi for himself. Additionally, considering the potential destruction caused by Matetabi's release, I suggest holding the negotiations in the Land of Hot Water, Masashi added. If I recall correctly, the second Hokage also chose that location for negotiations with Hidden Cloud's village. Isn't this a bit too risky? Surprisingly, Minato, the man whose wife was nearly kidnapped by Hidden Cloud's village, voiced his opposition. "I've dealt with the fourth Raikage before," Minato recalled, referring to his battle with A. When faced with adversity, he doesn't lack the courage to risk everything. His personality is the biggest variable. Even if we hold an absolute advantage, would he still act that way? Asked Fugaku, considering whether they should just eliminate the fourth Raikage as well. After all, Hidden Cloud's village had done the same thing before, pinning the blame on a Jinchuriki doomed to die anyway. Most likely, yes, Minato nodded. We all know Hidden Cloud's village's internal dynamics are somewhat different from ours. The Raikage absolutely cannot show any signs of weakness. If pushed too far, he might directly declare war on us. Fugaku understood his concern. Minato wasn't keen on starting a war at this moment. Hidden Leaf Village's alliance with Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Stones Village was still in a critical stage of development. Disrupting that process with a war would be counterproductive. A few more years of peace would allow the three sides to fully integrate. Conflicts with Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Stones Village would be suppressed due to their shared interests. Additionally, the intelligence network formed by this alliance would enable Hidden Leaf Village to finally break free from its long-standing predicament of facing multiple enemies. At that point, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't have to fear any village acting out. They could handle any threat with ease. Masashi's plan, however, risked pushing the Raikage too far, possibly provoking an extreme reaction. Starting another war wasn't ideal. While Hidden Leaf Village was unlikely to lose, it could give Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Stones Village the impression that Hidden Leaf Village was overly aggressive. Trust between ninja villages was already tenuous. Disrupting the hard-won alliance at this stage would be problematic. Seeing this, Masashi began to reconsider whether he was being too hasty. Just as the three men fell into silence, a voice filled with murderous intent suddenly broke the silence in the room. It was Hiruzen who spoke. Even if war breaks out, we have nothing to fear. Our opponent is Hidden Clouds Village, said the once kindly elder, now wearing an intimidating expression. What's more, Hidden Clouds Village has a precedent for this behavior. If it happens again, no one will think Hidden Leaf Village is at fault. Exactly, Koharu agreed. If Hidden Clouds Village starts a war, we can pull Hidden Stones Village into it. Onoki's concerns about Hidden Clouds Village far outweigh his concerns about Hidden Leaf Village. Hamura nodded as well. Allow us to formally request participation in this negotiation. Can we hold the meeting in the same location where the second Hokage once negotiated with Hidden Clouds Village? The three elders were exuding such killing intent that it seemed completely out of character. It wasn't a change in style, it was a complete collapse of their usual demeanor. This caught Masashi off guard and even changed his opinion of the trio. It seemed the Senju clan had chosen their allies wisely back in the day. At his old age, Hiruzen has witnessed everything in Hidden Leaf Village. In the 5th year of Hidden Leaf Village's founding, he was born in the same year as his friend Denzo. His childhood was a happy one. When he was born, his father, Sasuke, was among the strongest ninjas under Hashirama and Madara. When he was 5, the Sarutobi clan joined Hidden Leaf Village, along with their long-standing allies, the Shimura clan. Similarly, the Akimaki clan, as followers of the Sarutobi clan, also joined the village at this time and brought along their close allies, the Nara and Yamanaka clans. In the early days of Hidden Leaf Village, Tobirama founded the Ninja Academy to ensure the village's stability and longevity. The academy served two purposes: to educate and select the finest children from each clan, and to instill the will of fire into their very souls through political and ideological education from a young age. It was here that Hiruzen met the two people who would influence his entire life, Hashirama and Tobirama. Even as a young boy, he displayed extraordinary talent. From a young age, he was guided by Hashirama and Tobirama and later became a member of Tobirama's team. In the 20th year of Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen's life changed when his teacher, Tobirama, sacrificed himself to protect the team. From that moment, he developed a deep-seated hatred for Hidden Clouds Village. But there was no time for sorrow, as the war continued, and he became the Hokage. As the third Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, he didn't garner resentment from anyone, not from allies or enemies, elders or juniors. Everyone agreed he was an exemplary person, as if his public and private virtues were flawless, and his interpersonal skills were perfect. Even his lifelong rival and collaborator, Denzo, admitted he could never surpass him. Not even the Uchiha clan had truly bad things to say about him. Instead, they believed his role as Hokage was incredibly challenging. But Hiruzen knew he wasn't as good as others thought, not only because Denzo bore much of the darker burden for him, but because Hiruzen himself had grudges he wanted to settle. He longed to avenge Tobirama in a straightforward and unrestrained way. But as Hokage, he didn't have that privilege. Decades passed, and now he was old. Yet, the regrets of the past remained buried deep within his heart. Those who were of Tobirama's team could never forget. Sadly, Denzo and Kagami were gone. Among their generation, these two and Hiruzen were the strongest and had received the most guidance from Tobirama. That's how it is, Hiruzen said, standing in the Hokage office as Minato looked at him in astonishment. I'm no longer Hokage now, and I'd like to do something selfish. Sandaime-sama. Minato quickly stood up. You're being too hard on yourself. Of course, I'm not opposed, but I understand. Hiruzen smiled. I understand your thoughts perfectly. I'd probably feel the same way if I were you. After all, Denzo and the others are gone, and I might join them soon. I can't meet them empty-handed, can I? I understand. Minato sighed. Of course, I'll participate too. Let's all work to minimize the risks. We will. Absolutely, Hiruzen said softly. Minato sighed again. The old man was being stubborn. No one could persuade him. Being Hokage had this downside: you had to force yourself to be rational. If he weren't Hokage, Minato would have agreed to punch the Raikage himself. Wait, why was his first thought punching the Raikage? Shouldn't it be signing a treaty? Well then, Masashi, could you prepare a draft plan before the Raikage gives an official response? Minato asked, deciding to stop thinking about irrelevant things. It wasn't like he still held a grudge against Hidden Cloud's village for nearly costing him his wife back then. How strange. Was there really no one in this building who had a good relationship with Hidden Cloud's village? Even he, as Hokage, felt a growing itch to take action. No problem, Masashi readily agreed. I'll get it done, even if I have to work overtime. Don't remind me about overtime. Sigh. Minato looked at his desk mournfully. The papers on it seemed to be perpetually stacked high. I'll leave it to you, then. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I'll deliver good news. As Minato watched Masashi leave with a spring in his step, he had a strange premonition. He was sure Masashi was adding to his workload. He is a good kid, Hiruzen suddenly remarked. You seem to have a higher opinion of him lately, Minato said with a smile. Indeed, aside from being a bit impulsive at times, he's very capable. Young people, after all. Hiruzen chuckled. Minato, you must be more understanding. Well, I'll head back now and not disturb your work. He stood up and put away his pipe, only to realize he had accidentally broken it. He was instantly heartbroken. After leaving the Hokage building, Masashi headed to the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. His first stop was the ward where Hidden Cloud's village ninja was staying. At the door of Matsu's room stood two members of the police force, the same team that had previously escorted Matsu, one from the Inuzuka clan and one from the Aburame clan. Masashi-sama. When they saw him, they saluted immediately. You've worked hard. How's the Hidden Cloud's village ninja doing? He's stable. The medical team said he was brought in just in time, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to continue as a ninja. Good. I'll go in and have a word with him. Understood. Please go ahead. The two opened the door, and Masashi stepped in. Inside, Matsu lay on the bed, looking utterly dejected. To the left of the bed stood an Uchiha, and to the right, a Hyuga, Hidden Leaf Village's two great Dujutsu clans, both watching him intently. Talk about VIP treatment. Matsu, Masashi said as he approached. Do you remember me? Long time no see? Did he have memory problems? Hadn't you just beaten me up and killed my teammates? Don't speak. I don't want to hit you again. Masashi waved dismissively, cutting off Matsu's attempt to respond. I'm just here to let you know, the Hokage has refused to meet with you. Once you've recovered, we'll send you an official letter signed by the Hokage. Take it back with you. Hidden Leaf Village has agreed to form an alliance with us? Did I not beat you hard enough? Masashi asked. The letter is to tell you that if you want to negotiate, the Raikage must game himself. Chapter 157, Pikazu's client service rating. Matsu's injury healed quite quickly. This could be attributed to the excellent medical techniques of Hidden Leaf Village. Although Tsunade had developed a mental health condition during the Third Great Ninja War and could no longer fight on the battlefield, before she left the village for a break, she was still serving as a kunoichi of Hidden Leaf Village. However, she had moved from the front lines to the logistics department, still leading a medical team. As the final victor in the competition among medical ninja in the post-Hashirama era, her leadership was incredibly effective. Also, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she was originally favored by Hiruzen to become the fourth Hokage. But fate had other plans. In the original timeline, following Hiruzen's death, Jiraiya rejected the council's offers. He chose instead to find Tsunade and bring her back as Hokage, reinforcing her significance to the village. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya knew well that while they three of them were called the Sannin, they were somewhat like assistants in the sense that their roles were less central compared to her. The Senju clan, as a ninja family, may have disbanded, but they did not disappear. The former Senju clan became Hidden Leaf Village, and nowadays, it was difficult to find anyone in Hidden Leaf Village who wasn't related to the Senju clan in some way. Unless Tsunade had no heirs, thereby ending this bloodline, one of its descendants would always have a place in the Hokage building. It was quite ironic, but if anyone wanted to push her out of the picture, the first to protest would likely be the Uchiha clan. In this regard, Sarutobi was less resolute than the Uchiha clan members. In this timeline, Hidden Leaf Village's situation was far better than in the original timeline. Internal conflicts were not as intense, and the Uchiha clan, which had been the focal point of much of the conflict, had now normalized its relationship with the Hokage's office. However, the Sannin had not changed. Jiraiya was still searching for the Child of Prophecy, and Tsunade and Orochimaru had left the village. The main players of the previous generation had started stepping off the main stage. The new generation of players, represented by Minato, Fugaku, Masashi, and Shizui, had taken the stage and became the most talked about figures. Even though these individuals had age differences and couldn't technically be considered part of the same generation, at this point, they represented Hidden Leaf Village and were the most famous names. After his release from the hospital, Matsu was escorted out of Hidden Leaf Village by the security team. The only thing he could take with him was the new document issued by Minato. While his injury had healed, it wasn't fully recovered. One of his legs was still a bit limp. The foot that had been burned was permanently damaged, and some tissues had died, leading to a reduction in his chakra output for that leg. For a Jonin, this kind of injury was severe. However, he didn't harbor much resentment. From his personal perspective, it was acceptable. As the only survivor, he believed the information was crucial. He needed to inform the village fully so that they could reassess the strength of the White Ghost. He required tactical adjustments when in combat. Matsu hurried back. Battles took place every day in the ninja world, most of them involving intelligence agents from various villages and organizations. Fewer people engage in combat through civilian jobs, as most were from organizations. The negotiations between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village were a major event this year. Everyone knew that if Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village could reach an agreement, peace would last for a while. The previous wars between Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village, and Hidden Stones Village could be seen as a continuation of the Third Great Ninja War. Once this war settled, the world would indeed enter a peaceful time once again. People could return to their regular lives, clocking in and out for work. But not everyone looked forward to this. Some of the ninja organizations that rose during the Great Ninja Wars didn't necessarily want things to stabilize. Before the First Great Ninja War, ninja organizations were unified into ninja villages. However, the war led to the destruction of smaller villages, and wandering ninjas started to appear, spreading ninja techniques in new ways. By the Second Great Ninja War, wandering and missing ninja expanded further, and underground gold exchange systems started to mature. These groups began to make money through missions, eventually forming the potential to create organized groups. During the Third Great Ninja War, these organizations truly began to unite. Although their military strength varied, they were often stronger than the new recruits in the ninja villages, and some powerful organizations gained the attention of larger ninja villages. At their peak, they even formed alliances with smaller ninja villages. The most famous of these organizations was Akatsuki from Hidden Rain Village. However, a very powerful force was also considered a threat. The first generation of Akatsuki members were mostly destroyed by Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village, at great cost. Hidden Leaf Village lost almost all of its Anbu and Root ninjas during the operation. The current Akatsuki still existed, but their methods had changed. To the great ninja villages, the current Akatsuki was more down to earth and no longer advocated for peace in an out-of-place way. Instead, they now took on various military contracts. That was more like it. Why would anyone listen to someone who kept shouting about peace in the middle of a battlefield? Had they done it earlier, there would have been no need for a conflict. Just like how the 5 great villages once tolerated the underground gold exchange system, without the oppression from the major villages, Akatsuki quickly recovered and grew stronger. Correspondingly, the influence of Hidden Rain Village quickly waned. The salamander had not been heard from in a long time in the ninja world. Matsu was on his way to the land of waterfalls. Although Hidden Clouds Village had considered the possibility of ambushing the diplomatic delegation with the intent to eliminate them, they had made contingency plans. Currently, it was not possible for Hidden Clouds Village to openly provoke any of the 3 great ninja villages to attack Hidden Leaf Village. After numerous discussions about the White Eye acquisition plan, they had decided to temporarily shelve it. This time, Matsu was sent for negotiations, and he was indeed there to negotiate. The purpose was to restore the village's power by buying time to develop tailed beast-level combat strength. To that end, Hidden Clouds Village had also hired a large number of ninja organizations. The strongest of these, of course, was Akatsuki, which included missing ninja at Kage level. Hidden Clouds Village had no problem with this because they didn't have any missing ninja in their ranks. Hidden Clouds Village's Jonin would never betray their village. Following the plan, Matsu entered the land of waterfalls. This so-called neutral country was actually only neutral in name. Although it had a Jinchuriki, compared to the 5 great villages, Taki's ability to nurture ninjas was far weaker, and the village had suffered significant setbacks in the past, resulting in a diminished strength. The current Taki might not even be stronger than Hidden Grass Village if they didn't control a tailed beast. However, in name, it remained neutral, and the land of waterfalls had always managed to stay out of the battles between the great nations. But for the foreign missing ninja who had infiltrated the country, Taki would just turn a blind eye. Upon entering the land of waterfalls, one would notice just how many waterfalls there were. The great river that flowed from the land of earth, through Kusa, formed a series of massive waterfalls after it entered the land of waterfalls due to the land's dramatic drops. The entrance to Taki was hidden behind one of these waterfalls. Matsu avoided any areas with waterfalls. Now traveling alone, he didn't want any surprises. He simply wanted to meet with people without any incidents. After moving through the forest, he finally found the marker. Following it, he continued onward until he heard the unmistakable sound of a large waterfall splashing ahead. He stopped. He was not pleased. Akatsuki was now more grounded, but their arrogance hadn't completely faded. However, considering they had strong missing ninja, a bit of arrogance seemed normal. With that thought, he continued forward. Under the sunlight, a torrential flow surged downward like a waterfall, roaring like thunder as it plunged into the pool below. The splash of water gave rise to a thick mist. On the edge of the cliff stood a man dressed in a black robe adorned with red clouds. It was none other than Kakazu, hailed by Masashi as the most business-minded man in the shinobi world. But today, he was in a foul mood. This mission was interfering with his private jobs. The scenery here wasn't bad: sheer cliffs, cascading waterfalls, the deafening sound of water, and fine droplets misting the air. The moisture formed a light fog, wrapping the forest in a soft, gauzy layer. Yet, he felt nothing toward this beauty. If anything, it reminded him of the satisfying battles he had enjoyed in similar spots, slicing enemies by the waterfalls. The thrill of those moments still lingered faintly in his heart. Why is this Hidden Clouds village ninja so slow? Because he turned around, his impatience clear even with only his eyes visible. Sensing this, Matsu knew he had to tread carefully with the infamous missing ninja before him. He understood all too well who he was dealing with. "Are you, Kakazo?" he asked with a polite smile. "Apologies for the delay, I ran into some obstacles on the way." His tone carried a hint of deference, but he didn't mind. During this mission, Matsu had learned an important lesson: unless you are at their level, it's best to keep your head down when dealing with those who were. This way, there was a chance they wouldn't strike you down on a whim. Even if they did, they might let you live afterward. Never let the prestige of your village make you overconfident. Getting killed and everything being under the village's control were not mutually exclusive. Such was the tragic reality of many Jonin. Before becoming one, they imagined it to be a status worth flaunting. After becoming one, they realized the game had only just begun. "As long as you know the rules," Kakazu said, giving him a once-over. His tone was neutral but not harsh. "This one is not worth much," he thought. "He's a genuine client." With that conclusion, the masterful businessman decided to showcase his renowned service quality. After all, building a century-spanning brand was one of his modest goals. "Let's go," he said, stepping forward. His brevity was one of the reasons he was so well regarded in the industry, because when he started talking too much, it usually meant heads would roll. Matsu quickly followed, but he made sure not to walk side by side with the missing ninja. Kakazu didn't care, as long as the client didn't get lost. The two walked along the river. Following its flow, they entered the Land of Iron. Like the Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Iron was a neutral nation. But it was more steadfast, maintaining a frosty attitude toward ninjas. However, exceptions were made for ninjas from the 5 great nations. And if it was a Kage-level ninja, their understanding deepened, provided they were only passing through. As such, Kakazu and Matsu, who fit the bill perfectly, faced no obstacles. They soon crossed into the land of rice fields. Matsu felt a wave of relief. But to his surprise, the missing ninja stopped in this country. Sensing his client's confusion, Kakazu said, "This is where you're Kage and we agreed to meet." "Understood. I'll follow your arrangements," Matsu said immediately. "It's not my arrangement," Kakazu said, appreciating the Hidden Clouds village ninja's cooperative demeanor. This one wasn't like some clients who love to argue. Quite refreshing. "Another of my colleagues is here. He'll handle it." "Ah, someone to be called your colleague must be extraordinary," Matsu said, trying to make conversation. "No, he's disgusting. I'd love to sell his head for money," Kakazu replied. Matsu fell silent. "Is there something wrong with this organization? How can coworkers have such hostile relationships?" "Don't say that, Kakazu. I rather like you," a sinister voice whispered into Matsu's ear. The voice sent shivers down his spine, as though something grotesque were crawling inside his body. He turned his head to see another figure in a black robe with red clouds, a man with a snake-like appearance standing beside him. Orochimaru. Matsu hadn't expected to encounter one of the legendary Sannin here. As for whether he had truly betrayed Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village wasn't sure. If he had, why hadn't Hidden Leaf Village taken decisive action? If he hadn't, why was he on their public bounty list? The notion that Orochimaru might be a double agent was absurd. Even if Hidden Leaf Village dared to play such a risky game, the very idea of someone like him being involved would shatter belief systems. Whatever the case, the man was an enigma. Still thinking of killing me? Orochimaru ignored Matsu and focused on Kakazu, a playful smirk on his face. The next part is your responsibility, Kakazu said coldly. Currently, Akatsuki had 4 Kage-level members, including Pain. Pain aside, he thought Sasori was a fool, fixated on calling his puppet hobby art. As for Orochimaru, Kakazu felt he had genuine issues, given how the man once asked him to collaborate on a research project. Understood, Orochimaru replied indifferently. We'll be traveling together anyway. Let's chat. Not interested. Stay away from me, Kakazu growled, black tendrils of his earth grudge fear emerging from his body. Orochimaru's eyes lit up at the sight. But Kakazu's murderous intent was genuine. There was no way he would let the snake Sannin have his threads for research. I'll let it slide today. There's always tomorrow, Orochimaru said with a sinister chuckle. Turning, he gestured, follow me. The Raikage is already waiting. Kakazu retracted his threads and looked at Matsu. You walk in front. Having a regular Jonin walk between 2 Kage-level missing ninja, is that necessary? Even if they were hired by his village, it didn't feel safe. Reluctantly, he followed Orochimaru. What's wrong with your leg? Orochimaru suddenly asked, twisting his neck a full 180 degrees. Startled, Matsu froze. For a moment, he thought Orochimaru might be about to snap his own neck for dramatic effect. But as those snake-like eyes bore into him, he realized the man was simply curious. It's injured, he replied cautiously. Interesting. Let me take a look later. Perhaps I can fix it, Orochimaru offered. No need, Matsu stammered, swallowing hard. The medics from Hidden Leaf Village already said it's beyond repair. After Tsunade left, Hidden Leaf Village's hospital became a den of mediocrity, Orochimaru said dismissively, turning his head back around. Don't come crying to me later. Chapter 158, Preparing the Battlefield. The land of rice fields, as a neighboring country of a great nation, was relatively fortunate. It only bordered one great nation. On its left was the neutral land of iron, and on its right was the land of hot water, which technically had a ninja village but was functionally irrelevant. After the First Great Ninja War, the 5 major powers of the shinobi world, seeking to reduce friction between themselves and simplify post-conflict reconciliation and negotiations, established a policy to avoid directly bordering one another. This left smaller countries to act as buffer zones. Following the Second Great Ninja War, the 5 great nations began actively weakening and dividing the smaller nations around them to prevent scenarios like the rise of Hidden Rain Village. By the time of Masashi, these so-called buffer zones had become stages for tragic theater, suppressed and exploited during peacetime, and devastated during conflicts. Yet, the level of suffering varied. Countries like the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain were among the worst hit. The Land of Rice Fields, however, was not a disaster zone. Its geographical luck meant it avoided being the primary scapegoat for the costs of war when Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village clashed, thanks also to the neutrality of the Land of Iron nearby. However, during conflicts between Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Leaf Village, or Hidden Sand Village, the Land of Rice Fields was still at risk of becoming collateral damage. Unlike the Land of Hot Water, which wholeheartedly aligned with the Land of Fire, the Land of Rice Fields was too cautious to offend anyone, even though it was formally an ally of the Land of Fire. So when the Raikage asked to use the Land of Rice Fields as a meeting ground, it didn't dare refuse. When A and his elite guard stepped into the country, his first thought was of his father, who had passed through here during the Third Great Ninja War. Hidden Clouds Village's decision to fight Hidden Sand Village during that war had surprised many. No one expected Hidden Clouds Village to travel so far to engage Hidden Sand Village in a conflict, even if it was for a tailed beast. Compared to other villages, Hidden Clouds Village's combat style heavily leaned on ninjutsu and taijutsu, with limited battlefield control techniques. Thus, the power of tailed beasts was critical. Like Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village invested heavily in Jinchuriki research, albeit with a more straightforward approach, trial and error at the cost of human lives. After countless sacrifices, Hidden Clouds Village did perfect the method for producing stable Jinchuriki and successfully trained one. Unfortunately, before they could celebrate, Hidden Leaf Village wiped them out. The rivalry between the two villages was relentless. This time, I had brought only a small team to the Land of Rice Fields, his elite guards and members of the Anbu. Hidden Clouds Village was currently short on high-level combat power, every resource had to be conserved. He was confident in his own strength, after all, becoming Raikage required being undefeated within Hidden Clouds Village. As he traveled through the Land of Rice Fields, observed that while it wasn't as prosperous as the Land of Hot Water, it was far better off than the Land of Frost. Unfortunately, its alliance with the Land of Fire meant most of its missions went to Hidden Leaf Village, with only a small fraction trickling to Hidden Clouds Village. This infuriated him. Hidden Clouds Village needed more missions to train its shinobi. To achieve that, Hidden Clouds Village either had to decisively defeat Hidden Leaf Village on the battlefield or force it into a public act of submission. Either method would secure a share of Hidden Leaf Village's mission income. Standing atop a hill, he gazed into the distance, his face unusually calm. What do you think Hidden Leaf Village will do? He suddenly addressed his head guard. They'll likely refuse negotiations, citing unequal status. This is the consequence of losing the tailed beasts, said. We need to regain that power as soon as possible. Yes, Raikage-sama. Are you certain it's in the land of rice fields? Yes. All evidence suggests so. Based on the reaction from the eight-tails chakra left by Killer Bee-sama, its revival is near. Sooner than expected, likely due to some other factor. That doesn't matter. Sooner is better. Once the eight tails is sealed, it's time to consider increasing our number of tailed beasts. A thought of the Jinchuriki who had left Hidden Clouds Village. How ridiculous, to lose control of their own Jinchuriki. If that was the case, they might as well be put to use by Hidden Clouds Village. Hidden Sand Village could even be roped in to help. Everyone knew Hidden Sand Village focused solely on the one tail and had little interest in other tailed beasts. But if capturing them meant gaining resources, Hidden Sand Village might cooperate. Raikage-sama, the guard interrupted his thoughts. Orochimaru is here. A turn to see two figures in black cloaks with red clouds approaching, along with Hidden Clouds Village's own Jonin, Matsu. You're too slow, Orochimaru. Raikage-sama, don't be so impatient, Orochimaru replied. Didn't I bring your ninja back safely? Matsu hurried to present a document to Matsu. What happened to your leg? I immediately noticed his relative's limping gait. Apologies, Raikage-sama. The rest of the envoy didn't survive. Seeing the Raikage, Matsu finally felt a sense of relief and recounted the events in detail. Masashi again? I roared in anger. First, he had killed Killer Bee, then he captured Yujito. Now, he had slaughtered the envoy and crippled Matsu. What irked him even more was Matsu's description of Masashi's strength. So you're saying this Masashi has grown very strong? A turn to Orochimaru. How much do you know about him? So he has become this powerful? Truly worthy of the Uchiha name, Orochimaru mused with interest, just as Kakazu stepped forward. Hold on. Kakazu interrupted, his tone blunt. That's additional service. I glared at Kakazu. You're with Akatsuki too? Are you trying to haggle with me? The fourth Raikage was known for his temper, and many feared him, but not Kakazu. Is there a problem? Kakazu sneered. Extra intel means extra payment. You want more? Pay more. Who was he trying to intimidate? Shortchange him, and he'd crush him. Orochimaru smirked, stepping aside to let the confrontation play out. Sensing the tension, the Hidden Clouds Village guard interjected, money isn't an issue, but the information must be accurate. Kakazu nodded and turned to Orochimaru. Go on, then. He stepped aside, unfazed. When Pain had recruited him into Akatsuki, they had agreed, Kakazu managed the organization's finances. Even if it was public money, as the manager, he had his rights. A's anger dissipated, replaced by admiration. Initially, he had wanted to smash Kakazu, but now he found him endearing. This man wasn't picking a fight, he was simply meticulous about matching payment to services rendered. Such people were usually reliable. But still. Were there really missing into this principled? Interesting. I had a bold idea. The new correspondents from Hidden Clouds Village had finally arrived at Hidden Leaf Village once again. This time, the messenger from Hidden Clouds Village was, quite literally, just barely a tune-in. Naturally, someone of that rank wasn't allowed into the Hokage's office for diplomatic talks, but the messenger didn't mind at all. If possible, he didn't even want to set foot in the forests of Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone in Hidden Clouds Village knew by now, the current Hidden Leaf Village was crazy. The last delegation they sent was nearly wiped out in an instant by the White Ghost right in the forest. Only one Jonin from the Yatsuki clan had survived, but even he had lost a leg. No one wanted to encounter that maniac again. So, after delivering the letter, the Hidden Clouds Village ninja fled immediately, running like a ghost was chasing him. What's his problem? Muttered Tetsuka, who had just received the letter at the gate of Hidden Leaf Village. Did a dog chase him or something? A ninja from the Inuzuka clan standing nearby shot him a glare. But then, remembering this particular teammate's personality, the Inuzuka ninja let it go. Subtly insulting people was too advanced for Tetsuka. Besides, trying to argue with this tense guy would only be infuriating, and fighting him wouldn't be easy either. Currently, Tetsuka's Sharingan had 5 tomoe. For most members of the Uchiha clan, it was rare for the tomoe on both eyes to progress symmetrically. It was perfectly normal for one tomoe to develop at a time. Since he hadn't reached 3 Tomoe yet, Tetsuka still considered himself a chunin. Minato had considered promoting him to Jonin and inviting him to join the Jonin ranks, but Tetsuka declined. As one of Masashi's closest comrades, he held himself to a high standard. He wouldn't join the Jonin until he reached 3 Tomoe. He was a principled man who didn't take advantage of the village. "Doggy, I'm heading to the Hokage's office. You hold down the fort here, okay?" he said to his teammate. "Can't you call people by their names properly?" The Inuzuka ninja sighed. "You're going to get yourself punched one day." "Maybe, but ordinary people can't touch me," Tetsuka replied smugly. "The clan elder used to beat me all the time when I was a kid, but now that he's old and can't hit as hard, so the clan leader's taken over. And you're proud of that? You don't understand. The elder said it was to toughen me up, and the clan leader said I have great potential. One day, I'll become the second strongest man in the clan, after Masashi. You actually believe that nonsense?" The Inuzuka ninja resisted the urge to retort, doubting he would even understand. "I give up. Just go already, I don't want to see you today." "Really? Great. I'll finish up and then pick up my brother. Thanks for covering for me." Thrilled, Tetsuka left with a grin, thinking his teammate was the nicest person ever. To finish quickly, he sprinted to the Hokage's office, handed the letter to the Anbu station there, and dashed off before anyone could question him. The Anbu barely had time to notice that the document was sealed with fire wax, signifying it was from Hidden Cloud's village. So, they gave up on chasing after the fool and rushed upstairs to deliver the letter instead. Soon, the document was on Minato's desk. "Please summon the elders, the advisor, Masashi, and the Anbu commander," Minato instructed the Anbu member. Then, after a moment's thought, he added, "Also, I need to know the Raikage's recent activities." "Please investigate." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Once the Anbu disappeared, Minato didn't immediately open the letter. Instead, he took out the draft plan Masashi had previously given him. It was a simple, straightforward outline on a single sheet of paper. "Hold a meeting. Release the two tails. Hokage fights Raikage one-on-one, while everyone else handles the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. If needed, everyone gangs up on Raikage." Minato felt it. Masashi didn't just dislike Hidden Clouds village, it was as if they had personally desecrated his ancestors' graves. He sighed silently, then heard footsteps approaching. The office door opened, and the invited guests entered. Leading the group was Hiruzen, already dressed in full battle gear. "Minato, are we ready to move out?" "No, Sandame-sama, Hidden Clouds village's letter just arrived." "I haven't read it yet," Minato replied with a wry smile. Because he also saw another retired heavyweight, Torafu. This was a true veteran. A member of Tobirama's squad, he had once demonstrated unparalleled power on the battlefield with his partial expansion jutsu. After Hiruzen became Hokage, Torafu managed the village's defense. Though slightly younger than Hiruzen, he was still quite strong despite his age. Seeing his stern expression, Minato wanted to sigh again. "So, aside from me, no one really care about negotiating, huh?" But he understood. If Jiraiya had been harmed, he wouldn't have been able to forgive it either. "What does Hidden Clouds village say, Hokage-sama?" Masashi asked. He had been summoned straight from the training grounds and arrived instantly using the Flying Thunder God. "Let me take a look." Minato opened the letter and skimmed it. The Raikage agreed. "The negotiations will take place in the land of hot water. He didn't reject our proposed location but stipulated that each side can bring no more than 5 people. 5 people, huh?" Masashi frowned. "That's not enough to split up." "Fugaku, I'll have to trouble you to stay and guard the village," Minato said. "Understood." Fugaku nodded. "I know what's at stake." Minato then turned to Masashi. "I won't fully comply with Hidden Clouds village's demands. You'll come with us, we'll take 6 people. Sandame-sama, given the current situation, we should have Jiraiya-sensei return to the village." "Yes, I've already asked someone to contact Jiraiya," Hiruzen said with a nod. "And if Tsunade could return as well, that would be ideal. But I'm afraid she still can't let go of her pain." At this, Hiruzen's expression grew somber. As her teacher, he felt responsible for Tsunade's suffering. "Denzo, why couldn't you leave that line untouched? If not, you might still be alive today. But now..." Hiruzen clenched his fists. The jutsu Muzo had taught him, this time, he would use it. Chapter 159, The Professor's Final Lesson in War. Although the path to peace between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village was exceptionally difficult, the eyes of the entire ninja world were fixed on the unfolding events. This included the other great ninja villages that were now allied with Hidden Leaf Village. Strictly speaking, Hidden Sand Village was the official ally of Hidden Leaf Village, as their alliance treaty included military cooperation. Although Hidden Stones Village had recently signed a treaty, their cooperation with Hidden Leaf Village was more economic than military. As for Kiri, there wasn't even a formal treaty, just a comprehensive economic partnership. Until the financial system created single-handedly by Masashi showed its full potential, the current good fortune that Hidden Leaf Village was enjoying remained fragile, ready to collapse at any moment. Both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village needed time. Under such circumstances, Minato left the village. He personally traveled to the land of hot water to sign the peace treaty face-to-face with the Raikage. This event drew the attention of all factions. Since the death of Tobirama, no Hokage had left the village for such negotiations. Moreover, this time it was with Hidden Clouds Village, a village infamous for its internal strife that had resulted in the death of the second Hokage. But when Hidden Leaf Village's list of delegates for the peace talks was announced, people started feeling uneasy. Given that the Raikage himself would represent Hidden Clouds Village, it was reasonable for the fourth Hokage to represent Hidden Leaf Village. However, the rest of Hidden Leaf Village's delegation raised questions. The team included Hiruzen, Koharu, Hamura, and Torafu, all senior leaders of Hidden Leaf Village. One of them was even a former Hokage. But these four were also students of the second Hokage and witnesses to the betrayal that led to his death at the hands of Hidden Clouds Village. To top it all off, the delegation included Masashi, whose staunch anti-Hidden Clouds Village stance was well known. Many began to wonder, were these people really going to negotiate? The ninja world became rife with undercurrents. On the Hidden Clouds Village side, however, there was no visible disturbance. Spies from various organizations reported seeing Hidden Clouds Village's delegation leave the village, but they didn't see the fourth Raikage among them. This raised even more suspicions. Both parties involved in the negotiations seemed completely abnormal. Organizations scrambled to expand their intelligence networks, hoping to uncover the truth. But it wasn't easy. Once Hidden Leaf Village's delegation left the village, they vanished without a trace, making it impossible for spies to track them. In contrast, Hidden Clouds Village's delegation proceeded in an orderly manner. Still, both villages mobilized ninja units toward the land of hot water. As a result, the hot spring resorts in Yu were shut down. The Yu ninja valued their business reputation and couldn't risk losing customers, especially if deaths were involved, it would ruin their brand. Yet, as if the situation wasn't chaotic enough, the missing fourth Raikage finally appeared. His reappearance came with an even more shocking revelation. He had become the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and he was accompanied by four powerful ninja who clearly did not belong to Hidden Clouds Village. This information came from the land of rice fields, but no one knew who had uncovered it. It simply spread like wildfire. There were even rumors that the fourth Raikage had fought one of these missing ninja before setting out. This was alarming. It suggested that at least one of missing ninja accompanying the Raikage was of Kage-level strength. Where had these people come from? At this moment, the Shinobi world's bystanders were devouring the news eagerly. Meanwhile, those who sincerely hoped for a peaceful negotiation were thrown into chaos. What kind of delegation was this? And why did it seem like Kage-level strength was becoming commonplace? Should everyone start looking for new careers? Was it even possible to survive in the Shinobi world anymore? Intelligence traders, on the other hand, were experiencing a boom in business, working tirelessly to keep up with demand. At the same time, intelligence was steadily flowing into the hands of Minato and the rest of the Hidden Leaf Village delegation. Please take a look. Minato handed the latest report from the Anbu to Hiruzen. He glanced at it and passed it to the others. When the report reached Torafu, the large ninja made a single comment. This was expected. Yes, expected, Hiruzen sighed. Hidden Clouds Village ninjas are always like this. All the better, Torafu's eyes gleamed as if reflecting blood. A blood feud repaid will make this life worthwhile. The group quickened their pace. Both Minato and Masashi exchanged a glance. Masashi, do you think the Eight Tails Jinchuriki information is credible? It's possible. If the Raikage just wanted to gather a few strong people for appearances, he wouldn't need to go to the land of rice fields himself. But the timing seems rushed. Wouldn't the Eight Tails chakra take time to regenerate? No, Hokage-sama. A tailed beast's resurrection doesn't require it to fully recover its chakra. Even if it's sealed into a Jinchuriki immediately upon revival, it can continue regenerating its chakra afterward. The Uchiha clan, long familiar with the tailed beasts, had detailed records on their mechanisms of revival, far surpassing the knowledge of the Senju clan. Lost in their thoughts, the group kept their conversations sparse and focused on reaching their destination. Finally, they entered the land of hot springs. The small town where Tobirama had once negotiated peace with the second Raikage would once again host a meeting between the Raikage and Hokage. When Hidden Leaf Village's delegation arrived, the usually desolate town became lively. There were no ordinary civilians left. Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village had temporarily relocated them. Now, the town was filled entirely with ninjas. It appeared that the Hokage's team had arrived first. The Raikage was nowhere to be seen. As soon as the Hokage arrived, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stationed in the town began to assemble. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas did the same. The two sides faced each other across the street. Hokage-sama, I'll go check things out. Masashi, be polite. Don't worry. Masashi nodded and walked toward the Hidden Clouds Village ninja team. As he approached, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas became visibly uneasy. To them, he was like a demon, someone with an insatiable thirst for blood. Where is your Kage? Masashi asked as he stood before the Hidden Clouds Village delegation. Don't be impatient, said a Hidden Clouds Village ninja with an eye patch covering his left eye. As one of the 5 Kage, the Raikage will naturally arrive later than ordinary ninja like us. The Hokage is already here, so the Raikage should be, too, Masashi retorted. If he doesn't show up today, we'll consider the negotiations broken. See you on the battlefield. He scrutinized the Hidden Clouds Village ninja with the eye patch and noticed a tattoo on it. I mean what I say. You're welcome to test me. Memorizing the man's face, Masashi turned and headed back toward the Hidden Leaf Village delegation. It turned out that the 5-person limit proposed by the Hidden Clouds Village side wasn't taken seriously by anyone, including Hidden Clouds Village itself. Both sides showed up with large groups. Minato, who had claimed he would only bring one more person, ended up bringing a bunch. From the moment Hidden Leaf Village's 6-person negotiation team left the village, the ninja intelligence war had already begun. The Anbu of both villages were in full action, probing each other's information, eliminating spies, and even utilizing third-party intelligence networks. Depending on the situation, they would also destroy third-party intelligence networks. Faced with this level of conflict, many third-party organizations that were aware of their limitations chose to withdraw, opting to merely observe from the sidelines and not involve themselves directly in the covert struggle between the two great ninja villages. On the surface, both villages also made their moves. The 4th Raikage did not hide his movements, nor did he conceal the strengthened external support he had gained. The restoration of the Eight Tails power had already caused some of the covetous eyes targeting Hidden Clouds Village to withdraw. This didn't include Donoki, though. Reportedly, when he heard the news, he spat on the floor from the balcony and then received a scolding from Kitsuchi. On Hidden Leaf Village's side, the return of Jiraiya to the village had suppressed many restless intentions directed toward Hidden Leaf Village. Clearly, Hidden Leaf Village still had considerable strength and was far from vulnerable. As a result, everyone resumed their friendly demeanor. Meanwhile, in the small town, after returning to the delegation, Masashi joined Minato and the older members of Tobirama's generation in analyzing the Raikage's potential next moves. The news about the Eight Tails Jinchuriki must have been intentionally released by the Raikage himself, said Hiruzen, who maintained a certain elegance even in military attire. Though clad in armor, he still wore a large white robe over it and had a fresh pipe in hand. The purpose is nothing more than to motivate his side and intimidate us. Over the years, Hidden Clouds Village has grown increasingly powerful, and some of the eyes that once coveted Hidden Leaf Village have now shifted toward Hidden Clouds Village. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. The 3rd Raikage had an excellent strategy for governing the village. Since his time, there has been no internal conflict in Hidden Clouds Village, and he was skilled at seizing the right moment to start wars. The 4th Raikage seems to be continuing his policies. The strengths and weaknesses of Hidden Clouds Village are very clear, Hamura added. After the deaths of King Kaku and Kinkaku, Hidden Clouds Village's high-level combat strength relied entirely on the Yatsuki clan and the Raikage lineage. These two are essentially family, so they can be considered one entity. With the return of the Eight Tails, their structure has been restored. Given that they've already mastered the technique of perfect Jinchuriki, it's very likely that the 4th Raikage himself is also a perfect Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki isn't frightening as long as they can't fully control a tailed beast's power like the first Hokage or Madara, said Koharu. That level of control isn't something that can be achieved through mere techniques. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, it doesn't guarantee complete control over a tailed beast's power. Both wood style and a Sharingan are merely tools, the key lies in the person wielding them. Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. A Jinchuriki wasn't inherently frightening, they were still within the realm of human opposition. A perfect Jinchuriki might be challenging to deal with, but not insurmountable. Only those who could completely control a tailed beast's power were truly terrifying. To counter such individuals, one would need equally formidable warriors on their side. All 5 major ninja villages studied tailed beasts, but their research directions varied. Research into tailed beast power inevitably involved ethical issues, but it was a necessary endeavor. In Hidden Leaf Village's case, Their method of fully restraining the Nine Tails was not due to underestimating the power of Jinchuriki. It was simply that their research had taken a different direction from the start. Hidden Leaf Village's focus was on achieving complete control over a tailed beast's power. This led to the wood-style experiments, as the strained relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's office left wood-style as the only viable option. However, after Denzo's scandal broke, the wood-style experiments could no longer continue in any form. Fortunately, relations between the Uchiha clan, the Hokage's office, and Hidden Leaf Village as a whole had since improved. The Uchiha clan had taken over the research, ensuring the work could continue. Otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village might have had to abandon its current approach altogether. But Hidden Leaf Village's methods of studying tailed beasts were no gentler than those of Hidden Cloud's village. In Masashi's view, this was the greatest irony of the shinobi world. The exalted bloodlines created a divide as vast as a canyon, separating the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths from ordinary people, as if they were two entirely different species. Even among the sage's descendants, Asura's and Indra's chakra further divided them into two different species. There was no greater irony than this. Only Orochimaru had chosen to rebel against this reality to the bitter end. For that alone, Masashi admitted he was inferior to him. I just told the Hidden Clouds village ninjas that the Raikage must arrive today, or the negotiations will be considered a failure. Masashi shared the outcome of his earlier exchange. Firm, but not a problem, Hiruzen said. With Hidden Clouds village, you need to be tough. Being too polite won't work. Everyone nodded in agreement. What if the Raikage really doesn't come today? Masashi asked. With his speed, even if he's still in the land of rice fields, he can make it here today, Minato said, setting the tone. If it were just him, he might have shown some leniency. But today, it wasn't just about him. Any concession now would make Hidden Leaf Village appear weak. At this moment, Hidden Leaf Village could afford even less weakness than Hidden Clouds Village. Once the words are spoken, they can't be taken back, Hiruzen said, putting away his pipe. If the Raikage doesn't come, we'll have to eliminate the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas here. Though renowned for his gentle demeanor, he was anything but soft at his core. His perceived indecisiveness was confined to internal village matters. His title as the professor was earned on the battlefield. To say that Hidden Leaf Village hadn't had a Hokage leave the village since Obirama was an oversimplification. Early in his tenure, Hiruzen still fought on the front lines. He only moved to the rear during the Second Great Ninja War, by which time talents like the White Fang and the Sannin had already risen, ushering in a golden age for Hidden Leaf Village. By the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, all of Hidden Leaf Village's famous shinobi hailed from this. It was during this time that he transitioned into a more reserved, gentle figure. Understood. Masashi began calculating how long it would take to wipe out all the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas in the town. As Hiruzen had said, a breakdown in talks could lead to war. If that were the case, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas here had to be dealt with. At that moment, Masashi sensed a powerful chakra approaching. Long time no see, Minato. A loud, boisterous voice echoed. Masashi turned his head to see a figure surrounded by lightning rapidly approaching from the distance. Chapter 160. The Red Cloud Observers. The Raikage's voice reinvigorated the morale of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. The clan-oriented, gang-like management style of Hidden Clouds Village made the Raikage the most unifying figure among the five Kage. This approach had forged a cohesion in Hidden Clouds Village that seemed almost inhuman from an outsider's perspective. Of course, there were side effects, namely, the quality and quantity of top-tier shinobi were somewhat limited. But on closer consideration, this limitation existed primarily because of the sheer anomaly that was Hidden Leaf Village. Compared to other villages, Hidden Clouds Village represented the peak of what the shinobi village system could achieve. Without Onoki, their old nemesis Hidden Stones Village would be no match for Hidden Clouds Village at all. Masashi ignored the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, his Sharingan revealing the true nature of the chakra before him. Two flows of chakra merged within A's body, yet they did not interfere with one another. The chakra belonging to the Eight Tails was incredibly stable. Indeed, he had become a perfect Jinchuriki. With a physique like a cannonball, the Raikage descended from the sky, landing with explosive force. The stone tiles beneath his feet shattered into pieces, sending dust flying in all directions. Yet, despite the impact, the fourth Raikage stood firm, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Masashi, it's been a long time. A stared at his adversary, his heart boiling with rage, though his expression remained composed and his voice steady. Masashi's expression didn't change as he stepped aside. Behind him, Minato stepped forward. If this is a negotiation, you should show some sincerity, Minato said. You're late. Humphrey, ever since you became Hokage, you've become so aggressive. Where's Yujiro? You can meet her anytime, Depending on how well we negotiate, Minato replied. Masashi touched the scroll pouch on his chest, a gesture that made the implication clear. I noticed this action and felt a pang of frustration. It was a clear sign that Yujito was still in Hidden Leaf Village. In the past, I might have considered contacting the sleeper agents Hidden Clouds Village had in the Land of Fire to organize a team to infiltrate Hidden Leaf Village's prison during the negotiations. They might even have tried to snatch a Byakugan as a bonus. But the current Hidden Leaf Village was a different story. The newly reorganized security forces were as impenetrable as a fortress, and the once constant infighting among Hidden Leaf Village's clans had been replaced by a unified alignment with the Hokage's office. Infiltration was impossible without deploying a large force. Minato, as Hokage, was an absolute nightmare for Hidden Clouds Village. Fine, let's talk, I said. The two current Kage exchanged glances and headed toward a nearby inn. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and looked at Hidden Leaf Village's negotiation team. Did your team gain an extra member? We can't help it. Hidden Leaf Village has good food and a lot of people, Masashi quipped darkly. Why don't you just add someone on your side too? Didn't you say it was supposed to be 5 people? I ignored Masashi's sarcastic tone and started scanning the group one by one. He had no issues with Minato and Masashi participating in the talks. Hiruzen, his father's old rival, was also present. He had no objections to that. He had to publicly respect the elder Hokage. The two advisors were long-standing figures in Hidden Leaf Village's leadership and often appeared in diplomatic affairs, so their presence made sense. That left a large man who stood out, somewhat of an eyesore. This guy isn't part of Hidden Leaf Village's leadership, is he? I pointed at Dorafu and asked, who are you? Of course, he knew exactly who this man was, but he feigned ignorance. After all, during his tenure as Raikage, Dorafu had been semi-retired. Feigning ignorance was a privilege of youth, not knowing the legends of the older generation. Go ask your dad, Dorafu retorted bluntly. As a former member of the second Hokage's personal squad, he differed from Hiruzen in that his work focused purely on military affairs, making his words and actions more direct. The fourth Raikage idolized and deeply respected his father, so upon hearing this, his temper flared. Does Hidden Leaf Village not understand what respect is? Respect is reserved for people, Dorafu replied. If I see a rabid dog barking, should I bother asking if it's tired of barking? Masashi nearly burst out laughing. Then he noticed the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas glaring at them, hands reaching for their weapons. If you don't need your hands, feel free to move them, he said coldly. The air suddenly turned icy. Those Hidden Clouds Village ninjas who had reached for their weapons froze in place. Frost began to form on the ground. If not for the protective chakra surrounding them, their hands might have frozen over. Enough. I commanded. A surge of powerful chakra radiated from him, dispersing the encroaching chill. We're all familiar with each other. Let's skip the unnecessary posturing, Minato said. At this point, let's be honest with one another. If you want to start a war, we can begin right now. The tension in the air spiked again, as if the room was on the brink of explosion. The veterans of the second Hokage's squad stared daggers at the opposition. Humphrey. I snorted, waving his hand. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas reluctantly backed off. I then strode toward the inn's entrance, leading the way. Nobody mentioned the number of participants again. Meanwhile, a few individuals observed the scene from afar. Roughly a block away, 4 figures wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds sat around a table laden with food and drinks, watching everything unfold. None of them touched their chopsticks. They didn't end up fighting, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. That brat Minato has really settled into the role of Hokage. I don't care. How long is this going to take? Because you asked impatiently. As someone who valued every second, he despised sitting idle for too long. No way to tell. If it's quick, it could be over in a few words. If they're thorough, even a full day isn't out of the question, Orochimaru shrugged. Among the group, he was the only one who truly understood how negotiations between major shinobi villages worked. The others might have strength, but they had zero experience in this arena. That's too long, Pikazu muttered. Even though his face was covered by a mask, everyone could tell he was irritated. Do as you please. I don't mind. Orochimaru leaned back, unconcerned. Pikazu shifted his gaze toward the red-haired young man sitting nearby. His green eyes narrowed behind his mask as he studied the youth's transformed appearance. Truth be told, his suspicions had only grown stronger since the young man had shown up. In this world, besides money, no one could be trusted. The fact that he'd been approached by a puppet during recruitment only reinforced that belief. However, the young man's strength was undeniable. His true body was even more powerful than the puppet. Initially frail and sickly, He had bounced back into a vibrant and lively state after clashing with the fourth Raikage. Nagato, the woman next to him, spoke up. I still stand by my earlier opinion. You shouldn't have revealed yourself this early. Conan, the situation in the shinobi world has shifted. Akatsuki must display its strength in a more impactful way. Exposing these eyes is a necessary sacrifice, replied Nagato. As Conan had pointed out, appearing here in person carried risks. It wasn't just about temporarily disconnecting from the judo statue. Remaining linked to the judo statue constantly drained his chakra, leaving him frail and skeletal. However, it also accelerated his adaptation to the power of the Rinnegan. The price was steep, but the rewards were worth every moment of pain. With time, he had grown increasingly adept at controlling the Rinnegan's power. Now, not only could he wield it with mastery, but the judo statue was fully under his command. The fourth Raikage's attempt to seize the Rinnegan had been predictable. As soon as he laid eyes on the eyes, his instinct had been to grab it. That worked out perfectly. A brief dose of the Eight Tails chakra had brought Nagato's body back to peak condition. Much appreciated. He'd responded with a casual Shinro Tensei. The force had sent the Raikage flying through 3 walls, leaving perfect circular holes in his path. If it were the right time to collect the tailed beasts, there wouldn't even be a need for payment. He'd have taken out the fourth Raikage and moved forward with the plan. The current Raikage had only recently become a Jinchuriki and couldn't yet fully control the immense power he now possessed. While his strength had surged, it wasn't enough to handle Nagato at his peak. Then again, Orochimaru interjected, I think this Raikage is genuinely interested in achieving peace with Hidden Leaf Village. If that happens, the shinobi world won't see large-scale wars for the foreseeable future. Would Akatsuki still have a purpose? After all, military contracts are our main source of income, aren't they? As long as people exist, conflict will follow. If peace pushes the battles underground, that will benefit Akatsuki even more, Nagato said coldly, looking at Orochimaru. The man sitting across from him was entirely different from Jiraiya, despite being one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Where Jiraiya had been warm and inspiring, Orochimaru was cold and calculating. Nagato had nothing left to say to Hidden Leaf Village. Whatever debt of gratitude he owed Jiraiya was nullified when Hidden Leaf Village collaborated with Hanzo to crush Akatsuki. They were even now. So, what's the plan? Orochimaru asked, leaning forward slightly. Hidden Cloud's Village's contract is simple. If anything goes wrong, we're to protect the Raikage and eliminate Hidden Leaf Village's forces. Regardless of the outcome, the payment for this mission is non-negotiable. Meanwhile, Akatsuki's reputation will be solidified, Nagato declared. For the greater goal, we'll stockpile funds and immerse ourselves in conflict. That's our current focus. He laid out his vision for the group. The first phase is building our reputation. After this mission, Akatsuki will be a household name. Then, we'll move to the second phase, overthrowing Hanzo and bringing peace to the Land of Rain. That will take time. The 5 great nations won't remain peaceful forever, but the final war will be initiated by us. Chasing your ideals is admirable, I suppose, Orochimaru said, earning a glare from Conan as he began poking holes in the plan again. But without money, nothing gets done. Based on my experience, if Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village achieve peace, Akatsuki won't get many contracts for a long while. Hidden Clouds Village might even try to cut our pay for this mission. How do you plan to deal with that? They wouldn't dare. Pikazu slammed his hand on the table, rattling the dishes. Once a contract is signed, payment is mandatory, regardless of the outcome. I won't accept a single coin less. They are a major village, with strict budget controls, Orochimaru reminded him, clearly enjoying the reaction he'd provoked. Then we kill the Raikage. If they still don't pay, we kill the next Raikage. Keep killing until they do. Pikazu declared, his intensity practically blinding. He turned to Nagato. Pain, what do you think? You both make valid points, Nagato said with a nod, a bit bewildered by his fervor. Truthfully, he found Pikazu's aggressive approach hard to counter. The man's zeal for Akatsuki's finances made it difficult for Nagato to outright dismiss his suggestion, no matter how extreme it was. So he decided to appear open-minded and decisive, embodying the image of a leader. Alright, if Hidden Clouds Village fails to pay in full, we'll deal with the Raikage. On the side, Conan observed the group's interactions with a blank expression. Yahiko, if only you were still here. Would you recognize what we've become? Chapter 161, Winner Takes All. Inside the restaurant, the negotiators from both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village sat across from each other. Next to us sat the Hidden Clouds Village ninja with the eye patch. In terms of personnel quality, Hidden Clouds Village's side was formidable, with an all-Jonin lineup. But unfortunately for them, their opponents were essentially an assembly of the most overpowered individuals in the shinobi world. Beside Minato sat Hiruzen. Considering the current 5 Kage era hadn't yet fully transitioned into the 4th Kage across the board, the question of which 4th Kage was the strongest was still up for debate. However, among the 3rd Kage, it was universally acknowledged that Hiruzen was at the front. Looking around the room, it was clear that Hidden Leaf Village had brought all their top-tier talents. The elite group trained by Tobirama in his academy's most promising cohort were all present. This group included Hiruzen, Denzo, and Kagami. While Kagami had died young and was less well known, Saratobi and Denzo had both grown into bona fide Kage-level powerhouses. Other members of that generation, such as Torafu, might not have been quite at the same level but were still top-tier jonin capable of holding their own. Before Tsunoda's rise, even Koharu was the most skilled medical kunoichi in Hidden Leaf Village. In short, Hidden Cloud's village was staring at a veritable reunion of the second Hokage's most talented students, a fact not lost on the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas, who felt unease. The atmosphere reeked of hostility. When Hiruzen had been Hokage, they hadn't perceived it as much. But now, with Hidden Leaf Village pressing them so aggressively, the power disparity was impossible to ignore. Oh, and then there was Masashi, Hidden Leaf Village's white ghost, who had a particular vendetta against Hidden Cloud's village. When the Hidden Cloud's village group looked back at their own side, aside from their leader, they felt somewhat lacking. It was clear the Raikage had been prescient in securing outside assistance, though this help wasn't exactly trustworthy. As long as they did the job, it didn't matter. And hey, one of their hired hands was even a former Hidden Leaf Village ninja. It has been some time since the war ended, yet Hidden Cloud's village has continually delayed peace talks under various pretexts. I hope today you've come prepared with sincerity, Minato began diplomatically. Of course, peace is a matter for both sides. I hope Hidden Leaf Village is equally sincere in pursuing friendship with Hidden Cloud's village, O replied. In that case, our terms are simple, Minato said, getting straight to the point. A strong negotiator doesn't need to beat around the bush. There's no need for drawn-out tactics or waiting games. He understood that perfectly. Hidden Leaf Village was strong, and Hidden Cloud's village was weak. Minato had no reason to mince words. While he could afford to be gentle with Hidden Stone's village and Kiri, since their conflicts with Hidden Leaf Village weren't as sharp, Hidden Cloud's village was another story. In this, he shared Masashi's philosophy, there's no everyone wins scenario. Hidden Leaf Village needed to clearly distinguish which villages to pressure and which to ally with. First, Hidden Cloud's village must compensate the Land of Hot Water for the damages caused during the war. Second, you will cover the costs Hidden Leaf Village incurred from maintaining a military standoff with Hidden Cloud's village. Lastly, while the Land of Frost is under your jurisdiction, missions assigned by the Land of Lightning's daimyo must allocate a portion to Hidden Leaf Village. That's impossible. A flatly refused. The first 2 points were negotiable, but the last one was a non-starter. The fate of Hidden Sand Village stood as a cautionary tale right before his eyes. At this rate, in less than 10 years, Hidden Sand Village would face fiscal collapse, its ninja forces shrinking to a bare minimum, leaving them unable to sustain even basic training for Genin. At that point, Hidden Sand Village would be forced to choose between an all-or-nothing war with Hidden Leaf Village or resigning themselves to becoming Hidden Leaf Village's vassal. A massive nation like the Land of Wind, already suffering from fragmentation due to lack of military power, could collapse entirely. If that happened, Hidden Sand Village would become like the Land of Rain, a shell of its former self. These terms amount to a declaration of war. You leave us no choice but to fight to the death, I said resolutely. While Hidden Cloud's village desires peace, Hidden Leaf Village must also propose reasonable terms. This war was started by Hidden Cloud's village. Naturally, you must bear the consequences, Minato said coolly. Winner takes all, that has always been Hidden Cloud's village's philosophy, hasn't it? Hidden Cloud's village has not fallen to such a state, nor will it ever, I retorted firmly. We understand that peace comes through strength. But if Hidden Leaf Village seeks to attack Hidden Cloud's village, be prepared for mutual destruction. That remains to be seen, Minato said with a faint smile. After all, there are plenty who hold grievances against Hidden Cloud's village, it wouldn't just be Hidden Leaf Village. However, since we're here to negotiate, I'm willing to hear your terms as well. Our terms are simple, I said after a brief pause, gauging Minato's sincerity. Hidden Cloud's village is willing to join the association Hidden Leaf Village leads. As one of the great shinobi villages, we deserve a position second only to Hidden Leaf Village. Regarding the damages to the Land of Hot Water and Hidden Leaf Village's military expenditures during the war, we acknowledge responsibility and will pay reparations. Minato chuckled softly and leaned back in his chair. He knew someone else would step in to play the bad cop. Raikage, do you always resort to bullying? Masashi interjected. If any Hidden Clouds Village ninja dares to set foot in our association, they'll be dealt with on the spot. Go ahead, send someone if you don't believe me. Masashi, I've overlooked the matter of you killing Killer Bee for the sake of peace between our villages, I growled. Don't push your luck. Oh? So it's fine for others to die, but not your brother? Masashi shot back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He then turned to the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Your Kage is pathetic. Can't even treat everyone equally. Why not switch sides and join Hidden Leaf Village? Bam. Slammed his fist on the table, shattering a piece of it. White Ghost. A blinding flash of white light filled the room as a colossal fist of pure energy smashed through the remaining table and even the floor below. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas rose in alarm, while Hidden Leaf Village's delegation remained unmoved. Masashi stood his ground, his Suzanu's hand floating in the air, fingers outstretched as shards of wood and debris rained down. Trying to show off how big your fists are? Masashi said, staring at A with barely concealed murderous intent. Come on then. I haven't even started settling accounts for what you did to the second Hokage. Don't bring that up. Everyone knows it was my father who killed Kinkaku and Ginkaku. I shouted, lightning crackling around him. Stop twisting history. Lies. Everyone knows you ambushed the second Hokage. And don't forget, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, along with their men, were all killed by the second Hokage. Hearing their teacher mentioned, Saratobi and the others stood up, their expressions grim. Raikage, Hiruzen said solemnly, I must ask, is Hidden Clouds Village abandoning these peace talks? His hand casually reached for the hem of his robe. Sandane-sama, since Hidden Clouds Village doesn't seem to want two tails anymore, that works just fine for us, Masashi interjected suddenly. And that woman is useless as a prisoner but perfect for experiments. Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Of course. Wood-style experiments were out of the question with their own people, but prisoners were fair game. You're a genius for reminding me, Hiruzen said approvingly. What's the current status of the two-tails Jinchuriki? She's got a hearty appetite and sleeps like a rock, Masashi replied, giving a thumbs up. Jinchuriki have 10 times the physical resilience of regular shinobi. Wait. I suddenly yelled. Both sides turned to look at him. Who said we're not negotiating anymore? I said, his face stoic. What's wrong with me pounding on a table? I do it in my office too, every day, I go through a new desk. His tone was so matter-of-fact that everyone froze for a moment. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas thought his argument made sense. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder if this Raikage had a screw loose. Why destroy his own desks daily? Was he just avoiding work? Minato, in particular, found it suspicious. Judging by the paperwork volume on Akage's desk, there wouldn't even be room for such theatrics. If this wasn't an excuse to slack off, he wasn't buying it. Let's continue the negotiations, then, Minato said. With the Hokage taking the lead, everyone fell in line. The Hidden Leaf Village delegation sat back down, and Masashi withdrew Suzanu's arm. Bring in a new table, the one-eyed Hidden Clouds Village ninja ordered his subordinates. One of them immediately scurried off to fetch it. The near skirmish between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village wasn't without repercussions. The loud noise from the restaurant upstairs nearly triggered a fight between the two groups of ninja waiting downstairs. Fortunately, the Hidden Clouds Village ninja fetching the table acted quickly enough to prevent an incident. Soon, a brand new table was brought upstairs. The only issue was that the wooden planks weren't the right size. No need to replace it, Masashi stopped the ninja who was about to go downstairs to find a better plank. With a quick hand sign, pure white ice crystals filled the cracks on the floor. Perfect? The table was set up again, and the ninja from both sides, having completed their tasks, filed out of the negotiation room and returned downstairs. Let's continue, Minato said. I reached out to rest one arm on the table. However, as he leaned forward, he hesitated briefly, testing the table's sturdiness before finally placing his arm down. We should remain calm, he said. Both Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village are major ninja villages. Whether it's war or peace, the rules of this shinobi world are dictated by the 5 Kage. That's a fact. That's true, Minato nodded, but Hidden Leaf Village is not like Hidden Sand Village. You need to understand this clearly. Hidden Clouds Village had confronted Hidden Sand Village and almost took the One-Tails by force. Instead of retaliating, Hidden Sand Village joined Hidden Clouds Village in attacking Hidden Leaf Village. When Hidden Leaf Village defeated Hidden Sand Village, they weren't gentle, they made them pay dearly. As one of the direct instigator of the Third Great Ninja War, Hidden Clouds Village's losses during the conflict were actually limited. It was the post-war clash with Hidden Leaf Village that dealt a significant blow to Hidden Clouds Village. Even after such a crushing defeat, Hidden Clouds Village still had the resources to negotiate with Hidden Leaf Village. From Masashi's perspective, Hidden Cloud's village had been ridiculously lucky during the war. Everyone else was battered and bruised, but Hidden Cloud's village seemed to escape the worst of it. That doesn't justify touching our mission quotas. When Hidden Sand Village signed the agreement with Hidden Leaf Village, you didn't directly alter Hidden Sand Village's mission allocations. That was a choice made by the clients themselves, argued. At the very least, the terms given to us can't be worse than those given to Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Cloud's village is not Hidden Sand Village. You have been consistently expanding your military, Minato countered. The Third Great Ninja War was started twice by Hidden Cloud's village, and you're still expanding your forces. This makes Hidden Cloud's village the primary destabilizing factor in the shinobi world. Ceding a portion of your mission quotas is the least you can do to demonstrate goodwill and convince Hidden Leaf Village of Hidden Cloud's village's commitment to peace. Isn't Hidden Leaf Village also expanding its military? A retorted. Without strength, a village can't protect itself. Strengthening one's forces as much as possible is something all 5 great villages strive for. If that makes Hidden Cloud's village warlike, then Hidden Leaf Village is just as guilty. It wasn't untrue. In this world, all 5 great villages sit atop the food chain. Though Hidden Leaf Village appeared passive and defensive on the surface, it conducted plenty of covert operations. When Shimura Denzo was alive, Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu operated aggressively throughout the ninja world, notorious for their ruthless methods. However, bringing such matters to the negotiation table wasn't productive. It wasn't the same thing. We have not expanded our forces, Minato replied calmly. The number of ninja has increased, yes, but that's only because we've reassigned personnel who were previously not involved in external missions. This adjustment was made to meet client demand and ensure the safety of association members. Listening to the Hokage's explanation, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas' collective expression could be summarized as, "We totally believe you," not, "Who had so many idle ninjas sitting around? Did you just mobilize every single member of your ninja clans? And this doesn't count as expansion?" What you're saying now has nothing to do with the matter between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village, Hiruzen interjected. What we're discussing is Hidden Clouds Village's commitment to peace. Yujito is proof of our goodwill, I said, looking at Hiruzen. Even after losing all our Jinchuriki, we have taken no hostile actions. Isn't that proof of our hope for peace? Otherwise, why wait until now to discuss Yujito? That was merely your village's tactic to appear weak and provoke a clash between Hidden Stone's village and Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen replied, casually playing with his smoking pipe. Hidden Leaf Village is well aware of everything. Then let's discuss Yujito now, I deflected, steering the conversation. But first, you must provide evidence that she is safe and unharmed. Only then can we proceed to negotiate the terms regarding her. That's acceptable, Minato nodded and turned to Masashi. Please. Masashi retrieved a summoning scroll and tossed it to caught the scroll and handed it to one of his ninja. No need to make it complicated, Masashi said, noticing the Hidden Clouds Village ninja carefully examining the summoning inscriptions. This is a special scroll but the workings are the same. Just input chakra. Do it, I instructed. Though he was considering strategies to track down rogue Jinchuriki or those who had left their villages, he still cared about Yujito's well-being. She was one of Hidden Clouds Village's rare successful perfect Jinchuriki. Even setting aside her combat prowess, her experience was invaluable to the village. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja unrolled the scroll on the floor and input chakra. With a puff of smoke, it was done. As the smoke cleared, a woman lay silently on the floor. Yujito, can you hear me? The Hidden Clouds Village ninja with the eye patch crouched beside her and called out. What's going on? I frowned. She wasn't responding at all. Maybe she ate too much and passed out. The food standards in Hidden Leaf Village's prison are very high, Masashi remarked nonchalantly. Just slap her awake. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas resisted the urge to snap back. A group of them gathered around Yujito, trying different methods to rouse her. Naturally, no one actually slapped her. They had their own ways. Healing jutsu began to glow intermittently. After a while, Yujito stirred. The Jinchuriki opened her eyes groggily and saw familiar faces. Dodai. Yujito, are you alright? Dodai asked. Hidden Leaf Village just sealed me. Ow. Yujito winced and held her head, still feeling the lingering effects of the drugs. They drugged my food. I heard Masashi give the order with my own ears. Everyone immediately turned to Masashi. Why is everyone looking at me? He complained as even Minato glanced at him. She's a dangerous prisoner. It's perfectly reasonable to put something in her food, right? No, withholding food entirely would have been more normal. That's what everyone thought but didn't say aloud. What sealing technique did you use? Asked Masashi. Why do you care? Masashi gave him a sidelong glance. As if knowing would help you break it. My point is that you should lift the seal first. How else will we know if she's truly unharmed? Once we finalize the negotiations, the seal will be lifted. Besides, don't you think she would know better than anyone if something's wrong? Masashi was a bit impatient. He thought it was time to speed things up. On the way here, he had adjusted the transcription seal. It should be close to unraveling by now. Chapter 162, The Cat's Paw Strikes. The negotiation in the restaurant continued. But some people had run out of patience. How can they keep talking endlessly? Because you had already entered the restaurant. Don't let his appearance fool you, he was actually quite skilled in stealth. The restaurant was relatively large, making it easy for him to sneak in. He extended the threads from earth grudge fear into the floor, letting them spread toward the negotiation area. With that, his version of a listening device was ready. And he listened. For a long time. Long enough for his head to feel like it was about to explode. These people could really talk. At first, it was tolerable, they had nearly started a fight, but then things shifted into what could only be described as senior citizen mode, slow, methodical, and utterly unhurried. In addition, there was a man there who particularly caught his attention. Masashi. His bounty at the exchange office was astronomical, a sky-high price. But he wasn't easy to kill. The fact that he could master the iron skin in a short time was proof of his exceptional chakra control. Before Masashi, Pikazu had been the only one in the ninja world capable of mastering it. The technique's defining features were its rapid activation, which could occur instantaneously, and its localized use without the need for hand seals. Full-body hardening only required one seal. It boasted incredible physical defense and attack power. Back in the day, Pikazu had relied on it to withstand one of Hashirama's wood-style attacks and escape. To break through the iron skin, one needed a sufficiently powerful lightning jutsu capable of precise penetration. Pikazu's lightning techniques were more suited to wide-area damage, not focused penetration. If he were to fight Masashi now, it would likely devolve into a standoff where neither could break the other's defense. That was what he thought. Why hasn't Hidden Leaf Village made a move yet? Pikazu retracted the threads. He didn't believe for a second that Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village were genuinely here to negotiate. He wasn't sure about the others from Hidden Leaf Village, but Masashi definitely knew he was here. With those Sharingan, there was no way he hadn't noticed. What Pikazu didn't realize was that Masashi was having the exact same thoughts. In the negotiation hall, and Minato were locked in a heated exchange. The key difference between Minato and Masashi was that Masashi didn't trust Hidden Clouds Village at all, while Minato had some level of trust, not in Hidden Clouds Village as a whole, but in the fourth Raikage. Thus, he earnestly tried to find a way to meet Hidden Leaf Village's interests while avoiding war. However, he was gradually losing hope. He began to realize that Hidden Leaf Village's demands and Hidden Clouds Village's demands were unlikely to find a middle ground. It wasn't just Minato. Everyone present could feel it. The era of nation-states had been born from the concentration of resources. Even small ninja villages like Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Grass Village were far more powerful than the ninja clans of the Warring States period. But maintaining this level of integration required sufficient resources. Peripheral villages like Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Sand Village had to expand into densely populated and resource-rich central regions to sustain their strength. Otherwise, they risked being marginalized and unable to recover. Meanwhile, Hidden Leaf Village, situated at the heart of the continent, sought to maintain its resource advantage by excluding these threatening forces. Resources might not be finite, but control over resources was non-negotiable. Before the Sage of Six Paths made his appearance, weakening a village's high-end forces wasn't enough to cripple it. Its overall capacity had to be diminished. War was one approach, but post-war disarmament was another. Unlike the Land of Lightning, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would prioritize post-war production recovery, which would inevitably reduce funding for the ninja village. Hidden Leaf Village, in turn, would scale down its military. This kind of gradual reduction was necessary. Maintaining many ninjas in peacetime was a burden for any village. After all, replenishing genin numbers during wartime was relatively easy. For a ninja village, the truly irreplaceable layer, the one that determined the size of its military, was the chunin. Routine disarmament primarily reduced genin numbers. Hidden Leaf Village's demand was to restrict Hidden Clouds Village's ability to train chunin. But Hidden Clouds Village couldn't accept that. They were only willing to reduce the number of genin, which Hidden Leaf Village saw as meaningless. Thus, the negotiation devolved into endless arguments and eventually reached a deadlock. At last, the room fell silent. It seems we can't reach an agreement. Minato's expression was one of genuine regret. Masashi had been right, weakening Hidden Clouds Village could only be achieved through war. Though it wouldn't ensure long-term security, it would suffice in the short term. It seems so, said grimly. He, too, was disappointed. He desired peace, but Hidden Leaf Village's demands regarding military disarmament were unacceptable. Accepting them would be like becoming the next Hidden Sand Village. If we can't reach an agreement, then it's unfortunate. The two tails cannot be returned to Hidden Cloud's village, Minato said. This statement was logical. Since no agreement had been reached, there was no reason to return Matetabi. But combined with Hidden Leaf Village's earlier actions, it seemed bizarre. Why had Hidden Leaf Village brought Yujiro here if the negotiations weren't finalized? At least, that's what some Hidden Cloud's village ninja were thinking. Yujiro, it's time to go home, Masashi said with a sly smile as he looked at the two tails Jinchuriki. Don't worry, I told them to go easy on the sedatives. So, you won't have a headache when you wake up. Yujiro didn't reply. Her expression made it clear she wasn't planning on returning to captivity willingly. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas silently stepped forward to shield her. A remained stone-faced. What's this? Trying to renege on the deal? Masashi sneered. You know what this means, don't you? Minato added. Hiruzen and the others remained seated, but they were ready to act. We will cover the costs Hidden Leaf Village incurred for Yujiro, said. But she belongs to Hidden Clouds Village and must return with us. So you really are backing out, Masashi said. Let's see how you plan to take a Jinchuriki who can't use her tail beast powers. I've already said Hidden Clouds Village will compensate you. Hidden Clouds Village's promises are worthless. Do you really think you have any credibility left? Hand over the two tails. Hiruzen couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up. Or we go to war. His longtime comrades followed suit. Koharu and Hamura flanked him, while Torafu stood tall and imposing, his presence filling the room. Also rose to his feet. What a pity. As Raikage, I hereby declare war. Before his voice even faded, he felt a massive surge of chakra erupt behind him. He barely had time to turn around before a blazing blue chakra flame filled his vision. Before he could finish his sentence, a giant cat paw shot out from the flames and struck him fiercely in the chest. The tension in the small town had been high ever since the delegations from Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village entered the restaurant. More and more ninjas had been gathering near its vicinity. Those arriving in town were all Anbu members from both sides. In recent years, the relationship between the Anbu of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village had been strained. A huge boom ripped through the sky, making everyone look up. The commotion came from the restaurant. The wall on the second floor had been smashed through by a tremendous force. A massive beast claw, formed of blue flames, tore through the wall alongside debris, gripping the fourth Raikage, whose body radiated lightning, in its grasp. In the next moment, the sound of walls being broken echoed repeatedly as the delegations from Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village burst out of the restaurant one by one. From midair, Dodai shouted loudly to the Anbu below, "Get back! That's Matetabi!" Upon witnessing this scene, every ninja either drew their weapons or began forming hand signs. The first action of the ones on the restaurant's ground floor was to retreat from the building and regroup with their own allies. As Dodai and the others landed, Hidden Clouds Village's Anbu quickly assembled. It wasn't that they were indifferent to the Raikage's life, but no one believed that he could be crushed to death by a tailed beast. At the level of the 5 Kage, while there were differences in strength, they were leagues beyond ordinary ninjas. Battling a rampaging Jinchuriki was practically standard procedure for them. What these Anbu did not yet realize was that this scene could not simply be explained as a Jinchuriki losing control. What they did know, however, was that the power of the two tails had now slipped out of Hidden Clouds Village's grasp. Boom. The second floor of the restaurant completely exploded as the blue, flame-like chakra continued to expand. The chakra fused into the form of a cat-like creature with two tails. Its size was still growing, and the remaining structure of the restaurant began creaking under the strain. Finally, everyone could clearly see the creature's appearance. So that's the two tails? Many were seeing Matetabi's true form for the first time. In the shinobi world, where there were no manga for reference, even those aware of the existence of tailed beasts rarely had the opportunity to see one in person. Since the first 5 Kage summit, the true forms of the 9 tailed beasts had rarely been seen by the general populace. During the first 5 Kage summit, Hidden Clouds Village had purchased the two tails from Hidden Leaf Village for a hefty sum, and since then, it had become one of Hidden Clouds Village's strategic assets. But now, this strategic asset of Hidden Clouds Village had its hand wrapped around the current Raikage, its feline face filled with rage. Though it had accepted Yujiro as its Jinchuriki, that didn't mean Matetabi held any affection for the other members of Hidden Clouds Village. While it wasn't as violent as the Nine Tails, it had a history of rampaging. Traditional Jinchuriki had only 2 possible fates, a lifetime of imprisonment, or death during one of the beast's rampages. There was, however, one untraditional Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This was mainly due to the Uzumaki clan's exceptional sealing techniques, which were so advanced that Hidden Leaf Village never considered Jinchuriki research as a means of studying tailed beasts. Before Killer Bee and Yujiro, Hidden Clouds Village's Jinchuriki had always followed the second traditional route. Holding the Raikage in its grip, the enraged Matetabi sensed a familiar chakra. It was the Eight Tails. Matetabi and Juki had a decent relationship. After all, they had been imprisoned together for many years, and Juki wasn't as bad-tempered as Kurama or Shukaku. This realization only made Matetabi angrier. Matetabi returned to Yujiro's body. The Raikage, held in its grasp, suddenly spoke. He didn't fight back because he didn't want to give up on Yujiro. Since he hadn't seen her body yet, it meant that Matetabi was still in the very early stages of its rampage and hadn't fully separated from Yujiro's body. If they subdued it now, she would remain unharmed. Matetabi responded to the Raikage's words in a down-to-earth way. It threw him. In full view of everyone, the Raikage was hurled like a cannonball, crashing vertically into the ground in front of the restaurant. Matetabi used considerable force. The ground cracked into countless fissures, and chunks of earth flipped upward. After throwing the Raikage, it leapt into the air. The already weakened restaurant crumbled completely, collapsing directly onto the spot where the Raikage had landed. But Matetabi, now airborne, wasn't finished yet. It turned its head and breathed out a wave of flames. For ninjas, this was effectively a fire jutsu. Among the nine-tailed beasts, nearly half possessed unique abilities. It was this characteristic that had led Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Mist Village to focus their tailed beast research on developing new jutsu. This was the safest and easiest route to take. Matetabi's unique trait was fire. Its body didn't just resemble flames, it could actually produce them. The intensely hot blue fireball incinerated everything in its path before slamming into the Raikage's crash site. A sea of blue flames erupted, surging through the debris like waves and consuming everything nearby. Raikage-sama. Only now did Hidden Clouds Village's Anbu have the chance to attack Matetabi. The beast's movements were incredibly agile, like a massive cat. Their attacks barely phased Matetabi. With a casual shake, it released a barrage of blue fireballs, indiscriminately striking the surroundings. Any ninjas caught in the fire became part of the expanding sea of blue flames. Stay calm. This won't kill the Raikage. Everyone, retreat from the town with me. Dodai shouted urgently. He couldn't see Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas. They had likely left the town to set up an ambush. And his guess was spot on. As soon as Minato landed, he ordered the Anbu to relay his command. All Hidden Leaf Village ninjas in the town are to withdraw immediately. Their task was to seal off the town's exits, intercept any Hidden Clouds Village reinforcements, and alert Hidden Leaf Village's troops secretly stationed in the Land of Hot Water to annihilate all Hidden Clouds Village ninjas present. Masashi had named this plan the Raikage Annihilation Plan. Minato thought the name was a bit lame, neither inspiring nor flashy, but it got the point across. Out of respect for Masashi's hard work on the draft, he adopted it as the contingency plan in case negotiations failed. And fail they did. Now, only he and the other negotiators remained in the town. Matetabi's indiscriminate attacks posed little threat to them. A tailed beast's indiscriminate rampage was chaotic but full of openings. Torafu, Hamura, Koharu, Hiruzen said, tearing off his robe, I leave it to you. This sure brings back memories, Hamura said as he took up a position. After decades of seamless cooperation, he finished forming hand seals in moments, summoning a sturdy water barrier to block incoming fireballs. How long has it been since we fought together like this? Just the beginning, Hiruzen replied with a grin. Tobirama-sensei's squad can't afford to lose anyone. But can you still manage your jutsu at your age? What kind of joke is that? Hamura retorted, tossing out 2 scrolls. I've prepared these just for you. Hiruzen caught them in one motion and tucked them into his robes. Well then, let's get started.